7 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We start a brand new day together. Bubba back today. Look forward to seeing him. We've got the Bible study live today at noon Central and a whole lot more. So thank you so much for hanging out with us and tuning in today on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. The kickoff hour is rolling. Good time gang settling in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What up, boys?
Boys,
hey now.
girls, ladies and gentlemen.
We have been discussing a story pre-show today on Tyreek Hill that just continues to get more strange.
It's a weird story.
As we look into it a little bit more, and it's Greg's story of the day. So let's just get right to it.
I just thought it was kind of strange.
Yeah.
Basically, the headline is Dolphin star Tyreek Hill violently charged a model and broke her leg, lawsuit claims. Basically, a social media influencer with millions of followers says the Miami Dolphins wide receiver violently charged her during a friendly football lesson last summer, breaking her leg, and now she's taking him to court.
Last summer.
Yes.
Last summer.
She's some influencer. She's like 6'1", 250, and he's like 5.
Yeah.
And somehow it's so weird. He had a football camp, and she had brought her son to it, and he reached out to her. I guess invited her to his house.
Right.
Anyway, he's at her house, and for some reason, him and her and his trainer get out in the yard and are doing blocking drills, and she comes off the line and blocks him. And they said that people there got to laughing at him, making fun of him. Well, that made him mad, so he made him go again, and this time he came off hard and aggressive and broke her leg.
Broke her leg. She's got pins in her leg.
Yeah.
And it also...
She sued him for $75,000.
So Sophia, is it Sophie? Sophie Hall. It gets even stranger.
She has over 2 million followers on her social media platform. She's a plus-size model or something.
She also alleges the incident went down a short time after she booked a ticket for her son to attend the camp that you were talking about. She claims that after her purchase went through, she received some flirtatious messages from Tyreek Hill on Instagram. One of the texts, she said, included a line from him that said, "I've been known to be a good stepdad." And she says that during their chat on social media, Hill also invited her to come on a day early so that they could hang out.
Yeah, at his place. And for some reason decided to do some blocking drills.
And
not sure how they got into that.
And so apparently she got off the line. She knows the swim. She knows the swim move.
Yeah, she moved
and
him.
got off the line, and he didn't like it.
No.
And so he said, "All right, let's switch roles, and I'm going to come off the line." And then he blew her back and messed her knee up or leg
They
up.
said there were people there, like his kinfolk, that were laughing and making fun of him. And he got mad, and he ended up, it's always funny till somebody gets hurt. But the fact that I've invited you to my home, that's weird. And you're bringing your son to the camp, and I've invited you to my home. But while we're here, we're going to do some blocking drills.
Yeah. And before you know it, I got one leg up with an ice pack on my leg.
Yeah, and you block me, and it embarrasses me.
Yeah.
So I come off really hard and break your leg. That's just weird. And in the lawsuit, it's talking about that they start referring back to past things that his violent behavior and aggression towards women.
Well,
he's been charged with.
So, when I forgot about this, but he played at West Alabama.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the coach there, if I have this
right, I forgot about that.
The coach there questioned signing him because he had an incident with a woman. I don't know if it was some kind of abuse, but I read articles where it said he hit a woman or whatever, verbally, whatever.
Yeah.
But that's what the coach there at the time, and he may still be there, questioned signing him because of that. But I always forget he was at West Alabama and had a pretty good year last year.
Didn't he originally come to Oklahoma State?
He did.
Yeah, and then went there.
Fast.
Things didn't go well at Oklahoma State. That's why he ended up at – he's jumped around. I think he was at 3 or 4 different colleges even before the transfer portal was a thing.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he had to go down a level to stay eligible, so that's why he was at –
So
don't you know he dominated at West Alabama?
Oh, good.
He was a running back, wide receiver, punt returner. Like, he did it all.
I'll tell you what he is. He's anything he wants because he can just go. This is funny because I'm continuing to read more, and we've kind of talked about how they switched roles and then he pushed her off. She claims that after a couple of reps, so understand there was a couple of reps.
So they're firing off working on blocking drills.
She said that he finally charged into her violently and with great force, causing her to suffer the right leg injury we're talking about. She went on to complain that she was hurt, and she was trying to tell him she was hurt, but everybody was like, what you said, everybody was laughing and cutting up, and she claims that they downplayed the severity of her injury and told her to go rest on a bed and get some ice on the leg. Well, she says in her suit, she eventually went to an orthopedic surgeon, I should say, and they diagnosed her with a leg fracture that required metal hardware to fix. And so, she says she's in persistent pain and weakness and all this. So
now they're listing some of his violent and aggressive behavior here, and they said, they won't say this violent outburst was not an isolated incident. They said that Hill pleaded guilty to domestic assault and battery by strangulation after attacking his then pregnant fiancee. He got 3 years probation. Then they say about 8 years later.
That was the West Alabama thing I was referencing. Okay. He choked it. That was okay. That makes sense. And
then they said about 8 years later, while deep sea fishing, prior to having a heated exchange with at least two men who told him that fishing off the marina dock was off limits, and he turned around and slapped one of them upside the head.
Good. Sounds like he's got some anger issues.
Again, I tell you, not a good idea to do tackling drills when you have guests at your house. How about the fact they said he's 5'9", like 190, and she's 6'1", 250.
Oh,
yeah.
So she's one of these plus-size
up.
model deals?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Plus-size models?
Yep.
I think that's what they call it.
The proper
terminology. She knows a little bit about
she does.
coming off the ball.
Well, she knew how to get off the line.
I mean, she embarrassed him in front of his family, and they laughed at him. He didn't like it.
That's where we're landing. I want y'all to understand where we're landing is the fact that she signed her son up for a camp that he had. And before you know it, they're in the backyard doing one-on-one drills.
Yeah, first of all, he invites her to his house.
Which that's strange.
Yeah.
That's very strange.
That's very strange. Very, very strange.
Because remember, this past year, she's either his wife 1 week, and then they'll say that she's not, and then
I know, it is
the
weird.
Kid burn his house down, playing with matches.
Right.
He's got a weird life.
Then he had to come out and go, hey, we're not separated. We're fine. And then on the Hard Knocks thing, you see her, the two of them sitting down, almost like she kind of ran his company a little bit, his side stuff, his schedule. He's just a bizarre man, it sounds like.
If you want to date him, don't block him.
No.
If you're a woman and he asks you to do blocking drills, just let him win.
Just let
don't
him
make
win.
him mad.
No reason to get serious about it.
Picture him slamming her to the
Oh,
ground.
my goodness gracious. Awful.
Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You might disagree, but things aren't as dismal as they seem. Now, there's a point. Your family, their future, your future, you all deserve a chance. You all deserve the protection. Turn to self-reliance with My Patriot Supply. Start with 4-week emergency food kits by Ready Hour. These meals last up to 25 years in storage. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at preparewithbubba.com. Get each Ready Hour 4-week food kit for $60 off and free shipping. That's preparewithbubba.com. Also find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. reliefactor.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The best thing to bring with me wherever I go, my Raycon everyday earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands with noise isolation, 3 customizable sound profiles, and a 32-hour battery life. They're perfect for listening to anything, anytime. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Hey folks, when you love someone, you protect them the best way you can. That's why we recommend home security from simplysafebubba.com. SimpliSafe is an advanced system that protects every inch of your home. Plus, it's backed by 24/7 with professional monitoring for fast emergency response for less than $1 a day. Order now and get 20% off any new SimpliSafe system with Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
When was the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox News reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. The titles to all our homes are easily found online. A criminal, a renter, or even a family member simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam, your home is not in your name. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out with a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary home title lock protection when you go to HomeTitleLock.com and use the promo code Bubba. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back. 21 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour, and we thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big just discussed a bizarre Tyreek Hill story.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Yeah.
Blocking drill's gone bad.
Staying with football and it's the Super Bowl, actually, and something that was done prior to the Super Bowl in Germany. We've been getting a lot of, correspondence with listeners that are going, hey, please tell me y'all have seen this. And we have, but we haven't really discussed it. Matter of fact, when I was screening yesterday, a gentleman called and said, hey, have y'all heard about this? It's called, I'll just say, what do y'all think is taking place right here? Take a listen.
Über den Lauf. Es geht über. Da ist er.
Something
Es
foreign.
geht über Ailton. Kleines, dickes Ailton mit dem Touchdown für den Ding werden. Am heutigen Abend, wir haben schon einen Krimi vorhin erlebt beim knappen 20:19
I hear music.
des Westens nach Vegas. Aber Steff, sehr, sehr schöne Lauftechnik da. Das soll man sich
If I spoke German, I would know. I know that he's excited about something.
He is very excited.
Something's going on.
Yes, he is. And it was played prior to the Super Bowl in Germany.
Okay.
Called ice football.
Ice football.
And they are on a it looks like they're playing they're dressed like they're about to be in a hockey game.
but no sticks.
But and no I guess they're in shoes. They're just like in regular. It looks like almost
running
like,
on ice. Is
it
they
almost
playing
looks
on
like
ice?
wrestling shoes they're on,
And they're playing on
and they're
ice.
playing on ice, and none of them can get their footing. They're sliding
So
all over
they're-
the place, and they even like hike the ball. They've got a field goal where they can kick.
Oh wow!
A couple of the commentary that you just heard was somebody breaking away down the sideline, but everybody's trying to tackle each other and they're sliding all off of each other, like you would trying to get across the parking lot on an ice storm
think I
trying
would
to
like
get
to
to your
play.
parking your car.
I would like to play that game.
Yeah, it is insane, and everybody is like, "Will this pick up in America?"
Probably not.
Because this was the Super Bowl warm-up, though. This was a program in Germany.
I bet it's more exciting than soccer.
Yeah. And everybody's. I will say this: that would be very funny and entertaining.
But they're
to take the family to.
They're on a hockey rink,
Yes.
ice,
Yes.
and
Yes.
that's the. I mean,
Yes.
so but they don't have skates on; they have shoes on, and they're
Correct.
trying to run on ice and
Yes.
trying to tackle each other.
Correct.
I'm all about that.
All right, so this guy's about to get the football, and he's getting surrounded, but breaks through everybody.
Ein Pass nach vorne. Weiter geht's.
He breaks a
Und
tackle.
bleibt auf den Beinen. Scharnmacher, der Quarterback, bleibt auf den Beinen. So, da hier nicht als
He
Quarterback.
can hardly
Look how
stand up.
slow he's going.
Yes.
Ist das meiner Meinung?
And the guy.
I see it now. It's the funny part. It's like they're in slow motion because they don't have any footing.
Yeah, and they can't. Their gate to run is very small because
you
they
would ever
can't
get to the
they,
end
they
zone.
can't. So they're basically tiptoeing to try to get around it.
I want to see it, and I wouldn't mind playing it.
I would be all in on a family fun night. Of, hey
Oh,
boys,
absolutely.
let's go have fun and just watch some. Let's just go enjoy ourselves.
See, every time it snowed when we were growing up, we would play the snowball in the yard.
mhm.
And if you didn't have cleats, it was about like that,
Yeah.
trying to run in your tennis shoes,
Yeah.
which most of us had. But if somebody showed up with cleats, I mean, they were unstoppable.
Yeah.
But I can remember playing that snow and everybody sliding and trying to run and falling. So it's a lot like that.
yeah.
You know, with all the football fanatics around here, we do have a ice rink about 15 minutes from here.
Yeah.
We could take advantage of it.
Yes.
And
we could have
you
a
know,
game.
You
Let's
could
start
have
our
a
own.
you could have a nice little promotional night.
What could we
Rick and-
call our team?
I don't know. I was thinking to get started, we could do like a Rick and Bubba 30th year anniversary. You know, do like a bowl game, like celebration bowl game.
Who would we play?
And so I guess we would need teams. We'd first need some players, and we would also need a lot of fine print on injury.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. A lot of
Probably need to speak to some attorneys.
a lot of
Yeah.
knee
We don't have
braces.
a lot of hockey uniforms.
Definitely
No,
gonna
we
need
don't. We
to
don't.
partner with a physical therapy group.
We could
You talk about, I mean, Bubba
Man.
got injured in pickleball. Can you
know.
imagine what would happen in this? One of us get tore up.
we could go to the Birmingham Bulls and go, hey, could we just borrow y'all's uniform? We
Yeah,
don't-
because they got
yeah.
their helmets and alls, what they're wearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now they did have the downs markers on the field, the yard line.
Yeah, they did.
I
They
saw
did.
that.
Yeah. Maybe we could play some folks from the Huntsville Havoc.
Yeah.
You know, let them bring somebody down, and we just have a good old time with it.
Yeah.
Y'all, that looks fun. That
It
that
does
is
look really
hilarious.
fun.
It looks like something seriously on some ice stormy day that you would see kids doing out in a parking lot that's
Something
iced
they made
over,
up.
and they just made it up.
When he breaks
Well-
free on that one run, and that guy goes nuts, and you in your mind you're thinking, well, this guy, you know, like you see
Yeah.
in football, somebody breaks one. He did break it, but
Yeah.
he's moving about like a glazier.
Yeah,
He just nobody can get to him.
Please don't think he's running fast.
No, and the defenders still can't catch him.
When they first get to him, there's three guys hanging on him,
And he pushes
they're
on.
they're all sliding down, and he's trying to hold on to them. Oh my goodness!
Well, and you know how
That's
about
funny.
atmosphere.
Yeah.
The place is packed.
it is.
Oh, they're
and
like-
it is.
And when he scores a touchdown, they have the lights going.
Yeah, they
I mean,
did
it's
it
a
right. They got
great-
music.
yeah.
They got
The
like I
field-
say, they got the lines.
Now, I
on the
would like to
field.
say this: there's a field goal up.
Did you see the guy try to?
I have not
Yes.
seen that yet.
Oh,
I
watch
would
it.
like to see that.
Helmsy, he goes to kick.
You need to see
Goes
that.
kick and falls
And his
down.
feet shoot
I
out
mean-
from under him. The ball goes up, and his feet. He lands on his back.
And he,
he hits upright. He didn't go in.
it's cool that it's lit up too.
Yeah, it's a
The-
cool goalpost.
Yeah,
They made it out like them things like hold lighting rigs.
yeah.
But,
Oh, I'm watching it now.
But yeah,
Wow.
his feet shoot out.
So they don't put any. You don't block or anything with the field goal. You just
I think
line
it's
it up. try to
difficult
kick it.
enough.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. That's.
But yeah, that long run, the ball got knocked backwards about 20 yards, and they're all slowly trying to get it. Then he gets it, turns up field, and he's stiff arming people.
I love the comment. We're talking about ice hockey. This was played in Germany prior to the Super Bowl, and everybody, it's gone viral, and everybody's like, could this please could this get to America?
I love it.
And so that's the discussion we're having. I love the comments about. Someone says, I would just like for German announcing to broadcast American football and listen to their excitement.
In that language, and he's doing all that, and he's yelling. I don't know Underwater Man.
Some guy says, I watched all the games last night. I guess there was a few games. Please let this pick up in America.
That's hilarious.
So that is something that a lot of you tagged us in on social media, and we meant to break it down yesterday, and we just never did. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. But they are dressed like they are in a hockey game, but they have regular shoes on. It almost looks like wrestling shoes, and they've got the helmet on and everything, like a hockey helmet, no mask. And it's funny because they snap the ball in shotgun, and in one point he snaps it over his head. And everybody starts trying to run and get the ball, and it goes back to almost like where the blue line would be.
Yeah.
And the defense is running after him too, and the guy gets the ball, and the defense tries to stop, but they start sliding and they can't get to him. I realize that's funny stuff, man.
Speed is not needed at all.
No,
nobody's going fast.
No, really, balance is more important than anything. Can you stay upright?
God,
that's a blown knee. I mean, I know with us.
That little sample there, I enjoyed it.
Yeah. That would be fun. I mean, think about what Helm said. Coming to the Civic Center here, Pelham Civic Center, is ice hockey tonight.
That would be a good thing.
That would be fun.
They do.
I mean, not ice. Yeah, ice football. Excuse me. They already have ice hockey.
Yeah,
it's ice football. Ice football. That'd be funny.
Ice.
Some of them are wearing it almost looks like a traditional football helmet.
Oh, are they?
Oh, so are they really?
Yeah, that's weird.
In this video here, it looks like they're just wearing hockey helmets.
I guess
but it looks
pieced
good.
Together, whatever they had.
Yeah. Y'all bring a helmet, whatever it is.
They break in the huddle here. It's funny.
Like everyone else, I'm always on the go. And you know what's the best thing to bring with me wherever I go? My Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands. Their optimized gel tips are designed to fit comfortably in your ears and to actually stay there, whether you're working out at the gym or just doing chores around the house. My Raycons come with me everywhere so I can listen at any time. With 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, I don't have to worry about whether they're up for the task. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode, so they're perfect for listening to anything. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews right now. Get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. You can also find that link by just simply going to rickandbubba.com and looking under the sponsors. But if you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at hellofresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at hellofresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to this kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is sponsored by 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. SimplySafeBubba.com. When you love someone, you protect them in the best ways you can. That's why we appreciate Simply Safe Home Security. It's an advanced system that protects every inch of your place and backed by 24/7 with professional monitoring for fast emergency response for less than about $1 a day. SimplySafeBubba.com offers everything you need for protection, like HD cameras or for indoor or outdoors. There's advanced motion sensors and entry sensors to protect doors, windows, and rooms, and a collection of hazard sensors to protect against pipes freezing or fire. Excuse me, I joked. Fire, smoke, carbon monoxide, whatever the case. The system is easy to set up too. You can do it without any special tools or assistance. It's pretty easy. I have one at the house. You just get the base set up and it'll just command what to do and how to do it. If you have two thumbs and don't want to do it yourself, hey, you can actually have an expert technician install it for you. Plus, with 60-day risk-free trial, you don't really have anything to lose. You can return it for a full refund. They'll even cover the return shipping. Order it now and get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at SimplySafeBubba.com. So don't wait. Visit SimplySafeBubba.com today and get that 20% off with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. There's no safe like Simply Safe. And you can always find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button for our network sponsors. This one here, I have to ask a question for you guys. Do y'all ever just call, hey, let's have cereal for dinner? Do y'all ever just have
in there and grab me a bowl of cereal.
Y'all ever have a cereal night?
I have.
No.
Let's say, especially if I had a big lunch,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, I really don't want nothing huge at supper, I'll go cereal.
Yeah.
A lot of cereal is consumed at our house, but we never call it, hey, let's do it like that's our dinner tonight.
Yeah, well,
Does that
I
make
guess
sense?
I do. It's not like we're like Terry says, hey, we're all having cereal.
Yeah.
No, it
I-
just means, hey, the kitchen's closed. Everybody's on their
You
own.
want something to eat, cereal's a good option.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's my deal.
And
I
sometimes I'll just say, hey, I'm having cereal. I'm fine. And I know it's just a wasted
you
meal,
go
but
with?
whatever. Whatever's in there. Cheerios.
I'm kind of a Honey Nut Cheerio guy.
Yeah.
But it's good for your heart.
That's what it claims.
That's what it says on the box.
I saw that.
And it's
Heart-
gluten-free.
Yeah.
Heart healthy.
That's right.
And it tastes good.
It does.
Yes, it does. I'll go there in a second. Rice Krispies, like that.
I like good Rice Krispies.
Yeah. There's a number of different options that are in the pantry, but I normally just go to Cheerios or something like that.
Let me ask you this: if it had nothing to do with health, okay, what is your favorite tasting cereal? Like if
Frosted Flakes.
You took mine. I couldn't get it out.
mine would be Frosted Flakes or Fruit Loops.
Yes,
like those
classic.
two.
Those are
Yeah,
classic.
those are
And Captain
Those are
Crunch
go way back.
is a close third.
Yeah.
it's not bad.
I used
not
to
bad
like
at all.
Cookie Crisp when I was a kid.
I did too.
Cookie Jarvis.
I did too.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Never liked Lucky Charms. I didn't feel like there were
No.
enough marshmallows in there.
I didn't like Lucky Charms.
Um,
I tried to be healthy one time and eat grape nuts. That was horrible. Have
It
you
is.
ever tried to eat grape
Yeah.
nuts? I don't understand why they call it grape nuts.
Now,
either way.
When
listen,
y'all were younger, did you ever get like a spoonful of sugar and pour it in there?
Well, yeah.
Mhm.
I'd just get a
Stir it up.
spoonful of sugar and eat it when I was a kid. I didn't care. Help the medicine go down.
Yeah. Well, the CEO of Kellogg's is getting some pushback and he's facing backlash because
Backlash?
yes, because of saying this.
Some of the things that we're doing is first messaging. We got to reach the consumer where they are. So we're advertising about cereal for dinner. If you think about the cost of cereal for a family versus what they might otherwise do, that's going to be much more affordable. The price of a bowl of cereal with milk and with fruit is less than $1. So you can imagine why a consumer under pressure might find that to be a good place to go.
that's a good point.
What's wrong with that? A man's promoting his product, making good sense.
Yeah.
So why people say it's unhealthy? He's forcing people.
No, the social media users are ripping him for suggesting that what they feel he would never do himself.
That's not true.
And so they're saying they're basically
What are
saying,
they
buddy,
basing
you
that
would
on?
never have cereal yourself to save money. You're the CEO of Kellogg's, and they're
Oh, I
like
get
it's
it. The money saving part.
yeah,
I
the
see.
money saving part. The cereal category
that
has
doesn't
always been quite affordable, and it has been. I don't really do it for that. I just do it for ease. Hey, let's just eat something, and cereal's easy.
Maybe I ought to start doing it for that.
Yeah,
that's not a bad idea.
that's not a bad idea.
I again, I go back. Let's say I've ate a late lunch and it was kind of heavy, and then it's supper time and I'm not starving.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go. I'm just gonna eat some cereal. That's my route.
Yeah.
I don't go, family, let's eat cereal so we can pay the light bill. And you know, but again, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah. He is.
I mean, it is a pretty cheap supper. Of course, cereal, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's. I understand. Excuse me. I understand that. I mean, everybody's
I
going
like
to
that crackling oat brand too. Now, don't forget about that. Looks like dog food.
Yeah.
Looks just like dog food, but it is
Yeah.
good. In fact, I ain't had none in a while, and I need to get some.
Yeah. Everybody's like, "Oh, buddy, you eat at 5-star restaurants every
Well,
night.
that's got nothing
You have
to
an
do
with
annual
it. Nothing to do with
have
it.
an annual salary of $1 million plus, up to 4.4 million more in bonuses, and you're telling us that's where a lot of people are ripping into.
They
him.
basically go, you agree cereal
Yeah, you're
because you
telling
make
us-
a lot of money.
Right.
Don't beat
Well,
him down for being successful.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know his story. Congratulations to him for being CEO of Kellogg's. And by the way, if he's the CEO of Kellogg's, shouldn't he be promoting eating cereal? He's
Yeah.
kind of doing his job.
Yeah.
I mean, good
Where
gracious.
You're supposed to go, this isn't a good choice.
Yeah,
Your own
please.
product that you're trying to sell.
Right.
Stay away from cereal. for
Whatever you
supper, I'll
do,
tell
do
that.
not eat cereal.
Yeah.
And
don't
whatever you do,
it.
don't eat Kellogg's.
No, not
Good
my brand
gracious.
because I'm already rich.
Yeah, right.
Everybody, it's social media, guys. This idiots have been around forever. We just couldn't hear them.
Right.
Now we can hear them.
Now we can hear him.
And they get all the attention.
Everybody, and I'm putting this in quotations, is a journalist.
Mm-hmm.
They can break stories just by tweeting something, even if it's not true, or on X posting something, whatever you want to call it. It's just a bizarre time that we're in, but that's the reason he's getting backlash. But it started making me think. We just had, I think it was Monday night. We had a very long weekend, got in late Sunday night. Terry gets home from work. I've had a busy day. We just sit down, and to y'all's point, it's early because we talked about being on senior citizen schedule. It's like 4:50,
Yeah,
5 o'clock.
I like to eat between 4 and 5.
And and the kitchen was closed. It was just the two of us, and I was like, man, I'm just gonna grab a bowl of cereal if you're good with that.
Did you have that look on your face?
I did. I'm like,
that's that look of, hey, what's
and
the
there's no need to just now. Here we go. Let's crank the kitchen up. And,
let's go fry.
Yeah, I'm just going to eat some cereal. I get it that I'm throwing calories away and all that. I just want a cereal.
That's right. What's wrong with that?
And so I did.
Every now and then.
Yeah.
Every now and then I'll take a Pop-Tart for supper.
Yeah. Okay.
Same
really? You will?
Yeah, if I'm
Flavor?
not starving.
Are you going strawberry?
No, I'm a blueberry, no frosting guy.
Boy, you really
add a
detailed.
little butter.
Oh, you like the butter.
You told us about that last
You going
week.
toaster or
you
microwave?
Love that butter on
Toaster.
Toaster.
And I toast them and get them dark.
Mm-hmm.
I want them a little burnt.
Almost burnt.
let me
I
tell you
like
something.
things almost burnt.
Let me tell you something with a Pop-Tart. If you use a microwave and you got a toaster next to you, you're just lazy.
That's it. That's true. That's
right.
a fact.
If there's a toaster next to the microwave
made for
and
toasters.
you choose microwave, you're just a lazy person.
So-
Even
like
if
the
you have to
microwave.
open the cabinet door, get it out. Good night. Get it out.
It's 1 minute difference.
That's it.
I do. I reach down. We have opened the cabinet up. I grab the toaster, put
So
it
you
out.
go that far with it. See, that's because that's how good it is. And how good it makes it.
It's great. It's that as opposed to a microwave. It ain't even close.
It's not.
It's not.
It's
Kidding
not.
me?
Two
Phones-
different products.
Yep. Let's jump out to the phones here. Man, they blew up and then they just went away. Wow. Let's jump out to the phones. 866 We Be Big. They're unscreened. It looked like people wanted to weigh in on this. We'll just see because they're unscreened. We got 256 weighing in. What's up?
I ain't teaching from my bunghole.
What'd they say? What'd he say?
Oh, see, that's what
Can't
you get.
repeat it. Can't repeat it.
Yeah, that's that's why we sometimes can't take unscreened phone calls.
That's the beauty of it too.
And now we'll
It
just
depends
go.
on how you look at it.
Now we'll just go to break.
Sometimes that's the region you do
Yeah.
take.
That's it. He's one of my buddies that would ruin it for the whole crew.
Oh,
You know what I mean? We'd go out
He's
and do
up
something,
early.
and he'd be like, "See, man, now you've ruined the whole
Yeah,
night."
we ain't even got set down.
Why'd
good.
you do that?
Yeah, we just
See-
now got here.
Right.
I kind of want cereal now.
I am a little hungry now. For some reason, all I'm thinking about is a slightly burnt Pop-Tart.
Oh yeah, with a little butter on it.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey folks, it's Rick here. Listen, if you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, well, stop struggling with overwhelming debt and call Accredited Debt Relief today. Depending on your financial situation, you may qualify for a 40% or higher reduction in your monthly payments and only have to make one monthly payment you can afford. Accredited Debt Relief has helped over 300,000 qualified consumers pay off more than $1 billion in debt, earning them an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and an excellent rating on Trustpilot. Get out of debt faster by calling Accredited Debt Relief now for your free, no-obligation consultation and see how much you can save. Just call 800-838-9300. 800-838-9300. Once again, that number is 800-838-9300. Program and services not available in all states.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 10% on your choice of any 3 or more A.O. Smith water heaters. And there's more. Save 15% when you buy any 4 or more Purdy products. Visit us in-store or online for low prices on the materials you need. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you all for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, it's that time of year again. Read Across America Day is Saturday, March the 2nd, but it's observed on Friday, March the 1st. And so at 8:20 a.m. Central Time, we will do the annual reading of Green Eggs and Ham as part of Read Across America Day. And so we're just asking that you tag us on social media. It's at Rick and Bubba to be a part of the world's largest classroom. It's an annual event that we've been doing for good night. Almost the existence of the show, minus a couple of years, I believe. And it's always a fun time where we create the world's largest classroom. And so shoot us a picture of the kiddos sitting down and following along with our reading, and just make sure you tag us on social media at Rick and Bubba and be a part of the world's largest classroom as part of Read Across America Day. It's observed this Friday, and we'll do that at 8:20 a.m. Central Time live, and then we'll also put that out.
Yeah, at the old studio, we used to have the kids live. They'd come in there. They'd be in a little straight line, march their way there from school, and crisscross applesauce.
Actually, the other day, I got an email from one of the teachers that would bring their kids over.
So think about this. Just as long as I've been here, I'm starting my 16th year, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Those kids that were here that first year are all grown.
Yep. Probably in college now. Yeah. It's crazy how time flies by.
Think about when we moved to Vestavia, Caroline's class came over.
That's right. I do remember that.
And
why was it always raining on those days? Seems like it was.
A lot of times it was.
And that was special for them. And then Maddie's class got to come at one point, I think. Yeah.
I think you're right.
I think you're right. Yes. Yeah.
And so it's
because they all fed to that
did.
elementary school.
They sure did.
Yeah.
It's fun times.
Yeah, it is. It is. And
that was fun.
So anyway, it's happening this coming Friday, 8:20 a.m. Central Time, as Read Across America is observed this coming Friday. Even though the Dr. Seuss birthday is on March the 2nd, which that's Saturday. And of course, we're not live Saturday, so there you go.
We thought about
Friday,
coming in.
Yeah, we did. It'll be part of the world's largest classroom. Just tag us on social media at Rick and Bubba. All right, so as we're moving along, we've talked about ice football. We've talked about Tyreek Hill blowing out some lady's knee or leg, breaking her leg. We're doing some backyard football thing. Yeah, we had that. We've hit a number of different things: cereal for dinner, and a whole lot more. We'll hit some other things here as we go to top of the hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break. Some phone calls we were going to go to, but there was one that ruined it for everybody. There was others that were ringing. Now, what he said owned us all, and Helmsy and I told Greg what he said in the break, and Greg laughed the entire commercial.
You didn't realize what he had actually said.
No, I didn't. I couldn't.
Okay.
Yeah. I knew. The tone he was in was funny.
Yeah,
it was.
I knew it was something.
Delivery is important.
You add what he said with tone, it was funny.
It was.
Now inappropriate, but funny. Yeah.
Not what we were looking for, no.
Yeah. I've asked this a number of times. We've talked about Pop-Tarts this morning. It's got us all hungry. National Pancake Day.
Love pancakes.
And a good old pancake or a good old waffle. Which one?
I'm going pancake.
Okay.
I like waffles. I love them.
Yeah, who
but
doesn't?
there's hard to beat a big old stack of pancakes.
Woo! I mean, warm syrup.
Bacon. Throw me a little bacon with it.
Oh, you're okay.
You know what I like to do?
Scoop it up.
And I don't do it much. I don't give them enough pancakes or waffles. But I like to, when it's right off, and I like it a little done. Okay. And I coat it like with syrup, and I let it sit there for a minute.
Soak it up.
And let it soak it up, and then I put it in the microwave for 7 seconds.
Oh, that's not a
For
bad
And
7?
it heats up that syrup.
Not a bad move.
Oh,
I love him specifically saying 7. That
Yeah,
means
6 won't do it.
that means
Eight's too
he's
much.
dialed it in. Some testing went into this.
and listen, just a disclaimer: microwaves will vary that time.
They do.
yeah, depending on the make, model, and year.
God, so good.
And
My
power.
microwave
And
makes a
I'll
weird
go
noise.
and listen. I know it's more expensive, but I like the maple syrup.
Oh, it's good.
I love the maple syrup.
We don't endorse them. We don't get paid by them. But Cracker Barrel, getting the bacon, the pancake order, and then bringing out their warm syrup, and when they hand it to you, it's warm in your hand.
Oh, that's good.
And you just pour it all over there. And the pancakes are about as big as the plate.
They have really good pancakes. Now, I quit Aunt Jemima because they were racist.
Oh, yeah, well, there's that. And
But
you
now,
can have
wait
it
a minute. They changed the label, so now I can go back.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We've always,
mama,
if we're going the traditional, I guess, cheap route, log cabin is where we go.
Oh, log cabin's a good one.
That's a good syrup.
All right, I am so hungry right now. I'm just starving.
And don't ignore Mrs. Butterworth.
Yeah, it's kind of our, if it's sitting back there, everybody's like, okay.
There's
It's
Miss
still
Butterworth.
good, but
Mm-hmm.
man, nothing like some maple
I'm just sitting here
syrup.
thinking
That's
about
some
it.
good stuff.
Like a dog licking a plate when I'm done.
Yeah, and that's grossing everybody
It
out, but
is.
I have to do
Well,
it.
I go in another room where nobody can see me.
Well, at least
Yeah.
you're being.
But
thinking of others.
I do lick the plate of syrup.
You heat it back up before you do it?
No, it's good and warm. But I do. I think if the kids and my wife could see me right now, they would be so embarrassed. But I am getting every bit of this syrup.
And let me ask y'all
Golly.
this: do y'all put a little pat of butter between every one?
I have
I
for
try
some
to.
reason I like the butter. I just don't give it enough. Like it's
You don't want to put the effort.
right.
It ain't that
well,
big.
it's not necessarily the effort. It's just I'm thinking, goodness, you don't need that much butter, Helms.
And I will say,
You know what
this.
I mean? Like it's like I'll put it on every pancake. Like I do spread it around. I take the time to do that.
Right.
But I'm like the butter they give you at some of these restaurants, it's like,
Yeah.
man,
Big cloth.
if there's a butter shortage, it's because y'all don't ration this out appropriately.
Correct.
I can't use all this.
That's a good point.
I
That's
get
the
it.
one thing they give you a lot of. But see, it's hard to lift the
It is.
levels and get butter under all of them. You get all over your hand.
Well, and that's why you go. You take a. I'll tell you something that's awesome is if you'll take butter and put it in the microwave and bring it to liquid and then pour it on your pancakes.
Something about
Again,
like
all
watch that
this
melt,
takes
though.
time and effort, but it's so good.
Let's just stay with food since we're all starving now. We have a story here of an abandoned Alaskan McDonald's since 1994, okay? and someone posted a picture because their reader board, when you pull up to the drive-thru, still has the prices. And someone posted this picture of an abandoned Alaska McDonald's drive-thru sign, and it still shows the shocking low prices of 1994. And it really look, fast food's always been an affordable option, but not now. It's like $20 for a combo meal in some places.
Crazy.
The prices are crazy here on this here. It says a quarter pounder. We got chicken nuggets. 6-piece is just $2.35. I mean, a hamburger's 99 cents. Filet of fish is $1 and some change. It just goes back and it shows you how much the prices have gone up since the 90s. But it's crazy because you basically can go back in time. You got the Big Mac at $2.45. A Big Mac meal is $4.59.
I forget that.
6-piece McNugget costs $2.35. Happy Meal is just $3.36, and an Egg McMuffin is just $1.95. And now you go and you order something, and you're like, wow! It used to be I could get at least me, my wife, and maybe one of my kids for the price of one meal now.
That's true.
But it's just it goes back and it just reveals how low the prices were in the mid-90s compared to now. And
then the past few years, it's really kicked into gear here.
Yeah, you just get to go back in time and check it out. I like the fact that the drive-through sign is still there. If weeds around it and everything.
Yeah, I'd hate for them to take time to take it down.
It's some remote island in Alaska.
They had a McDonald's on a remote island.
Yeah.
Evidently, weren't enough people to support it because it's sitting there empty.
They discovered this abandoned McDonald's with a menu that hasn't been touched since 1994.
Well, that does make you mad when you can actually compare it and see.
I'm sorry we've talked about food the majority of this hour, and everybody is starving that's not eating, but we'll take a break and we'll come right back. Rick and Bubba join us, as well as Adler. They're all settling in for the day, and we're ready for the main show. 866 We Be Big is our number. RickandBubba.com, our website.
Yeah. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, I just want to congratulate everybody that's listening this morning, because you have to feel a lot better about how smart you are.
Yeah.
You really do. Boy. I mean, when I see what we saw last night, I would classify myself slightly below average intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Back when we did the ACT, none of us, we never studied or prepped. That was kind of just something you did, and you really wasn't into it.
No.
I mean, I made a 19, but I feel like I'm smarter than everybody on that stage I saw last night, every single one of them.
Yeah, I don't know if
I feel really better about myself today.
Oh, I did too. I went to bed with so much confidence.
Yeah.
To the phones we go. Let's go to.
I can't believe those people I saw on stage, and some of them are sitting senators and all this. I can't believe they get elected dog catcher.
I know.
They wouldn't have got elected dog catcher in my town.
No.
I don't think we'd elected Bernie Sanders to do that.
Wait, Calhoun County? No way. Big John's in Wetumpka.
I would have made a good dog catcher, Bubba.
Big John, go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking that since Elizabeth's already in make-believe land, she can contact Tony Stark and get the plans for the arc reactor.
No, that's what she's really talking about.
That's so good.
We can. Does she think these movies are real? Parker and
look,
Gunner.
I'm all for trying to do that, but you can't base your economy on what you hope to discover.
That's my point.
And see, these are the same people.
She threw the term a million manufacturing jobs out there of something that has yet to be manufactured, and nobody knows what it is.
I promise you, Elizabeth Warren, I don't even have to look. She has probably voted against the NASA budget every year.
Probably.
The one thing that could produce the innovation that she's talking about.
Bubba, you realize that she just tied a million manufacturers' jobs to something that has not been invented.
That's good.
Remember that when y'all see numbers come up with the Democrats throw numbers out and stuff.
It's very clear to me how she thought she was an Indian.
Right.
Very, very clear today, more than ever.
Do you think that they're trying to use Trump's, what he appears to believe he has the ability to do anything in the whole wide world. Do you think that they are trying to force his hand to invent it? You know what I mean? Because I know he thinks he can. We continue.
They may be trying to tear a page out of that book, you know. I don't know.
Parker in Gunnersville. Parker, go ahead.
Morning, Biggins. How
Hey,
we doing?
buddy. Good.
Good. Hey, yesterday you were talking about Trump's visit to the Taj Mahal, right?
Yes.
I was wondering, imagine if Bernie were president and he went to visit the Taj Mahal. Do you think that swarm of monkeys would steal his microphone from him?
Yeah. Let's. I don't know who this is in Alabama, just because of a software issue, but it's not that we don't.
That's a funny one there, Paul.
You said Democratic convention. Go ahead, whatever your name is. Go ahead.
It's Mike.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, I'm Green Acres, by the way.
Thanks for the call.
As vicious and backbiting as that debate was last night, I cannot wait for the convention.
Look, the Democratic convention. Yes, the numbers will be huge because I think I'm going to be watching. Yeah. I mean, I got to see this.
Yeah.
With a bowl of popcorn and a glass of tea.
Especially when Hillary rides in.
Now, you did see where Hillary said she would not be VP now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, after that was out there and everybody got to bat it around. But look, let's face it, why would she? She wants the top role. And
she's
run out of time.
She's watching them
honestly.
squabble. She's going to come in and save the day.
I got
if it's a hung convention, they don't have a clear winner. She will come in and offer up herself as the candidate to unite everybody.
You know who I was kind of afraid for?
And see, she skip all this debate stuff. Mike Bloomberg made his first mistake of the campaign. That is going to that debate.
Yeah, boy, it was bad.
He looked good when he was just running commercials.
Yeah. A lot of commercials.
Look how his polls were going up, his numbers.
Hey, control your narrative. Don't let people go in there and ask you hard questions like all these people you got that signed non-disclosures.
Yeah, those are not yes men, by the way.
Well, here's the other thing I was thinking about with Hillary and all this. I felt kind of bad. I don't know how to pronounce the woman's name that's down on the end.
Amy Klobuchar.
Yeah, okay, over there. That's why I didn't.
Klobuchar.
I feel I'm scared for her. I'm scared for her and Elizabeth because it dawned on me that they they're out there trying to be the first ever female president. And you think Hillary's going to stand by and let that happen?
Never.
No, you better be careful crossing the road.
Manny in Connecticut. Manny, go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, Manny, you're on. Go ahead.
How are you, gentlemen, this morning? I got a couple of points. One, what you saw last night with Bloomberg was a Republican turned independent turned Democrat who has now infiltrated the Democratic Party, and they could not stand that last night, and they attacked him.
Boy, they did. Boy, they did.
And the second point is on your health care. If all they had to do, all they needed to do was let health care be purchased over state lines, that would solve a lot of problems. You'd have the Geicos and the Progressives of the world come in, the Aetnas, and that would save a lot of money because you'd have the shared costs spread out over millions and not just hundreds of thousands of people's states.
Yeah. No, you're right. We've said that many times. That's one step we ought to take tomorrow. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
And we're off. 6 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio. Another hour on another day during another week of the Rick and Bubba Show. This baby starts as it has since the attack on America way back in 2001. Here's the national anthem. Hey, 7.5 minutes past the hour. How about you? The gang is all here today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy already put that kickoff hour behind us. Eddie Van Adler is back, and the YouTube experience is underway for the YouTubers. Hello there. Live, and if you miss it live, he'll archive it for you today as well. If you're a Blaze TV subscriber, you'll get a best of hour in your subscription today with all the other phenomenal Blaze TV programming. If you're not a Blaze TV subscriber, you should be. Also, you can catch us live on America's boldest radio stations all across America, making up the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. If you don't have an affiliate, you can also catch it live not only on the YouTube channel, but on the Rick and Bubba streaming app as well. That's a free download from TuneIn, and you get the live show every day, and you get archive shows in their entirety as well. So if you're not catching Rick and Bubba, then that's on you. It's not on us. We are missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
Come on.
Welcome in.
Good God Almighty! Yeah. Tell me, is he good, boys? Tell me. Yes, he is. There's old Crowder. How about old Crowder? Old man Crowder's born.
Making some noise.
He is. Bubba. Welcome back, Hubba Bubba.
Glad to be back. Thank you for all of you for allowing me to attend a funeral and take care of some personal business yesterday, and we're glad to be back today. Things are moving along at the home site, and as I told y'all, everybody seems to be trying real hard.
I know, and that's your theme today. You've had it since you come through the door. Will we get a true today?
Yeah, we can probably get a little bit of an update on some of that.
That's a tornado recovery update.
Yes. We got elections in the news. Michigan had their primary.
Saw that.
Trump, big winner. Haley, what are you doing?
I don't know.
What are you doing?
I saw
you're about to run out of gas here, I think.
Yeah. Well, I saw many people yesterday when the reports were coming in, and now everybody comments on everything, and I saw everybody saying just drop out. I mean, I don't know what this is about. I don't know why you're doing this.
We are headed for a rematch, folks.
That's
what it looks like.
Sure. You know what it feels like?
If both of them make it. There's several things to get over to get there. But right now, it looks like it's going to be a rematch.
Well, you remember we were growing up, and we've talked about how it's not that way anymore, but because of all the UFC and all this. But when we were growing up, the heavyweight title was the most prominent.
Yep, it was the big dog.
It was the big dog, and there were other matchups that happened in the other weight classes, and it would always kind of feel like this felt. They'd be all these contenders we'd all be excited about, and then the same two guys would always have a rematch.
Right.
They would both find their way back, and basically it'd be these two going at it again. So this is how it feels, and we've got two really old men.
Yeah,
I mean they're both really old. And so I don't know why we can't do any better than these two, but apparently we can't.
And both of them are one-term presidents so far.
Yep.
So somebody will age out here in other ways too. So
well,
interesting to see how that'll play out.
It will. Well, like you said, you can't really. I find myself not ready to discuss the matchup because, as you just said, and we've been saying,
we're not sure we're going to get the matchup.
Yeah. I mean, there's still some hurdles out there, but if everything plays out,
right.
But I'm gonna tell you, I don't believe that they're gonna allow Trump, or they're gonna try everything they can to block him again.
Yep.
Rick, we have wildfires in Texas. I don't know if you saw that. 30 miles of Amarillo. It has actually shut down. Pantex, which is a nuclear assembly and disassembly company for the U.S. military, and they've had to suspend operations. So getting pretty serious there in Texas.
Are you saying if I plan to be in Amarillo by morning, I need to maybe be ready for smoke?
Could be a little smoky.
Okay.
Could be a little smoky.
Amarillo by morning.
We'll get you all the details on that a little later in the show today.
And so we got that. We'll get your phone calls, and we'll update you on any other stories. You know, we finally got to the bottom yesterday. You did miss. We did figure out why those people jumped Cam Newton.
Why was
we had that?
Is this where he'd offered money?
No,
some team beat his team?
You're veering not that
I
statement.
heard that rumor going.
He was up on the hill, according to the coaches. That was coaches that fought him, by the way.
Oh, really?
He was up on the hill, trash talking their team and disrespecting. And that was it.
That'd do it.
That's enough for a melee.
And so, for some reason, as Greg pointed out yesterday, they took issue with a 6'6" pilgrim. So one of them jawed him, and Cam grabbed that kid. And when the others saw that their coach being grabbed by Cam, they went after the giant pilgrim.
Mm-hmm.
It was, but it was all trash talking. At one time, he said, "I y'all daddy," because y'all running plays y'all got from me.
That's a direct quote.
Yeah.
I y'all daddy.
Yep.
And that was the one that crossed the line.
That was it. That's what brought it on.
He ain't gonna keep disrespecting. I'm just telling you, that was the update. And so we got to the bottom of it. It was
you
something.
Ever felt like that's kind of turned into an excuse just to do whatever you want to do?
Well, we also took issue with the fact that they were using the word trigger, and we educated everybody. You know, just because something makes you mad, the word trigger does not apply. Their trigger is something that psychiatrists use. That's mental health.
Yeah. That's when it's the odometer flips over. It's no longer longer running on the regular miles.
If you just made me mad, you didn't trigger me. You just made me mad.
You're right.
So I mean, it's we're kind of throwing trigger around now, like you said, as an excuse to do anything. Well, I was triggered by it, and we pointed that out yesterday. I think that's become an excuse for bad behavior.
Yeah, I think several of these things are.
15 minutes past.
Just in general terms.
Hey, that's what led to the melee. We'll be back 15 minutes past. We got more of the Rick and Bubba show. We'll jump into all that we have mentioned and whatever you bring to the table as well at 866-WE-BE-BIG as the Rick and Bubba show rolls on right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We continue. Randy in Dothan says he's going to try another 30 seconds to finish about his car. Randy, just tell us about your car.
Basically has multiple wind turbines under the hood. It harvests wind as it goes down the road. It doesn't break wind, it harvests.
It harvests wind as you're, but what gets it moving forward to begin with?
Where's my Uber?
Rick,
here it comes.
It's an electric car that as you're driving down the road, the wind blows through the wind turbines.
Yeah.
It actually decreases the drag on your vehicle. We did a 600-mile run, and we had to stop because we had no way to burn off the excess electricity we made.
So you're saying the wind turbines were charging the batteries, and you were producing more energy than you were burning. I think that's physically impossible.
And he also, didn't he say earlier that they shut it down because of a threat to national security?
What was his name, Rick?
Randy.
Randy, please email me and let me. I'd love to follow up with you.
But I thought we were giving him a pass. He called back.
No, we didn't do point of order.
Should I?
But
Bubba,
point of order.
I'm confused on the rules.
Point of order. But
second, we never officially changed it.
Can I point out one thing here, though? You cannot have the least drag in the air is nothing. Okay, anything you stick up is drag on the air moving forward, even a turbine.
Yeah.
So I don't see how a turbine could create less drag. I don't get it.
Hey, just hand me the staff shirt.
I don't get it. I mean, really, y'all, you see what I'm saying?
Thank goodness for
Well,
that.
you told when you said
I still think he's breaking.
when you said it was impossible. Hey, you said that's impossible. I really needed more. I wanted a good debate.
Well, how about
out of
this?
this.
I'm fine with having Randy can have his own segment, but he can't break it. He can't break up a rough cut.
Randy, stand by. You're going to have the next segment of the show. Just stand by.
Yeah.
Because look, if this breaking technology, we got to know.
Yeah.
About it.
Hey, guys, what time is Randy going to get here? Here he comes. Here he comes. There he is.
My goodness.
He's creating wind.
Rick, don't make fun of what could be a great breakthrough. I want to know more about it.
You told him he was full of it, Bubba.
No, I'm just saying
just
I
said
don't
it was impossible.
understand.
You said you're a liar.
I don't
That's what you
understand under current rules of physics how he's doing that.
Well, national security better look out.
That's right. They shut him down.
As long as they're all in the ground, nobody wants Randy's wind turbine car.
That's it. 600-mile trip. Had to stop.
It's funny to watch Bubba right now because these moments he's kind of fighting himself.
Yeah.
There's two sides of him that are fighting right now, and I'm enjoying every minute of it.
Right.
What are the sides, Rick? And what are they thinking right now?
So there's the side. There's the great explorer.
Right.
There's
I want to hear what Randy's trying to do.
There's the side of you that wants to go out and find things out in the great beyond.
Right.
That you really are interested in a better automobile if it can all come down.
I am.
But then there's the side of you that has walking around chewing gum sense.
Right. I want to make fun of Randy.
Yeah. They want to.
So those two, I'm battling. I got two Bubbas fighting it out.
Yeah. Hey,
a Bubba against himself cannot stand.
Hey, welcome to the car lot. Let me show you the new Corvette we got down here. Look at this baby. Or you could have the wind turbine car over here that Randy put together in Dothan. I mean, it's you know,
Randy, I want to know more about it. Seriously.
I mean, which one you?
I
gonna
think
pick?
Randy's done after we've buzzed him twice. And Bubba basically said he was wrong.
Vince
No,
Vaughn.
I'm just saying I don't see how nothing.
You pushed Randy on his own property.
You can't have any kind of structure that is less drag than nothing.
Rick, you might be
right.
praying-
I mean, am I missing something?
You might be praying with Randy this weekend. Calm down.
No, if Randy wants to look, if Randy,
Randy, bring your car
Randy,
and give Rick a ride in it.
Randy, if
Let
you
Rick gouge it one time.
we're gonna talk about Jesus while we drive.
That's it.
But what I'm saying is, if he and I agree on Jesus, nothing else really matters.
That's right.
He can go do a wind turbine car if he wants to. And look, one day he may have the best car the world's ever known.
Mm-hmm.
But Bubba, for some reason, Bubba, he's on
security,
hold.
Rick.
We're gonna
National
talk to him when he comes
Bubba.
back.
Bubba,
just calm down.
Point of order.
Hey, look, Bubba, look at me. Whoa.
Point of order.
Bubba divided against itself cannot stand.
I know.
It's to the top of the hour, so let's jump right in because we only got about 8 minutes. You've heard of the smart car. Randy's proposing the fart car. It runs.
Rick, be nice to Randy. He might have the answer to solve all of our problems.
I didn't say. Does it not run on wind?
Remember, I'm a Bubba divided. Okay.
Okay. All right. So
Bubba divided.
Randy, all kidding aside, we gave you your own segment so we can kind of understand what you're talking about.
All right, Randy, tell us the pitch on this, how it works.
Okay, basically, if you remove the radiator from your car, you're going to reduce the drag, correct?
Yes.
Because the wind's going to flow through. So
Correct.
I replaced that with wind turbines, but they're specially designed wind turbines that the magnets are on the outside ring. If you look up the Windtronics wind turbine, they stole my patent. I've got the patent sitting on the wall. They copied my abstract word for word. But basically,
We're back 21 minutes now past the hour. Thank you guys for being with us today. As we work our way through another one, Bubba back today, Wednesday Bible study back today, all that ahead, and we'll unpack, maybe even get a tornado recovery update from Bubba today. Right now, though, it's a popular topic on the 30 years that we've been doing this. Nothing quite stirs the audience or gets the hits on social media quite like UFOs. And so we have, I thought we changed the name of it, but it's I'm glad this one says UFO. Bubba, and of course they're big in the news right now. This one coming from the Ukrainian military.
Yeah.
In the war zone.
Probably using a drone we paid for.
Yeah, well, probably so. Which might explain a secondary question we're asking. Why it seems the country, when they decide to curse, they all go to English.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
universal, Rick.
Yeah, we won't play the clip because there's some broken English where he asked the question, about
what is it?
About it, what it is, and Is he also asking, should I ram it? Like run into
he's
it?
not sure what to do
Yeah,
with it.
well, okay. That's anyway. But we have footage with it too.
Yeah, now this was captured by the 406th Battalion this month over one of their quadcopters, they call it, and it does have infrared on it. So you see it out in front of them, and I mean it looks just like your old traditional flying saucer.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about that footage, Gregory?
Okay.
And they said something about firing missiles, so
That's
that
real.
drone
That's-
must have firing capability.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when did we get this footage?
This is, I don't know, in the news today.
Yeah, it just kind of came into the news cycle today.
Right.
Yeah,
and they're asking.
We don't
why-
know when this was filmed.
This person asked, "Why isn't it moving?" He's with you, as Bubba said. He's with the 406th Battalion, and we can hear them debating.
Hey, look at that
on what they see.
Dude, that's a flying saucer.
That's just a flying disc.
That is a traditional looking flying saucer,
is.
isn't it?
It
Not
sure is.
Not some of the more recent
No.
pyramids and triangles and all that.
Cubes
Tic-tacs and all that.
squids.
Yeah, the squids. That's a new one.
That's
we
just
just
your
had that one start here about a month ago, wasn't it?
It says the drone's own altitude indicates that the apparent object could be a large craft over 30 miles away.
Like the bottom of a B-52 or something.
You know, I don't know. I don't know.
If that's really far away, that's a really big disc then
Sure
flying
is.
in the
Yeah,
air.
yeah, really big.
And they don't know why it's standing still, or at least appears to be standing still. Maybe is a better way to say it.
That's not a smudge, is it? It's not a smudge on the camera.
No, don't think so.
Okay,
Don't think
just
so.
checking.
You know, if you listen to the audio and we have it transcribed here, they're having a pretty heated debate about what it is and
Right.
what should they do about it.
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't appear, and if you listen to them, I mean, of course, it could be great acting, but
Yeah.
it seemed to be real. They're panic about it. I'll put it that way.
What that is all.
Yeah.
So then you start getting down to, like we always do, the different options you have in front of you.
Not bad.
It's something explainable that, because of the way I see it, it looks unexplainable. There's one. It is a craft from some other universe. You have to throw that one in there.
Yeah.
It's not moving.
Yeah, it's some sort of.
Was ist das?
Yeah, right. It's some sort of weapon the Ruskies have that nobody knew about.
Right.
Right? Is that our big three?
I think it's Putin.
Yeah.
It could be. It
What,
could
is
be
it
one of
Count
our.
Dracula talking
It
about?
could have been something we have. That's
Yeah, could
monitoring
be.
the war over.
Yeah,
there.
and it could be an option 4, total hoax.
Yeah, no,
No,
it could
there's
be.
that.
It could
There's
be. It
always
could be an
that.
AI thing, and somebody's really done up a good deep fake. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
It seems like if you were been at war with Russia for over 2 years, it seems like you probably wouldn't be cutting up like that in the war zone.
Yeah,
No.
you would think you had more serious things to deal with since your cities are being
would.
bombed daily.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but maybe not. I
Are
mean,
you kind of shocked that Ukraine has held off the mighty Russian bear as long as it has?
They have.
Well,
understood their
and
ground.
I hate to be.
Have they?
I hate to be conspiracy Rick. But that does. I'm not saying I believe this. I'm just saying if you're somebody in the camp, because I did hear this at the very beginning. Now these people could have just been wrong, but I heard, and I'm using the word expert loosely. But I remember when this started, very respectful people that seemed to know, even somebody that we interviewed on one of the podcasts said if the Russians want to end this in a few weeks, they can, but they never did.
Right.
And
Now,
so
was
that lends itself to that. I said theory. I didn't say I believe it.
Right.
The theory that Russia's letting this go on, that they're not ready to win it, or maybe even don't want to win it. They're willing to sacrifice lives because they don't really have a great record of caring about their people, in order to weaken the United States economically and financially by just letting us be drained because we're willing to fund this. Really, till I guess forever.
But it's cost them a big price too. They've been pretty much cut off from the world. They're having to reinstitute things in their own country to do things that they used to do abroad. So I don't know. Maybe that's a way to build up their infrastructure. I don't know, but it seems like it would be a costly. Based just on the number of Russian, servicemen that are being lost in that theater.
Oh yeah.
That it would be incredible. Or I think what is really more possible or plausible is that Russia is a nuclear power, but short of using nuclear weapons, they're very average.
Right. Yeah. And it could, just like you said, and it is the most plausible, that our help, and the point you made, and their lack of certain abilities outside of the nuclear option. They can't win it all out because the role we're playing and the way the Ukrainians are fighting, they just can't do it.
So would Russia ever use a tactical nuke in this, a small one that would further their means, like level a city and say more's coming if you don't quit?
Well, nukes get nuked, I feel like. If you nuke, we'll nuke. That kind of thing. That opens a gate or
that's
opens
where
a
I'm
door
going.
they don't want to.
That's where I'm going with this. If they did, what would the response be? Would it be us?
Right.
Would it be Europe? Who would respond? And then the thought on the response is, well, if we respond, they're going to respond more, and hey, we're out of control.
And then
here.
it all runs away.
Yeah.
Did y'all see where even the New York Times reported on how the CIA has set up a network of spy bases in Ukraine that started about 8 years ago? Did y'all see that?
No.
And I'm okay. Well, this is big news because this is something that a lot of people that were not in favor of this war have been talking about, how the United States kind of started this war by having a presence in Ukraine and being a threat to Russia. I'm just playing devil's advocate here as I talk about this, but New York Times has reported it, and I was interested in y'all's thoughts on that. The CIA has a network of spy bases in Ukraine. And
I didn't know. I don't have anything to say because I don't know what I'm talking about on that. Of course, that's never stopped us on other topics. But I don't really have a response to that, so I don't know.
So to your issue on provoking this,
that's the devil's advocate stance. I'm
I
taking.
understand, and I've heard that too. I've heard some people saying that. I've heard that we provoke them by moving NATO their direction anyway.
Yeah.
That some people say we had a gentleman's agreement that we would not expand past Germany after the fall of the Soviet Union, but I don't know. I wasn't in the room, so I don't know who made what agreement. But you can't tell a country that they can't apply to be in the club. Right? I mean, you can vote them no, but you can't tell them that they can't not want to be in the club, right?
Yeah. Well, and also I want to know whether, because you don't know what to believe on headlines. Did they really uncover that somebody in Russia tried to assassinate Tucker Carlson while he was there?
I saw that.
Was that a true story?
Yeah, got paid $4,000. Yeah, we had that.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So that was true.
They'll rub that cream on you and hey, you're out.
This was they tried to put an explosive on his automobile, the automobile he was in.
Yes.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
This car, the electricity gets it up to speed. When it gets up to about 40 miles per hour, it starts generating electricity.
All right.
It generates a lot of electricity because it flows through and out the back. There's a special baffle in the back that allows it decreases the drag. I spent 2 days with NASCAR engineers, them testing it backwards, forwards. At the end of the day, you know what their results was?
What?
There was something wrong with their test. I met with Google. The head of Google's engineers, you know what they told me? This can't be done. But if you do, you'll own the world. And if I seen it in a magazine, I would believe it. The Wintronics wind turbine, which was my patent, it's hanging on the wall.
Now, Randy, wait a minute. Let me stop you right there with a few questions.
It broke Bentz's law. It was proven by Consumer Report. My wind turbine broke Bentz's law. Yes. So to say that it can't do it, there's nothing in this world that can't be done.
Randy, let me ask you this:
what website is that?
If you had the design,
Wintronics,
did you patent it?
Yes, I have a patent sitting on the wall.
How did
over 20 countries?
How could they steal your patent? Why didn't you challenge them in court?
They copied. I did. They went bankrupt. I did.
Who went bankrupt?
Wintronics.
They went bankrupt.
Talk down to us.
They copied my abstract word for word. They didn't even bother to change anything on my patent. They spent 4 years trying to go around my patent.
And you sued them, and they went out of business defending themselves?
Yes.
You won.
I won. Yes, I won.
So you have the patent for this.
Sitting on the wall. I have a patent sitting on the wall. Yes.
But if it works, why won't Chrysler, Ford, Tesla? Why won't they build it? Why won't they license that from you and build that car?
You guys don't get it. They're all in the bed with the oil companies.
Yeah, you said that earlier.
All right, Randy, let me ask you this. Let me try this another way. Why won't the oil company buy it and bury it? And you're now worth $100 billion.
They didn't have to.
Because
I can't go into a lot of detail because I'm under a gag order.
But
I
a
can
gag
tell
order
you
from who?
that-
From who?
Called in a
From the government.
Well, how do they have a gag order? Did they win a lawsuit against you?
Or did you win one? You can't
They
talk about
came
it?
after me big time. Yeah.
For what? For what?
For my product. You don't think that they can't destroy you. I mean, they spent a year and a half.
Why didn't they just steal it?
In attorney fees.
Why didn't they steal it like Wintronics did? I don't understand why they have to destroy you.
They declared it a threat to national security. When you patent something, if you're a U.S. citizen, you have to patent in the U.S. It goes through the patent office, and it goes through every organization. And if they feel like it's a threat to national security, they red flag it, and they can. Believe me, I spent over $1 million fighting them, and at the end of the day, I didn't have any more money to fight them, and they knew that.
So
at the end of the day, it's sitting on my wall.
But why did they come and take that copy too? If they were destroying you, wouldn't they destroy all the evidence? Break in the middle of the night, black helicopters,
they
all
have
that.
to. I mean, look, guys, I'm an American, and I'm still doing it. I'm still inventing because it's just in me. I want to have green energy, and as long as I'm breathing, I will be inventing stuff. I have a gravity storage that stores gravity and can harvest it wherever you want.
Randy, let's focus on the turbine, the wind
don't
turbine
miss that
car.
statement, though. Hang on to it.
I know. Let's focus on
All right.
wind turbine car. Okay, let's assume everything you said makes sense, and I'm assuming that. Why? You've seen these movies where somebody has a breakthrough. The cold fusion movie that Keanu Reeves was in. I can't even remember the name of it now. But when everybody was trying to shut them down, they put the plans on the internet for the whole world to have. Why don't you do that?
I'll be glad to.
Well, why haven't you done that?
Well, first of all,
because that screws the government, by the way.
Wait a minute. This was 8 years ago. The timing has just now got to a point.
It's on your wall.
It's actually where there's actually a company, Tesla, could do this.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Why Tesla? Because Tesla is
Well,
really.
I asked that a minute ago, and he said they were all in it together.
There was nothing. I did it because it was in me. God put it in my head. I'm not. I'm not.
Randy, Randy, let me say this though. I want to be fair. A lot of people have said God put things in their head, and some of them were serial killers. So let's just stay with science on this, okay?
Okay, and let's talk about the science. The wind turbine, by Consumer Reports, was proven to break Bentz's law.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. Hopefully, in the audience, some of you, like some of us, have already had your Field of Greens to get the day started. If not, I'm not sure what you're waiting on. Field of Greens, some of you have been asking about flavors. 1 scoop a day, tastes great, comes in various flavors like wild berry, strawberry lemonade, lemon lime are the original, whichever you want. It is delicious. And if you have any questions about some of the ways to do it with different juices and protein shakes and all that, we can help you with that too. Each organic fruit and vegetable medically chosen to make up Field of Greens to support heart and vital organ health. You can trust this product to keep you healthy. You will love the product like we do. And if for any reason you don't, you get a 100% money back guarantee. So you got nothing to lose to help you get over that hump when it comes to our health. And, there's nothing nothing has more value, especially as you age, quite like good health. And Field of Greens can make sure the body gets the fruits and vegetables it was designed to run on. The body working right means everything gets better. The immune system, it can help you with, just overall energy, a good clean energy, which is something I noticed. So go to fieldofgreens.com right now. Use the promo code Bubba. Love this product. You'll get 15% off. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, tomorrow, one of the oddities that we've talked about over the years, leap year. Leap year, to me, is really, really strange.
It is.
Really, really odd. You leap year people, that do things of significance on leap year. Now, if you were born on leap year, you didn't have a choice, so there's nothing you could do about that. But the getting married on leap year, those kind of things. I mean, doesn't this lead to a weird life? And I know, Speedy, you have that in your family. You've got leap years. People.
Jerry's parents were married on leap year, so they actually can celebrate, have an anniversary.
So how many real anniversaries have they had?
I'll bring that in tomorrow.
But they've been married 4 times that amount.
That's right.
It is kind of weird. We're fooling with the calendar and the clock.
And what are we doing?
Okay, so here's the problem.
What are we doing?
How long do you think a day is?
Well, they tell me it's 24 hours, but I think
that is not correct.
You're going to say that's not right.
No, it's actually like 23 hours, 56 seconds.
Okay, so we missed it by just a few seconds.
A few seconds, but over a period of
56 minutes.
23 hours, 56 minutes.
Oh, I got
it's 4 minutes short a day.
Okay.
So over a period of 4 years, that time interval will equal a whole day.
Okay.
So we're basically off a day, and every 4 years we're going to fix it, and we jump over March the 1st, okay, and push it back a day to fix it.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
No, that's not that complicated.
Have y'all heard of the 13-month year proposal? If and this is a meme on the internet, but I think that they make some good points here. If we had 13 months instead of 12, every month would be exactly 28 days. The 1st would always be on a Monday. The 28th would always be on a Sunday. And every month would have exactly 4 weeks instead of 4.257 and all that. So
yeah, if you're in our business, you know that once a quarter you have an extra week.
Yeah.
So if you divide the whole calendar up in quarters, you get, 13 weeks?
Yeah. So why didn't they do that?
I don't know.
Because what y'all just mentioned makes a lot more sense than what we're doing.
Right. That'd be great.
You got to remember back when they were figuring a lot of this, 12 was an important number back then.
This feels like to me, and you and I have discussed
and, 10 was more for the metric. 12 was the key to the English, but actually it was the Romans came up with all this.
Yeah. Well, you're right. When I remember when I was a little fella, that you remember all the calendars would have cartoons on them that would give you things that are the characteristics of a month.
Right.
And I always remember that March had that cartoon wind.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so, like, for instance, I can't help but think, since it's leap year, the wind's blowing like crazy where we are yesterday and today, and I think, we're already in March.
Well,
we've
made that argument a long time ago that the calendar was off.
That's why
it was slipping. It was slipping.
Yeah. These weather phenomena are not really weather phenomena. They're not on the month they're supposed to be on.
It always seemed to me, and again, this is just, our vision of it.
Sure.
That summer was slipping later into the year.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like you, Rick, I remember football games growing up being warm the very first few games.
Yeah, not that long.
But being cold middle to end.
In the regular season.
And now it's warm the whole year.
Unless you make the playoffs in high school or something.
You got to go deep in the playoffs.
Yeah, you're not really that cold.
You're really, really hot.
Yeah.
I'm talking about those September, October games are really, really hot.
Yeah.
So especially September, which, as we've said here, is just August again.
All right.
Or maybe it's the original August.
We do this leap year thing. They could fix it by inserting seconds along as we go, but that also gets kind of messy because unless everything synced to the UTC signal, it would be off. So this is the best the Romans could come up with, and we just stuck with it. Now remember, they didn't have indoor plumbing yet either. So.
Right. This feels to me, the leap year thing, like you're explaining now. It really feels like the guy that was caught off guard at in the conference room. So Bill, you were supposed. Sorry, I'll use you. Bill, you were supposed to kind of figure out this problem we've got. We're falling 4 minutes short on a 24-hour day, and how we're going to fix that. And it's like he forgot to get prepared.
Yeah.
And also goes, well, I'll tell you what we could do. February's kind of short.
Let's throw one in
I'm
there.
thinking about that we add a day. And everybody went, oh, okay, that'll. And then he just went, oh my gosh, what have I done? It's like it doesn't feel like. How did that idea ever go? That's a good idea.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Because I heard what Adler just said and what you said. What if the guy in the conference room would have said, I tell you what our problem is. We need to go 13 months. We do that. We get 28
Nobody
days,
wanted 13.
months. Yeah,
Nobody wanted that.
We're all afraid of it then, probably. But I mean, if you're conquering the world, can't you deal with 13?
You would think.
Sure.
You would think.
Of course, we're doing the same things all the other empires did, and they just collapse on top of themselves.
Sure.
But it just I'm weirded out by leap year. Always have been, always will be.
Well, it shows you that everything is not exactly perfect.
No.
And sometimes you got to fix it.
Right. Yeah.
This is like drawing a line on the bottom of your checkbook and going balanced, even though you're a few cents off.
Who are you to judge?
Yeah.
But all round, golly, all round.
This all goes back to how we measure things. We measure time, distance, all that. And of course, we're on the imperial system of the Brits for the most part. Now we got a little metric thrown in. Which is confusing if you think about it.
Very.
When we choose our soft drinks, we go metric. When we fill up with gas or water, we go
weird.
English.
Weird. And our mileage is, we don't do kilos, but then we'll come back and say something's meters.
You know what? I really think we should have stayed with the cubit.
Yeah. Well, you remember this when
it actually has a measurement from pole to pole. It actually comes out even in cubics.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
2 Shatners, 1 segment. Yeah. So I want to
double Shatner, and it's all about the pyramid, Rick.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. I go back.
It is.
It happened to me yesterday. I'm talking to, which now to us, I can't believe it, somebody who's 32 is a young fella to us now, and we have kids that old. Or I do.
Whippersnapper.
And so I said we got to talking about track and field.
What?
We're so old that I remember when the 800 was called the 880 and the 400 was called the 440.
Yeah.
That's what it was called.
That's right.
When we were in school.
220s too. Don't forget about the 220s.
That was that stupid story when I was no shocker here, I threw the shot put in the disc and decided I'd run the 880 because our guy was sick that day. I'll never forget that.
Yeah, how about the 880?
Wish I could have seen that.
That's a good one.
I'd rather went 440.
Well, it was called 880 and 440. And of course, me, thinking that I was, because I played football, that I was more athletic than the track team.
Yeah.
And I was just trying to dodge spring training by going out for junior high track and field. And I remember when I said, well, what is the 880? And the track coach says, well, it's 2 laps. I said, I can run 2 laps.
Yeah.
And he's like, you're going to run the 880? I said, I'll run it. and I jumped out ahead of everybody, and I thought, what a bunch of these guys can't. We're so far ahead of these people. I'm like, man, I can't even see them. I felt like Secretariat. But then the second lap came, and I realized they were pacing, and I wasn't.
Here they come. You hear the breathing.
And all of a sudden, various primates began to jump on my back, and the monkeys began to pile on there. And I went from leading by many, many strides to coming in last.
Yeah.
Way last.
Yes.
Rick, let me jump back to a point Adler made a minute ago.
13 months?
28 days, 13 months is only 364 days.
Yeah, it doesn't fix the leap year problem.
You still got to do a
doggone it.
Still got to do a
When he
leap.
said meme on the internet, I kind of threw my flag up, but I didn't want to, get too crazy about it.
I'm just throwing ideas
And the emailer,
out there.
Gullible.
Is there any
emailer makes a good point. You need to add 1.25 days.
Yeah. Is there any way we could get William Shatner to cut one more Adler stop looking at the internet?
Yeah.
I didn't say it would fix the leap year problem. I just said it would fix our weird days and months problem.
Right.
It just makes for a neater month.
Yeah, okay.
That's all I was saying.
What would you want to name the 13th month?
Let's name it like Adtober. Or Rocktober.
Rocktober.
You listen to metal the whole month. You listen to metal all the time.
Stand up and shout!
Yeah.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In other words, Spence's law is a law that says you can only extract so much energy from wind. It broke that law. So
here's the other thing, though. Even a layer up, though, Randy. There's laws in physics that say that you can't basically create more energy than you're using.
And did you know
to create it? Everything has a loss to it.
That's right.
Hey, Randy,
energy in, energy out. We were harvesting energy. It has to be no outside energy to be perpetual motion.
Yeah,
we have an outside energy source.
Can I ask Randy a question?
But Randy, wait a minute. I'm going to stay with this for just a second.
I think this is important, though, what Speedy's going to ask.
Okay, Randy, you may have to hang on, Randy. You may get 2 segments with this.
Well, no, I just want to know, Randy, did somebody representing you come to our station about a year ago wanting to pitch us this?
No, I'm not pitching it to anyone.
I mean, you don't have any...
Is that the one they couldn't tell you what it was about?
I think
sit
so.
Up there and talk about the Green New Deal. They took AOC's deal, and I've lived this thing. I've been.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so I'm for tabling the Randy thing for a while. I think we've done enough.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of losing interest in it.
Yeah.
And I think that we will likely have him on a future podcast where we can really unpack it. And I think we've covered it.
Mm-hmm.
And
what about cold fusion?
Bubba's talking about cold fusion.
Look, we had our science segment. Now it's time to move on to something else.
And Bubba, now I don't who's in charge of our museum and the specifically the Hall of Prophet Stars.
Oh wow!
Because I'm going to tell you what we're going to have to make room. If you remember this program, and it was a lot of the stuff like we say is common sense. That's why we have Rick and Bubba University. We told you that when our country on a 5-4 vote, by the way, don't miss that. On a 5-4 vote, our country took an ancient principle of marriage, one man, one woman, and overturned it and said that you can be forced in a state to acknowledge same-gender marriage, but you cannot be forced as a state to officially adapt traditional man-woman marriage. Same Supreme Court gave us two different rulings, and it was a 5-4 vote, and that's when we said
You're talking about on the DOMA Act, defense of marriage.
We tried defense of marriage and saying that we were going to officially declare as a country, something we've been practicing for years, that we would say across the country, the United States of America recognizes marriage as one man and one woman, and the Supreme Court says, no, that the states can decide that for themselves. Then we came before the Supreme Court and said, we want to mandate that all states all across the country must acknowledge same-gender marriage. And the same Supreme Court that said it was states will decide marriage, but when it came to same-gender marriage, they mandated the entire country had to adopt it.
Right.
It's bizarre, but it's 5-4. Well, when all this started...
Just on the procedure, not on the actual rulings.
Then we as a country started saying that you could just tell us whatever gender you want to be, and whatever gender you decided you were, then we're going to adapt the whole society, including restrooms, dressing rooms, sports, to accommodate you. Now, we're seeing that we didn't think that all the way through. We tried to give you the common sense approach here on the program. And I remember us saying, I'm surprised that the polygamists have not come back to the table because this is their time. If there was ever a time, if you wanted to be a polygamist, it was now. You need to go back to the governments and start saying, how in the world can y'all redefine marriage to anything goes and leave us out? You said if it's two level-headed adults, if adults want to do whatever they want to do and nobody's being forced to do anything, they ought to be allowed to do it. Well, when a man here has multiple wives, no wife here is forced to be a multiple wife. This is what we want to do. And when we said polygamy will now become legal again. Well, Utah senators pass a bill to decriminalize polygamy, and it swept through the Utah state government. And so polygamy has been decriminalized, or is in the process of being decriminalized in Utah. Why? Because the state government says we fear prosecution for plural marriage among consenting adults. There's that phrase we were talking about. And it sailed through the Utah Senate on Tuesday.
Plural marriage.
Let me ask you this.
It cleared the Senate by a unanimous vote. And current law makes polygamy a felony, punishable by up to 5 years in prison. But they're now saying that the only, I think, penalties that would still
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. It's time for a tornado recovery update from Bill Bubba Bussing, back from the Recovery Project. Everybody. Bubba, so you went yesterday to check on things, and I don't know. I'm sure you're Are you somewhat thankful for leap year this year since March 1 has been moved one day?
Yeah, we need the extra day. We really do. Trying to get everything
You
done.
find yourself kind of thankful for it.
Yeah. It's been almost a year now since our house was destroyed.
Yep.
And it's still amazing to me when I see the amount of time and energy and material, money that has been spent to rebuild this. That it was tore up in about 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah. It really shows you where we stand, doesn't it?
Boy, it does. You talk about time. How about time? So we're slowly but surely getting done. Everybody's trying hard, Rick. And
that's been your theme today. Everybody's trying hard.
That didn't sound very productive.
I heard what it was. I mean, everybody's getting things done. It just, it just takes a little longer to get it done.
I'm just saying, if you walked off the field and I said, so tell me, what do you think about the team today? And you said they sure are trying hard.
Well, we're moving the ball. We're moving the ball.
Okay. We can't convert on third down.
We
But
need
other
to,
than that.
we need a few more scores, but we're getting there slowly but surely. We got all our floors done, and we've started putting in appliances. We actually fired up a oven.
Watch it.
A microwave.
Come on.
And something yesterday. What was it? And then we got about the other half of them.
Well, if you got that working, you can live there with that.
Well, we don't have drains on everything.
That hurt.
The plumbers, I think their big day again was last Saturday, but then now it's going to be Thursday, and we'll keep moving forward with that. But we're getting very close because we actually have deliveries of furniture and other things coming within the next 10 days.
Yeah. Now, so what happens? I mean, I know that March. There's a lot of talk about March.
Yes. March is when it's kind of.
Which is Friday.
Yeah, we
March
have.
is here.
We have.
Really,
a
it's
rental,
Thursday, but
we
it's
have
Friday,
a rental
I think.
place, but the lease is up at the end of March.
So
so we got to be moving out of that place here in the middle of March because you got to clean it.
Oh,
and
middle of
prepare
March.
it and all
Okay,
that.
so not y'all get out of here Friday.
No.
Okay.
It
By
will
the
be
end of March.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next 2 weeks will be moving and getting things back in and all that. So,
all right.
When March is over, you got to be out of there.
Yes.
Okay.
Everything's got to be settled by
Okay.
March. End of March.
That's a little
Okay. All right. Okay.
But
I feel better.
So
about
everybody's
that.
trying hard.
everybody's trying hard, and
He's trying hard,
we're
y'all.
getting there. We've still got
Man, you sure did try.
a place or two needs a little sheetrock on it, and so we're getting there though.
Hey,
Getting
Rick.
there.
So how was the show today? Everybody tried hard.
Well, no, I'm
Turn out well.
I'm amazed because we do have some really really talented
He
people
tries so hard.
who are working and getting things done, and I'm always amazed that these people can do everything.
Of course.
They sheetrock.
Oh, I
paint,
can't do
I
anything.
mean, those are the guys I like having there because they can get it done.
My skill set is so tiny and so small. I mean, I can't. There's so few things I do well.
Yeah, I mean they'll just fix a whole sheetrock in a minute. You know?
I wish
I'm always amazed that people can do.
I like
all
him stilts.
Oh yeah. It was.
When they do in the ceiling.
Well, it's
Walk around those.
because I heard a story. The reason why you're talking about this, and I wish I was more like this, and you're much closer, and you could probably do stuff like this. But helping people, like I realize it's one thing not to be able to do it for yourself, but like we have, and I felt like a loser. We had a couple in our Sunday school class, and there was a family that's moved here from another country, and they're trying to get familiar with everything and all that, and they're neighbors, and they said, well, if you need anything, just call us. You're trying to figure out, they're trying to show them where everything is, and I mean, they don't know where anything is, so they get a call, and like, hey, our washing machine has gone bad, and we don't know what to do. We don't know who to call. We don't know whatever. And I heard the wife say this, and I thought, poor Sherry will never, ever be able to say this. She said, well, because, Brian, he's pretty handy, so he went over there and found out the problem and fixed it, and now their washing machine's running fine. And I thought, well, I could never do that. Yeah. All I could say to this family that's in help is, I'll find somebody.
Yeah.
Well,
that's a gift.
There's a gift in that, but how cool would it be to go down to your neighbors and just fix it?
Yeah, that would be kind of cool.
Plumbing has never really been one of my strongholds.
So that's not a good area for you?
Other than putting a hose pipe on.
I changed out my mom and dad's shower head the other day. I felt like I had done something big.
Did you really? I couldn't even do that.
If you do that and don't rip it out of the wall inside,
you don't want that.
Very good.
You don't want that.
So that's the problem when you start twisting those things. You got to have that back hold on there.
I'm gonna be very.
The electrical part I'm much more comfortable with.
Yeah, that's your
I'm
world.
scared of death plumbing.
Yeah, that's
so really. So I shouldn't feel bad about not being able to do plumbing. A lot of people can't.
I don't like fiddle.
Well, if you knew the electric side, it would be okay. You need to learn one or the other.
Which one should I pick?
Well,
It's a way.
it appears there's a lot of demand for both out there.
So I'm going to be very careful about what I'm going to say next. Trust me, I'm going to be very careful because I know that I'm handling explosives. Okay, when it comes to things, because I know you're being very cautious with your phrases as well, using very, very broad phrases like trying hard.
No, they are.
Yeah,
I mean, they're getting there and they're working hard and
good attitude.
That's normally what you say when somebody's losing, though.
Right.
No, I mean we're accomplishing stuff and they are working
right.
hard.
You'd like it to be a little quicker.
Right.
Well, no, it's just it is what it is at this point. We're just trying to get everything wrapped up.
And we all know that wherever you were, somebody took your brush last night. But for your hair this morning, it's a little rowdy up there.
Did you leave it at the lane?
Right. But
hey, Bubba, you're here though.
Probably in the wind.
But you're in the wind. But are you starting to get optimistic that by the end of March you'll be back in business? I'm just said optimistic. I didn't say you're not making any statements.
It's coming together.
No, I'm very optimistic because we're gonna have to be.
Well, I know. But
optimistic or not,
it's just how much will have to be done around the couch sitting
right.
there.
I
mean that kind of thing.
Well, what I'm saying is, I realize that there's an end date here, but I guess I'm saying I got to leave this other place and live in a tent, or I got to leave this other place and actually be in that house.
We will not have the yard fully prepared at that point, but I think it will be livable.
But if I want to park some high school football fans there, I can. That was your quote this morning. It looked like a parking lot for a high school football stadium.
Well,
everybody's there getting it done.
Well,
a lot of subs.
The way the yard is tore up.
That's what I mean.
No,
the way the yard parked.
Oh,
you know how there's always that field people parking. Bubba's saying his yard looks like that.
Oh, yeah. Somebody got stuck and, all that.
It's going to be challenging. We're still working through some of those issues. Fine print. Need to really catch those on your deals.
But, buddy, let me tell you what I've learned, and you're learning it right now. Insurance has a lot of fine print. Us going through mom.
There's a reason why.
Mom trying to get any kind of check from people that she paid a principal to for 20, 30 years.
You miss your payment, they'll call you.
Oh, buddy.
Look,
a lot of fine print.
I can't complain. They've been writing checks, so
sure.
It's the whole process is a little more clunky than you'd care for it to be since you're already in duress.
Sure it is.
But we're getting there slowly but surely.
Yeah, you would prefer not to have to be such an advocate for yourself.
Yeah,
you really like them to be an advocate for you.
Yeah.
But instead of them trying to minimize what you know and don't know. Top of the hour. That's good, Bubba.
We may have a show down in the yard where we all get to rake and lay sod.
All right.
Yeah. Love it.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So let's talk about this. If you're a Blaze TV subscriber, you, like all of us, love the Robertsons, can't get enough of the Robertsons. Well, Phil Robertson and his family, they're now providing more content for Blaze TV. This one's called Cooking with Phil and Miss K. Don't you know? We've watched them over years, and they can throw down. The food is delicious. The family's always been, one of our favorite parts of the shows, and they're going to bring you more of the Robertsons. So they're going from a dynasty to dining with the new hit show, Cooking with the Robertsons. Now, it's available exclusively to Blaze TV subscribers. This show features Phil, Chase is on there, Al, others showing off their favorite recipes, cooking up a mess of delicious food, and dipping into wisdom that comes from the one and only living God in a way that only the Robertsons can. So, turns out family recipes and family values really do pair very well together. So, grab yourself a plate, pull up a chair, and don't forget, of course, as Phil would tell you, to say grace before you dig in. So, the show is available. If you have a subscription to Blaze TV, you're already in. But if you don't have one, head over to blazetv.com. You also get an hour of the Rick and Bubba show every day. Use the code Robertson30, okay? Robertson30 is going to get you $30 off your first year. Need to hurry. This code's not going to last very long. That's blazetv.com, the code Robertson30 to get $30 off your subscription and start streaming Cooking with the Robertsons. involve things that would be like 5 years in prison. But they're now saying that the only I think penalties that would still remain involve things that would be like any kind of abuse that would be involved in that. Of course, I think that would apply to any marriage, wouldn't it?
Yep.
But anyway,
if you got more than one wife.
The bottom line is Utah said, "Hey guys, the federal government and the Supreme Court has forced the entire country to acknowledge that marriage could be multiple things."
Well, that's anything goes.
And so you can't leave them out.
Well, let me ask you this, because
just wait. There's more to come.
We've only
see what's
we've only seen the tip of the iceberg here. The joke used to be with all the Mormons and that influential, that influence heavy in Utah. The joke used to be about Mormons having multiple wives, and they get mad at you if you made that joke. Like, well, we don't do that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now is that? I mean, do we have a green light for that comedy? Is that back in now? Can we do that?
Unanimous vote.
How about the lady that brought it up there?
Well,
isn't that funny?
It is. Well, you know what
Deidre?
they said polygamy never went away. The law that we tried to do to stop it was a total failure. And really, they're saying now, because all you have to do is get the right lawyer and stand before the court and say, no, wait a minute. So you're telling me that two consenting adults of the same gender can get married. People can come in with XX and XX and claim that they're now XY, and that's fine. But consenting adults can't be in plural marriages?
Or they can just claim they don't have a sex. That's my favorite.
Yeah. Look,
we're
guys,
non-binary.
A lot of that.
Look, I think polygamy is a bad thing. I'm not for it. I don't support it. But when you look at what we're allowing, I don't think you can deny them.
No, you can't.
And the Senate in Utah agreed.
Mm-hmm. Rick,
I don't think we got a leg to stand on.
Yeah.
Or multiple legs to stand on, because there's probably several wives.
Right.
Let me ask you this. Who in the world could afford that?
I don't know why anybody would do this. I don't understand it from either point of view.
Physically and emotionally.
How about this? From the women's point of view and from the man's point of view, I do not get it.
I don't either.
I don't know who would sign up for this on either end of the spectrum.
Can you imagine the drama?
Oh, my God. Good.
How many sets of drapes would you have to buy?
Oh, my God.
For real.
The indecision alone.
Oh, you couldn't go anywhere.
Trying to figure out where to eat every night. Good.
Can you imagine asking five people where they want to eat?
No.
5 women where they want to eat? So this is
is this another one of those families on TV?
Guys, we called this. And again, once again, there must be this breed of woman out there that I've never met. I don't encounter these people.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Not that big on sharing.
Yeah. And here's the thing too. And I know some guys, some hounds out there think it's someday, but I got to tell you, they'll start working together.
Oh yeah.
They'll work against you. Mm-hmm. You get shut down in one room before you know it, they all shut down.
Mm-hmm.
They all stick together.
Yep.
Yeah.
Have you noticed on some of these TV shows where they have this, there appears to, I don't know how to say this.
I'd be real careful right now.
Yeah, I'm just going to stand down.
Can't believe I'm saying that.
I'm going to stand. I'm just going to take a nap.
Those are the kind of things you let Greg say.
All right.
Yeah, right.
Write it down.
Feed them to him.
Well, Greg's thinking it too.
He is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I see. I see where you're headed.
Yeah.
But I'm just telling you, if you'll just wait a minute, he's going to say it.
Right.
And then you're free and clear. You're already mean.
There's
Bubba,
people.
he's really
Well, no,
speaking the truth here.
let me say this about people that like cars.
Okay.
There's a lot of people that like red cars, and it seems like they always are buying red cars. But in some cases, they might just say they collect cars and they have 5 cars and 4 of them are red, and all of a sudden they come in with a blue car, and you go, well, I thought you liked red cars.
Yeah.
And they go, well, I do, but I like this blue car. It just, I don't know. I just went against the, you know.
Thank you, Ken Osborne. Yep, we're back. Bubba's back. We got a true last hour if you missed it. Tornado recovery update. If you missed that, catch it in the archives today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And the Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. Will be in 1 Corinthians chapter 9, the cheerful giver. Yeah, we'll do that today. So catch the archive if the live option doesn't work for you. It's on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel not too long after we're done. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us for the little show we call Rick and Bubba.
We made the mistake, and I do think it was a mistake, last hour of talking about leap year and why we have it and calendar and all of that, since tomorrow is leap year day, that 29 every 4 years. I knew we were in trouble when I didn't even know people arrived at this building as early as this man did. And I was running to the restroom in the break last hour, soon after we discussed it, and someone engaged me in a disagreement about what we just talked about in the lobby. And I knew then, I said, I bet we're off and running on this one.
Well, I've told Betty for years, I said, you wouldn't believe the email I get every day. I said, we can say the sky's blue and somebody will argue about it. Oh, it's gray at my house.
Sure.
Did we get it wrong?
No, I don't think so. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I was just giving you some accounts from
because we played
current news stories.
Yeah. Well, can I say this?
But this is funny.
I don't know whether we're wrong or not because I don't know enough about it to even know if we're wrong. I don't even know what we said.
Here's one email that says your explanation is incorrect. A year is actually 365 days and 6 hours. So every 4 years, an extra day is needed to account for the 24 hours the calendar is off. So a day is added. If we were due a shortage, a day would need to be removed. That seems right opposite to me.
Well, if it was 23, so if we're 4 hours short of 24 hours every day, they were saying we'd be short at the end of the year, not long.
So you add a day to make it
correct.
Catch
To
up.
your point. To your point.
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm.
It's called leap year.
If you had a 1 foot measuring stick, and it was 11 inches, and you would add an inch to it to make it back full again. That's kind of the way I see that.
Yeah.
So there's obviously some different opinions, but this gets me too. Here's another one. This is from Jason. It says, Bubba, technically there is not a leap year every 4 years. You're only allowed 97 leap years in a 400-year span. The only way a centennial year can be a leap year is if it's divisible by 400. For example, the year 2000 was a leap year, but the next 3 centennial years will not be leap years. Just food for thought.
I'm scared.
So none of us really know what time it is or what day it is. That's the bottom line.
Note to self.
It's windy out there, getting close to March.
So are they saying you were wrong or right?
I have no idea. Note to self.
One said we were wrong. That one I think that was just more food. Well, I guess I was wrong in saying that it's every 4 years. But most of us consider it to be every 4 years, okay? Unless it's a centennial year divided by 400.
Dear Rick, any emails that have anything in the title about your leap year discussion, disregard.
Yeah.
Dear Rick, skip those. Funny. Get to other topics.
Skip it.
Look,
y'all know how
the
many...
bottom line in all of that was leap year is tomorrow. We'll have the 29th day of February, and it is to fix the calendar. That's the bottom line. Okay?
Nice. Do y'all know how many days are in every month?
Yes.
Okay.
What's that thing?
Did you have to learn that when you're like a lud or something?
What's that when you do? You count your knuckles?
What is it? I don't know.
No, there's a little rhyme about
I thought that's how you
I don't know the
so
rhyme, but I can go
also-
through it if you'd like.
There's also something about the knuckle.
No, that's how you spell Mississippi.
No.
So did you learn that as a kid?
Here.
Some little song or something?
Well,
yeah, there was some little song, something.
I didn't learn
all
it
has
from the
30
song.
something. I can't remember.
I don't remember it either.
I don't know how many days are in every month, and my wife makes fun of me for that, like
All right.
all the time.
Let me
like
give
I'm
it a
supposed
shot.
to know
We'll
that.
see. Let me give it a shot.
I don't even know what day it is.
All right. January's 31. February 28 or 29, depending on where it falls. March is 31. April is 30. June is 30. July is 31. August is 31. September's 30. October's 31. November's 30. And December's 31.
Look at that right there.
Wow.
Look at that right there.
Very well done.
Look at
And
that
a
right
sip
there.
of coffee to
And a
top
sip
it
of
off.
Take a sip.
Go ahead and take another sip.
I found the little rhyme. 30 days has September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31 except February.
It's not even a good rhyme.
That's not a good rhyme.
That doesn't rhyme.
It's not even a good
That's
rhyme.
the one I
Now
remember.
that I'm
I don't
reading
like
that.
that.
I
That
see
helped
that
me
it doesn't
none.
rhyme.
Snoop wouldn't rap that.
What's the one about the knuckle? That one's easier.
I think your brother's right. That has something to do with Mississippi.
Hey.
And my ass says humpback, humpback. Remember all that?
Percolator,
Okay.
percolator eye.
Crooked eye, humpback.
Okay,
eye.
Greg, there is a knuckle trick. It's like the knuckles 31 days and the grooves is 30, and then you start on your pinky, and that's January. Here
I
we
knew
go.
there was something there.
Okay, yeah, knuckle groove. Okay, all right.
You could
Greg.
just remember it the hard way.
Nice.
You know what I do? I look at the calendar.
Yeah, I just check my phone. That's
do.
what I do. What day is it?
I
What's
go, how
tomorrow?
many days are in this month? Oh, okay. I got it. That ain't very hard check. See, look, told y'all.
Knuckle
Golly,
trick.
I'm so sick of being right.
It's a burden, isn't it?
Dang it.
Greg, you know what has 4 eyes but still can't read?
I used to know that.
Mississippi.
Oh, that's good. I like a riddle. I love a good riddle.
I'm just kidding.
Well,
That's
we're going
just
to
fun.
stop with all this Mississippi stuff.
Somebody told me that joke. It's not my joke.
It's only a line. I mean, you
You're
could
right.
literally be on the
No,
road
it's just
and
a
riding.
You
and
think there's not
it's a
Alabama
line.
jokes? There's so many Alabama jokes they would overwhelm any Mississippi joke.
Yeah, we all tend to focus on the Mississippi, though.
No, well, you make us feel
Humpback,
better about
humpback.
ourselves.
Crooked
I'll
eye,
tell you
crooked
that.
eye.
Humpback.
Ooh, what is found in December but not in any other month?
What'd you say?
Uranus.
Where did that come
What a
from?
new world.
Correct. We just hadn't talked about space in a while.
Greg, that is correct.
You always seem to go there.
It's like Greg has that one in the clip, and he'll fire it at any moment.
Yeah, because it always works. It really does.
Greg is the reason
Works
they're
every
going to
time.
rename that planet.
You're right.
Every time it works.
It's like he says, "Where I got it, I got that anytime y'all need it."
Yeah.
We hadn't done space in a while. I should. Well, yeah, we did UFOs, but that's different.
Yeah. So what, Adler? What are you trying to say?
What's found in December but not in any other month, and that's the D's, or the letter D.
Remember what I said about you hanging out with Greg?
See, look.
I told you to
had
cut that
jump
back.
in with it.
I told you to cut back your time with Greg by
other month.
50%.
No other month has the letter D in it.
Okay. Well, I'd say it
What'd
that
you
way.
say? December?
December, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Look, you're thinking.
Learning stuff here, guys. We're learning stuff.
Hey,
Quick, get the
educational
knuckles back
stuff.
out.
This is educational.
That's right.
All right, January.
It's happened to me again today. All of this, the name of our months, which, by the way, much more pagan than we'd all want.
Yes.
The name of our months, the why we do the year, all the days, all of this. There's been various attempts for people to explain it to me. I just am never willing to finish. I can't stay with it.
I can't either.
Well, you just think about it. Why would a month have 30 days and one have 31?
No, I know.
I mean, it doesn't
It's-
even make
no,
sense.
I know. It's very frustrating.
I mean, who sat down and drew this up?
I know.
All right.
The Romans?
Dana sent me the good rhyme. So
Oh,
it's
here-
30 days, half September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31, except February alone, which has 28 in fine.
I don't like that.
It's a bad rhyme.
Till leap gives us 29. So you have to add like fine
Good, that's
to
too
rhyme
many
with
words.
29.
I don't like
February
that.
alone,
I'm-
which has 28.
I'm going back to
and
my
fines.
knuckles.
Do me, yeah. The knuckle. I mean, you can't lose with the knuckle.
I don't know. I just want to be like Helms and just know.
Yeah. Well, he's
I'm
showing
jealous
off.
of
Take another
that.
sip, man.
Well, as long as there's calendars around, I'm good.
Yep.
I can just look at it.
You know what? I think I could.
Here's the way I think I remember, and I may be wrong in what I'm about to say. Okay, but I think it goes every other month is a different number, with the exception of July and August,
So that goes back
who
to the
has
knuckle.
31.
Okay.
So everything else is a different number. So you see what I'm saying?
No, I got you. Yeah. So you can always get it.
It
Just
always
remember those
changes.
two.
As long
don't
as you
you?
just remember those two,
Right.
You can. I think I got that right.
Well, for some reason, I always knew the 31s on July and August because as a kid, summer was everything.
Yeah.
And you knew those months. Yeah. You knew exactly how many days were in that.
Yeah.
There's that Albert Einstein quote that I use as an excuse to be stupid, and that is never memorize something that you can easily look up. So that I use that excuse all the time. I'm like, Einstein said it. You don't have to memorize it.
He didn't even know his own address.
Right.
Kept it on a piece of paper in
Is
his
that
hat.
real? Is that real?
That's what
That's
they
real.
I only knew December had 31 because New Year's Eve.
Phone calls coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. And then the red cars don't know how to take it.
Well, he still likes red cars. but
Right. Yeah, I know. I
Got a blue car for some reason.
No, I got you.
Right.
He's in an SUV, blue car.
Maybe. Maybe. Maybe.
You're right.
Maybe some
Depending
of them were
with the
sports
trend.
cars, and maybe one of them was a
Sesame
dump truck.
Yeah,
Oh wow, we went down.
you're right.
Sesame
There's
Street-
a little inconsistency.
If you like them skinny, do you go smart car? Is that how that works?
Well, like
I don't know
Bubba
what you're.
saying,
I don't
all
know
of a
what
sudden
you're
you
talking about. I'm talking about cars.
Sesame Street said it best. One of these things is not like the other.
Yeah.
One of these things does not belong.
So if you know you're going to be a collector, do you go for variation? Is that what I'm? You see what I'm
That's
saying?
what it seems to be.
No.
Do I go for a red car, blue car, green car, or do I go? Oh, heck, I like red cars. I'm gonna stick with that.
That's a great question.
I don't want to know how it works.
Usually, if I'm a collector, I'm only going to collect the best.
Is it the same make or different makes?
Huh?
The same make if a car collector, or you the same make?
Some car collectors may collect Corvettes. Some may just collect red cars. I don't know.
Right.
Well, another profit star for the Rick and Bubba show. Here comes polygamy. And why not? We've said anything.
And you ain't seen nothing yet. No. Wait till the next 2 or 3 come along.
14 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Guns N' Roses.
Well, how are you, sir?
Well, you look at the headlines. Welcome to the jungle.
That's right. Rick, I was just looking up. I was showing Speedy one of the headlines on one of the news channels this morning. It says, Dems see chances rising for a brokered convention.
Yep. There it is.
You know what that means?
Tick,
Hillary to the rescue.
Boom.
Here she comes.
Yep. Here comes it.
And I've noticed, too, a lot of the pundits out there, there was this story out today, Van Jones from CNN, saying that he wished there was some option between Bloomberg and Bernie.
Just opening the door. Just opening the door.
There's also another good one, too. Elizabeth Warren got on Bloomberg about these women he settled these harassment suits with and the fact that they have signed these non-disclosure agreements. Well, they get a check and they go away. And sometimes those are valid, the reason they're doing it. Sometimes it's just to cover up something. But the rumor is that she has had releases drawn up for these women, and that on the next time that they're on the debate stage together, she's going to give them to Bloomberg and ask him to sign it.
That happened last night.
Did it really?
Yeah. She read a document during her Thursday CNN town hall that she drew up for Bloomberg to sign, saying it would release women who worked for his company from non-disclosure agreements. And reports are that there's a history of allegations of sexual harassment, sexism, pregnancy discrimination, hostile work environment, and all this kind of stuff. And she said that she used to teach contract law and thought she'd make it easy for Bloomberg to just download it. She said, I'll text it, you can sign it, and then the women or men will be free to speak and tell their own stories.
Yeah, the thing, I was wondering, Bloomberg, they finally got him even in the debates. He said something in passing, saying, "Well, look, they didn't like some joke I said." Or, do you remember that? He actually said something like that. And so, but anyway, so now Elizabeth Warren says, "I'll make this easy on you," and they all started on him on that in the debate, saying, "Look, all you have to do is tell them they can talk, and they will."
Right.
And then the ones that don't want to don't have to, but the ones that want to can. Yeah. And Bloomberg let everybody know we ain't doing that.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody at the level who's been a mayor of New York, who is worth so many billions of dollars, be so ill prepared going on the national stage. Well, I don't know what he thought was going to happen.
Well, remember some of it, and I'm not saying everybody's this way. Right. I mean, there's some extremely wealthy people out there that are humble, and all they do good with the money they've been given, and they don't have any airs about them. But then there's those that Bloomberg seems to be like, and I heard some confirmation of that yesterday.
We're back. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. To the phones we go. It is phone troll time. And we have lines available. If you would like to not talk about the calendar, that'd be cool. But if you want to, you certainly can too. But this is any topic, so it doesn't all have to be about the calendar. It just doesn't. But 866-WE-BE-BIG. At 30 seconds, the old buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to a close. Then we'll get to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. None of that are allowed. The buzzer will grab those immediately. But we'd love to hear from you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. David out of Sweetwater, Tennessee. Oh, how I want to be down around Sweetwater. So, David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Is that me?
If you're David in Sweetwater, yes, it is.
Actually, Chattanooga.
Well,
I want to help you.
Your
with
phone
that
must
line.
be registered in Sweetwater because that's what's on the board.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I learned it as a child. I still use it now at 68 years old. And it goes 30 days has September, April, June, and November. When the short February's done, all the rest have 31.
See, I like that.
Yeah,
better.
I like that
That's
better.
a better rhyme.
That is good.
That is
like
a
it.
better rhyme.
Speedy, print that out. I'm
Much
gonna learn
better
that.
rhyme. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Philip, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Philip's got 30 seconds and go.
I don't know how y'all can figure this all out. Get Moultrie to do one of his questions on it.
Boy, that is a great
Match Moultrie
great
on the
one.
months. That would be good.
Yeah, let's
And the
get
leap
Moultrie
year.
to really turn it upside down. But I'm telling you not to read those emails.
Yeah,
I've
they're
heard
funny.
it.
They're funny.
We go to Brett. He's in Oxford, Alabama, my hometown. Brett, go ahead.
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, you can start with the index finger knuckle and do that's 31 and fall in between is 30 and follow it along. And December and January have 31 days back to back as well.
Yeah.
Not just July and
Yeah,
August.
but it starts the new year, so does that really count?
That's a good point.
I mean, I get it. Listen, we're overcomplicating it with rhymes and knuckles, and why don't we use our toes as well?
Sure.
I still don't understand.
Start
the
with
knuckle
31.
one.
The gaps are the
Start with
shorter
31. Everybody knows when a year starts and a year ends. Start with 31 and know that July and August have the same amount, and everything else is every other.
I still don't
overcomplicating.
understand the knuckle. What do you mean?
Oh, Bubba,
See, this is what I'm talking about. We're overcomplicating.
The gap are
it.
the
You're
shorter
going
months.
into a black hole here.
But
So January, February.
You're going into
shorter,
calendar
March.
abyss.
The knuckle. You don't understand what that's saying?
No, I still
Okay.
don't.
We'll explain.
You're
at the
just
break.
hollering months out, pointing in between
I
your
know.
fingers. I don't
I said the gaps are the shorter
Horrible.
months.
Horrible. Let's go to Anita in Alabama. Anita, go ahead.
I need it.
Well, a while ago when he was doing that month thing, calling out January, February, and each of the numbers, he skipped May.
Well, it has
Obviously, he doesn't have enough fingers.
Oh, yeah, well, it has 31.
So many other topics.
Yeah.
So many.
Can't just say, well done, can you? And you left out 31 of May.
So many other topics.
Hey, y'all may be proud of him, but he missed May. Shut up!
So real.
Oh,
gracious.
so many other topics.
So you know the gaps the second you see the top is January.
Let's go
February,
to Don, D-A-W-N, Don. Go ahead. Don, go ahead.
Hello. I teach We Be Big. I love your show. I drive an hour to school. I teach at a Christian school, and I keep it simple.
Thank you.
Jesus always saves now. Those are the months that have 30 days. June comes first, so it's Jesus. Always is August. Save
Okay.
September, and now is November.
And that's the
Keep it
31
simple.
months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
I like
No,
that.
those are the months that have 30 days.
30 days.
Oh, my
I thought it was the
goodness.
31.
more
How you
feeling?
You're in abyss. Let me out. Let me out.
I got one question. What time is it and what day is it? And where are we around the sun?
Every day my phone has it. And I have a calendar I can look at all the time.
Oh, wait a minute. Jesus.
I'm in no need to memorize
always.
it. I don't even. It doesn't matter. There's no need for it.
Remember, we were locked in that as a staff. We were locked in that room and we couldn't get out at the place.
Yeah.
I feel like that's where I'm at now, and I don't know how to get out the door.
Listen,
What was it? It was Jesus always saves. What was the last one?
I have
Now.
given
Why,
everybody the
Why would you do
easiest
this to
way
yourself?
to remember this, and for some reason we keep.
Well,
knuckling
you
it.
forgot May though.
Yeah.
Hey, you forgot me, helped.
Who wants
dumbass?
There's one.
That's it.
There's
You know,
one.
for the first time in my life, I'm thinking about getting a tattoo so I can keep up with it. Go ahead. Cross my wrist. Jesus, saves. Now, that's the best one I've heard yet.
Okay.
But is it 30 or 31?
It's 30 on
30.
the
Important to know that.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it just seems like if it was Jesus saves,
Nothing quite kills an acronym like not knowing what it stands for.
Yeah.
Well, and the problem too is
You think he
here's
would
the
be
confusion.
31?
Here's the confusing part is there's a lot that start with J. You see what I'm saying?
Jesus.
I've never really thought about it.
January, June, July.
And those are 30s. And everything else is 31.
January's 31.
Please, y'all, talk about something else. There's a George Soros call. I'm putting that on. Gina, go ahead. Gina, go.
Yes. Okay. Listen. So I saw the other day, and I know you can't believe everything on Facebook, but
what
it was saying that George Soros bought 240 radio stations, and my question was, did they buy one, or did he buy 104.7, and that's why Rick and Bubba was going off the air.
Well, you figured it out, and we weren't supposed to talk about it, and now you figured it out. Yeah, didn't. Yeah, I saw that same. I saw that same headline. I saw that same headline. I don't know if that's true or not.
So I think the way this is shaking out, and I'm not an expert, much like leap year. Okay,
Right.
let me be clear.
So we're off leap year now.
That there are several large radio groups in our country, and one of them is in bankruptcy right now, working its way out. And I think he has come in and offered some debt reduction by buying up some of their stock. Well, technically, by doing that, he would be buying up some of these radio stations. Well, there's rules about who can own, and he's foreign and all this other stuff, and I don't think that he could do that normally, but out of the bankruptcy side, that's what they're trying to do. So I don't know. That was the story I read. I don't know what.
But what year?
He bought Odyssey, like audio spelled that way. But they own 227 radio stations across the United States, Arizona, California, a bunch in California, Colorado, Connecticut, D.C., Florida, and Georgia, Illinois, Kansas, Louisiana, Maryland. List goes on.
400 million, by the way.
Yeah, so that was.
But it's a bankruptcy relief move, not a straight out purchase like normal, right?
Yeah, 400 million worth of debt.
Yeah.
But to the caller's point, I saw the headline. Of course, now they're everywhere. This is his attempt to shut down talk radio that disagrees with the left. Yeah.
Is it? Look what else he does.
Yeah, really.
Everything
look.
he does in the political system
know.
is to crash our country.
And he's pretty old. How much longer is he going to live?
Well, his son's taking over.
Yeah. I will be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Wait to interview anybody who hated Bloomberg.
Yeah, right.
And so, and all they talked about is what a jerk he is and how boring he is.
Well,
you know
I
what I
heard
mean?
somebody, too, that said
but
he
they're
was-
saying he's one of those kind that people say don't look him in the eye. Don't ask him any questions. This was from a guy. This was from a guy who, of course, Hannity had to interview yesterday to talk about it. Of course, Hannity said he'd had lunch with him before. Said he's just absolutely boring.
I'm glad y'all quit that. I mean, we used to have to tell people they couldn't look at you. Not to speak to you.
No, Greg, tell the truth. Don't look at him unless you got
y'all
sausage
walk
balls.
3 steps behind.
Right. Don't look at Rick and Bubba unless you got food.
Now, if you got food, all bets are off. Go ahead.
And I forgot who it was too, Rick. I heard somebody talking about that, and they said that
Was he the guy with the pipes?
He was so arrogant that he thinks he's so much smarter than everybody else. He wouldn't go to somebody and say, "I need practice on a debate format. I need to be coached up on what to expect and
that'll
what to
be
do,"
his
because he
downfall.
thinks he's already knows everything there is to know.
Correct.
I mean,
Bingo.
because of who he is.
Bingo.
Right.
Yeah.
He thinks
That
the
will be his
68 billion net worth is going to buy him the election.
Correct.
and he don't want to work for
Well,
it.
I think the $68 billion can buy you false security. That's for sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, Elizabeth Warren, as crazy as she was prepared for that debate.
Yeah.
And he was not.
Yeah. Elizabeth Warren-
He does not want to be president. He just doesn't like Trump.
How about this? Elizabeth Warren came into that debate like she only had 9% of the vote.
Right.
In the last primary.
Yeah.
She was,
what I mean?
she was shooting threes, man.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
She went in there animated and ready to go.
Yeah, yeah.
So, all right. So we'll come back. 866 We Be Big is our number. 15 minutes past the hour, and we have other things to cover. Had a conversation with Gary yesterday about the Naked Cowboy and him being here on the same day, and
he's going to wear it.
Let me tell you something. He is not. He has no desire to meet the Naked Cowboy.
We got him really spread out.
Yeah.
Or just,
hey, I ain't standing around some man in his underwear.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We never can hear the sound, which I think is a way for you and I to protect ourselves. But on TV4, we just refer to it here in the studio as TV4.
Oh, boys.
We have flat screen TVs all over the studio here. And on TV4,
You better watch 4.
Toward the end of the show, The View comes on.
Yeah.
You know, it's airing on some station that we have on there at that time. And so
Whoopi Goldberg playing George Washington.
Correct.
Father of our country.
Father of our country. So anytime I know there's going to be a conservative on there, I wish I could hear.
Yeah.
You know that, and of course when AOC was on there, I didn't know that Whoopi would tell her that she was bothered by the fact she thinks old people don't know.
Yeah, Whoopi kind of scolded her a little bit.
She did.
AOC had that cold look.
yeah.
But this guy, and I don't know that Matt Gaetz, I see him a lot, Republican out of Florida. He's kind of an odd-looking dude. He's got kind of a strange forehead set up there.
Oh.
You'll see what I'm talking about, Greg. He's
big on his forehead.
No, I mean he's a great guy, and he's a conservative.
Heart of gold.
Yeah, he just looks a little odd to me. But anyway, he was on The View, and he has upset Bubba Joey Behar. Well, I bet that's hard.
Well, he did. You know how like with songs that you're starting, Rick. There's like a walk or a slow fade or whatever, and then there's that cold start where it just starts singing right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Well, he started right out of the gate and had to ask Joey this. He didn't wait.
I do watch. You guys make news every week.
Every
so
day.
it's
We
an
are
honor.
the big political show.
I was just wondering if you were wearing black as a consequence of like the death of the political left in the debate last night. It was quite something to observe.
Don't count the dead yet, the bodies. Let's give it a little time before we count.
Well, Joe Biden at least. I mean, I was hoping that maybe Whoopi's bell could wake up the Biden campaign if you hit it.
I thought he was actually, he didn't do any harm to himself last
What state's he going to win? I mean, this is a man who's,
wait a minute.
the fundamental premise of the Biden campaign is that he's electable and he can't seem to win elections. So now you have socialist Bernie Sanders against billionaire Michael Bloomberg.
Yeah. Well, the Republicans love a billionaire. They love money. So what are you talking about?
Well, Michael Bloomberg used to be a Republican. It's fascinating
No, he was
that right
a Democrat
now
first.
the Democratic Party is likely not going to nominate a Democrat. They're either going to nominate a socialist or someone who some time ago was a Republican.
Well, let's talk about...
None of them. I don't think any of them are going to beat the president. I think we have a raging economy right now. The American family is seeing revenue pour in as a consequence of higher wages, more
you doing a stump
productivity,
speech,
more business investment, more capital coming from overseas into our nation.
Donald Trump was a Democrat first.
He was. We've all sort of been politically square dancing for a while, and I think that we're in a time of real political realignment in
So
our country.
let's talk about your boss for a second, because yesterday...
Well, my boss are the people of Northwest Florida.
Yeah, okay. So yesterday, Trump...
Don't dismiss them. It's the highest concentration of active duty military in the country.
true.
And
It's
I know Megan's dad served there, so you can
It is
attack me if
true.
you want, but
I'm
don't
not
attack my
attacking you. I'm
constituents.
asking you a question.
Minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us as we work our way back. A brand new Rick and Bubba show today, asking the question, does anybody really know what time it is?
How long is an hour?
So preparewithbubba.com, no matter what is going on, I mean, you're seeing, unexpected things happen in life. We just got a tornado recovery update today from the bussies. I mean, you never know.
No, you don't.
And how long did you say it took the tornado to destroy that?
About 30 seconds.
30 seconds. So if that's where what if that had been the main house?
366 days to fix it.
There you go.
God.
So
that's a year and a leap year.
Yeah. The five P's are, some of you, if you want to remember the P's, use your knuckles. Prior planning prevents poor performance.
I remember that a little different.
Yes, there was always a word added, but not for here. But tornadoes, we mentioned that. Hurricanes, flooding, catastrophic events that you had no way to be prepared if you didn't go ahead and get prepared. It's going to be too late then, so go to preparewithbubba.com right now. And, of course, it could be something as severe as, what direction is this country headed? The economy. My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for an uncertain future. Many of them start with a 4-week emergency kit. You can it's got 16 food and drink varieties, so you don't get bored. 2,000 calories a day, so you got plenty to eat. Inside the ultra durable packaging, they last up to 25 years in storage. So, if something like a tornado or flooding or a hurricane, or God forbid something else were to happen, you'd be ready. But you know what else they're really good for? And I've got an order on the way right now. Being out in the outdoors, hiking, camping, hunting, fishing. So get it right now by going to preparewithbubba.com. We'll save you $60 off a 4-week food kit. Plus, you get free shipping. Go to our URL, preparewithbubba.com, $60 off a 4-week food kit. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors. All right, so Bubba, we have, speaking of this type of event, what's going on with the wildfires in Texas?
Well, we've got a big outbreak, Rick. Last I saw, it was pretty widespread, about 30 miles from Amarillo, and we've had to shut down Pantex, which is a big government contractor that handles nuclear weapons. They actually assemble and disassemble. But look at some of this footage from the interstate,
Bubba,
from some of the
goodness.
trucks. I mean, you can't see anything.
No, you really can't.
I mean, that's scary stuff.
Yeah, that's terrifying to be.
I mean, it looks like you're driving through hell. It really does.
Yeah. And when you think about wildfires and you think about nuclear plants, it's not a happy feeling.
According to this story, it says about 300 square miles are on fire right now.
Wow. So this is the view from a fire truck. Do they have like a filter? Do they wear their oxygen masks while they're driving? Like, how does that work? Do y'all know?
No. Probably got their mask on.
Okay.
Wow. That reminds me of the footage, was it Gatlinburg years ago?
Yes,
footage of them trying to come off the mountain.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh,
that Gatlinburg fire was
horrendous. Yeah, that was scary.
Here's a view of the fire from an airplane, and it is quite widespread.
Goodness gracious.
Man.
Golly. It's a lot. For those of you who can't see it, that's a lot.
Do y'all
night sky? I mean, it's lit up.
Do y'all fantasize about like putting a sprinkler system on your house and like?
Do I fantasize about it?
Not not
categorize that as a fantasy.
Vision it. Not that's a wrong word.
If I'm fantasizing, what's going on the roof is not a sprinkler system.
Yeah.
Hey,
that was not. That was a bad word.
It'd be like maybe a new house or something.
Poor choice of words on my part.
Right.
Doesn't happen often, but it happened just then.
Right.
But like a sprinkler system, you could push a button if there's a fire coming, that kind of thing. You always see like these people like in a flood, they had sandbags set up and they saved their house. I want to be that person, but I'm not willing to put it in the work. Yeah. You push a button.
So I don't think that. I mean, you certainly have them for the inside if you want to. Of course, it's not good when they go off when they're not supposed to and destroy everything.
Right.
With water damage.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, what else do you fantasize about?
Sandbags in a flood.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. I guess that commercial I just did about 25 years storage of food kind of fired you up a little
I'm
bit.
gonna do that straight up.
I saw him light up in there.
I'm gonna do that.
So do the shingles just separate and it just pops up? Is that what you're?
I think it could be just like sprinkler heads on every corner of the house. Or something.
So they just stay out all the time?
Sure.
Okay.
That's a lot of water to put out a house fire. You're gonna have a lot of water coming out of there.
Is he still taking that green stuff?
All right, I'm going to turn off my mic.
But you just hit a button and it goes,
I don't know.
Yeah.
That was an experimental one, too. That's not even one I know much about.
Yeah.
I had one that I'm not even familiar with.
What if it was voice activated? Does that make it even better?
Yeah, that's part of my fantasy for sure.
you want that, too?
What would the command be?
Now, go.
Now go out. Then it might go off a lot.
Yeah, we have
I thought y'all would take this topic and run with it. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Okay. Would you like to learn how to count the days of the month again?
Yeah, let's go through that.
Don't make me do
You want
that.
to fantasize about that?
Right.
Somebody in the comments did say it's every other month except July and August.
Yeah,
That's easy.
That's back to your knuckles.
That's what I said.
Did you say that?
Yeah, I said it like 4 times. so-
Every other month besides July and August, that was said already?
Yes, 4 times.
All right, well, I'm going to
Since
fantasize
Adler's
about
talking
that.
more, he's not listening as much.
Goodness
You're right.
gracious.
That's tough in there.
Googling. I'm
Hey,
Googling.
Adler, just because that stuff was sent to me, we haven't done any commercials for it yet.
Yeah, I'd be careful of that.
And that's something we were supposed to just kind of try.
Yeah.
Can I suggest you recheck your dosage?
Why don't you?
Maybe a little hotter.
Why don't you give it back?
You guys want some of this? I got some of the good stuff.
You're right.
You guys want some?
Why don't you just give it back?
The first sample's free.
I just wish Helmsy would have said it like you did.
Yeah.
That made more sense.
Right. Yeah. It's, I'm having all kinds
I
of
told you
people-
what Helmsy's problem is. I'm not going to say it twice.
Hey, and Adler
Check
remember,
back with me next month. I'll have one then.
you're not.
You've used yours.
You're not. You don't have a weight issue, so there's no need for the diet pills.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a good point.
All right. So also let's look at Michigan. We talked about that a little bit. So one of the things we did mention that Trump wins convincingly, and we don't
68 to 26% over Haley.
We don't know why Nikki Haley is staying in the race. So surely she's not going to, but I guess she is. But what about Biden? They said that he had kind of a progressive uprising in Michigan, that 27,000 Democrats, and now they think maybe even more than that, voted against him. Over his policies on the war in Gaza.
That, there is, that's where, several of the squad members are from and all that.
Right,
There's some Middle Eastern influence on some of that.
Yes.
But what was the numbers? I mean, even though it was several thousand, I mean, the percentages were still crazy for him, right?
Yeah, I guess the
Didn't I say
story.
that right?
Yeah, I guess
You
the
got it
story is when they went and looked, and they said that the uncommitted numbers, what they were looking at, 13%, after 70,000 votes, and they're saying that they're kind of tying that, even though he won big. You're 100% right. They're just saying that number is a concerning number. And because of the Gaza situation, and you've pointed to why that's happening in Michigan, you're right on that. But it's not going to. I don't think it affects anything with him being the nominee. What's going to affect him being the nominee is whether he knows who he is.
Yeah, if he can physically walk to the stage to accept it.
You know, we didn't do the story. We mentioned off the air about the military person that burned themselves for Gaza.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. Speaking of fires, my goodness.
Did you see the Babylon Bee headline? And sometimes they can be what some people consider to be a little insensitive.
Oh.
That the government new suicide hotline says don't commit suicide unless you're doing it for Gaza. And I thought, wow, that was a little edgy. That was a bit of a stinger.
I slept that one on.
Yeah. So,
but y'all, I mean, there are major figures on the left coming out and like giving this guy positive feedback.
Well, that's why Babylon Bee
attention.
crazy. Well, that's why Babylon Bee did the headline.
If your team is encouraging you to light yourself on fire for a conflict on the other side of the world, you might want to consider changing teams.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What are we doing? Why would you glorify that at all? That is evil. That is horrible.
Well, this whole situation, and I've never seen our country, as all of you are pointing out, to be on the side of Hamas and terrorists and not comprehending even the way Hamas is treating the people and the way all these terrorist groups just throw these people out as human shields. I'm not sure that's the side you want to be on. And so to all of your points. So there you go. But they're saying that Biden, in their minds, took some heat about it in Michigan, about him, for the most part, being with Israel. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information about the Rick and Bubba Show and how you can get every part of the show every day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Today, Trump announced he's appointing another loyalist of his, Rick Grinnell, as his acting director of national intelligence. But Grinnell, as you know, has absolutely no intelligence experience. And he's overseeing all 17 of our intel agencies. He stands between us and the next ISIS attack. And I don't know.
That was the main part. He goes on and continues on. He also said that that Trump should pardon Roger Stone. Roger Stone. Yeah, Roger Stone. Yeah. But Trump says that he's not going to pardon him because he feels like it'll be overturned eventually.
Yeah, he's going to appeal that. There is some argument about the jury pool in that, and the foreman of the jury pool, that she may have been tainted ahead of time and did not disclose that to prosecutors based on her political leanings and donations and activities. And that would be an issue to throw out that verdict if it's upheld. Now, the judge in this also has some political baggage that wasn't friendly to Roger Stone. And I don't know Roger Stone. I don't know what he did, didn't do. It doesn't matter. But it's an Obama appointee, and she ruled against families who tried to sue over the Benghazi issue and a couple of other things she's been involved in. So her leanings are well known. Wasn't a good judge for this case to be heard in front of, for sure. So, but we'll see how all of it plays out. And the president, like you said, he could just pardon him. He has, the other day we talked about a couple of people he commuted their sentence, but there was a list of like 100 people.
Oh yeah,
on that. There was only 2 that made real headlines, but. Wow. He's been busy with that pen.
Well, some people think with his strategy, he let Blasio go, so he could now let Stone go.
That is a theory that's out there.
So he can look back and go, well, there's not political. I got this Democrat.
Yeah, he's a Democrat.
But the
guy too, Joy Behar was talking about. I don't know if because I don't know the names of these guys, but the guy that Trump had appointed, and it's just temporary, was the former. Or maybe the current ambassador to Germany. I don't know if that's who she's talking about, because I don't think he's appointed a permanent guy yet. But they said it's temporary. He's filling that role till they get somebody else. So.
And I'm sure Joy's an expert on
I know
security and how things should be run. I know she's got her finger on the pulse.
Hey, I'm not an expert, but I think I'm one click above Joy.
Exactly. So anyway, the headline had that the Venezuela wing was at the same time. That's why I was letting that roll on. It was actually toward the end of the interview. When he asked her if the Venezuela wing was taking over the Democratic Party, and she got mad and screamed "Venezuela wing." But anyway, so that
you're right, Rick. He's got a really pointy chin. He's funny.
I
thought he was Chris Harris off of The Bachelor.
Yeah, but he comes across well on TV. I think he's. Probably one of them they're grooming for bigger and better things down the road.
He's got good hair.
Let me tell you what I think he did well, regardless of forehead and chin, is that he came out swinging. And he knew the waters he was in.
Oh, yeah.
And he was going to get on there and say...
He established his point.
He was going to say everything. He handled himself great on the video.
He was going to get everything in before they slammed the door.
Here's his Venezuela shot that you were talking about towards the end of it.
Off of welfare, America is in a sense of great renewal. We've got a comeback president running against the throwback left and the Venezuela wing of the Democratic Party taking over with Bernie Sanders.
Oh, come on, the Venezuela
Go
ring.
Listen to Bernie Sanders. He praises Venezuela. He praises Cuba.
The Venezuela wing.
He just jumped right in the sharks.
Well, what I like about it is he wasn't naive enough to think he was going to get a fair shake. So he went in there and just said, look, I'm going to come in here like a bulldozer.
Yeah.
I'm going to lower my head and say, and just everything I say, if you noticed, it really kind of worked because they were so taken back of everything he was saying, but they're trying to come back and respond. They're almost like there's so much to respond to, we can't hit it all.
Yeah.
That may be, and we talked about this a little bit the other day. The thing that Donald Trump may give us that outlasts his tax cuts, his economy, his judges, and all of that is a new attitude by conservatives that we don't have to take it anymore, that we can get back in their face and fight them. And that has not been the norm up to this point. It has been passive. It has been, we'll be above that fray, and it's just like pit bulls attacking you, and you haven't fought back. And, I love George W. Bush, too, but he was an example of that older mentality where you act presidential, you don't fight back. I think the Trump legacy is going to be a whole lot of new conservatives who are going to go, I'm going to fight back. I'm going to give it to you. And I'm not going to let you have the last word, especially when it's some textbook, pie-in-the-sky, phony baloney theory on something.
Yeah. Well, and I agree with you 100%.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get to more of your phone calls as the day moves forward. Coming up next hour. So we've all talked about that American football and all the rule changes, and some of us are a bit of a purist when it comes to football. You know, we love to grumble. It's going to just turn into, 7-on-7 flag football at some point, and, we get real all angry about it and grumpy and all that kind of stuff. But maybe America's new favorite sport could be football played on ice. I guess you're taking hockey and you're taking football and you're putting it together.
Yeah, you're taking the skates off. You're in shoes.
You take the sticks up.
Looks like wrestling shoes almost.
Can't have a stick.
Can't have a stick, just a football.
Okay.
And a couple of dudes on the ice trying to stay up.
Look at the yard mark.
And this was played in Germany before the Super Bowl this year. And it has it's gone viral on social media, and everybody's like, "Could this please come to America?"
Okay, so we don't even have skates.
Look at the kick. Look.
Yeah, it falls. Rick, this next one, could you give it more volume? I want you to hear the announcement.
Steff, sehr, sehr schöne Lauftechnik da. Das soll sich sparen. Das ist arrogant.
This next
das ist
one,
taunting. Das wird in der NFL den Panzer.
No, this one here is precious.
This is great.
Get play-by-play to this. It's good.
Look how slow everybody is.
Geschoben worden und Schanbacher kommt nicht auf die Füße. So, ein Pass nach vorne. Weiter geht's.
Look.
Und er bleibt auf den Beinen. Schanbacher, der Quarterback, bleibt auf den Beinen. So, da er hier nicht als Quarterback fungiert, ist das meiner Meinung nach korrekt eigentlich in der Rollermeter. So,
Bubba, here's a running.
Axel Stein, Touchdown für die Wessis.
That's I kind of like it.
They got pads on, but boy, that ice has to be hard.
Boy.
I mean, that is a hard fall.
There you got one. It looks like he's got bowling shoes on. Look.
Klaus!
Yes. Oh, yeah, that happened.
Yeah.
You will run the football now?
When they broke free on a long run and everybody's trying to run and nobody can.
Did you know that apparently there's no German word for taunting? Did you hear he went English? Taunting! In the middle of it.
And what's that guy giving him
I
the old?
think
Yeah, he was giving them the old salute to the ones trailing him.
Well,
he really was.
The glove finger there.
This guy's got quick feet going.
Yeah. Everything you
Klaus is taunting!
you can't really stride out, so everything.
Little
Picture
steps.
being on ice during an ice storm and trying to stay up.
So if you're running with a ball and you fall, do you get to just keep sliding, or are you down where you fall?
Where you fall.
Okay.
Please look at taunting.
Das ist taunting.
It's like college.
It's perfect.
It's like college rules. You
I
can't
believe that is taunting!
Look at this guy trying to get to it. Look.
So we were in shotgun. We had one snapped over our head here, and he runs. We'll see the yard marker about the 25, I guess.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He is taunting like Cam Newton.
Is there anybody in the stands? I can't.
Yeah. Oh, it's a packed house.
Get it up.
He claimed he y'all daddy.
Oh, he breaks free.
Right.
Look how slow he is.
Yeah.
No one is tackling. Do we walk on tackling?
So the question is, would y'all go on a family fun night and watch something like this?
I would.
I might have to check that out. I'm not.
And I'd like to play it.
I wish they could move a little better. It feels.
Well, Rick, you're on ice.
I know, but it's
that's
like,
part of the fun.
I think I would prefer the game if people could really skate and they were on like they could skate like hockey players and drill each other. That would be cool.
So you just want hockey with a football,
correct?
No stick,
correct. Just give somebody the ball.
Something about
watch those
sliding
defenders
everywhere.
coming like a Ray Lewis on skates.
But
wow,
Rick, I don't know if we can tackle with skates on. We saw what happened with that one guy when he went spinning.
Cut his head off.
Yep.
Greg,
Can you imagine?
Well,
He about
he
did.
killed him.
He about did.
it did kill him.
Yeah.
It didn't do like the Iron Lotus, but it did.
Yeah, it's him falling trying
That
to
was
kick
the
here.
fear of the Iron Lotus.
it took
with
your
the
head right
skate
off.
going right by you.
Oh my god!
You know, the last time
Look
it was
at this guy.
tried, it
He's
was
got
in
it
North
figured out.
Korea.
Yeah, he is. By the way, giving him.
You guys.
I just did confirm the taunting.
Den Panzer.
Look right
He
here.
is
Look,
taunting.
pal. Look at this guy trying to get up to speed.
Cam Newton.
How many people are on each team? Can you tell? 7.
Let's see here. Can you go back to the snap? Can you go back to the snap? All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Let's see here. Yeah, you got. Look like you got 4 down
Each
linemen.
team will have
Watch the
6
quarterback.
defenders.
Watch the quarterback when it goes over his head.
I just realized something. The center is the one that gets the pass and runs it. Watch this.
Everyone is eligible.
look, boom.
Oh yeah.
Is it? No, it's not the center. I'm sorry. It was the running back.
die Füße. So,
He
ein
just does
Pass
it
nach
two
vorne.
hands. They got him
Weiter
right here.
geht's. Und bleibt auf den Beinen.
He is
John
breaking
Bacher, der
tackles.
Quarterback, bleibt auf den Beinen.
He's on the
so,
move.
da er hier nicht als Quarterback fungiert, ist das meiner Meinung nach korrekt eigentlich in der Rolle.
He said not so fast, my friend.
What's he saying? Mano,
That is a brutal language.
It is.
Oh.
So could you just slide and take somebody out like a bowling ball?
Oh, that's a question.
See, if I was them, I would have started sliding earlier than trying to run on ice.
I noticed one of them just attempted to jump on the guy's back and take him down. He missed, and he
Just
missed.
fell right off of it.
We will have only 6 defenders.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, there's 6.
We will be on the ice.
There's 6 of us in here.
We got
So,
a team.
We got us a team right here.
We will allow a forward pass.
If I could see Adler get to the numbers and try to get down the side,
yeah.
that's what I need.
Hair flowing.
Oh yeah.
They give it to the little one.
The eagle.
He looks like a gnat. He is moving through defenders.
My nickname in the YMCA was the Mosquito, by the way.
They will pass it to the mosquito.
What? I don't know if that's a good nickname for football.
The Mosquito. There goes the Mosquito.
He is like a mosquito. He is tiny but a bite.
And annoying. He's small and very annoying.
Did you run as hard
He
as
talk very much.
Did you run as hard as number 10 for the Chiefs?
Yes.
Now he runs hard every time.
he
doesn't
does.
I don't know who that is, but yeah.
I can't say his name. It sounds
got a
Russian.
Russian name.
They are
Pacheco or
putting the
Pacheco.
mosquito in. He is taking some powder.
something. The one I said.
He is
tennis
drinking
player.
a powder substance. We
He's-
don't know what it is.
He's
We
snorting
go
it.
to our sideline reporter, Klaus. I saw it as well.
Oh, Pacheco.
Pacheco.
Yeah, he's great. But I don't know much about football. I thought David Pollock was in the NFL Hall of Fame, so don't ask me
By the
about
way, did you
NFL
ever
He had 2 great seasons.
Did you ever correct that publicly? He was injured and put out his second season,
wasn't
and
his
you put him
fault.
as an NFL Hall of Famer.
He was in the College Football Hall of Fame,
right.
and y'all. I even researched it, saw that what's his
College.
name gave him the award on the air. And in my mind, as I'm reading it, after I'm doing after I did the podcast, my mind changed it to NFL Hall of Fame every time. So I mean, but it's burned into the
His
video.
mind- his
It's
mind
burned
changed.
into the
no
graphics
taking
in
it
the
out
video,
now.
so I can't take it out. Yeah, I don't. I'm stupid, so that's why I did that.
He thought you were rubbing it in because he got injured.
I had many people say that one season he played must have been a dilly.
I got a lot of emails about that. It's just in my brain. I changed it. I'm
Bo
very
Jackson
stupid.
couldn't pull that off.
No, he could
few
not.
seasons.
In my brain.
That's it.
Yeah, so that was my bad, everybody.
Yeah, so it's College Football Hall of Fame,
Right.
Not NFL.
Different.
Yeah.
A college Hall of Famer did play in the NFL for a season and a few games.
Even on your one page there.
I just in my brain. I even, like I said, I even researched it, but every time I read it, my brain changed it from
He's a soccer fan.
college to NFL. So
I got
sorry.
You. I got you.
Yeah.
It's okay,
Sorry, everybody.
Mosquito.
Well, calm down.
Were you proud of that nickname?
I
Like,
was-
was there honor in that?
A little bit, yeah.
If it'd been
You didn't realize they were making fun of you?
No, it was one of those situations.
if David Pollock had been a soccer player, would you have known all the facts about him?
Oh,
no,
yeah, he
no,
would've.
no. If he was a UFC fighter, I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense.
We can live with that.
Okay. Sorry, everyone, including David Pollock.
Especially.
We've had to say that a lot to David lately.
Yeah, sorry about that.
We sure have. Sorry about the coffee. Sorry about the misinformation.
Podcast did great numbers, though, by the way.
It did. It did. It did.
We're not sorry about that.
Not sorry about that. Glad of that. A lot of Alabama fans on it. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Think, as you said, I think George W. Bush is a good man. He's a redeemed man, and I certainly like him as a person.
Yes, absolutely.
And
I'd love to hang out with George W. Bush this weekend. It wouldn't bother me at all.
And certainly thought he did a good job there for the most part in the time that he was president, especially through 9/11. But the culture changes. And that attitude, is, as much as it may be desired, it doesn't play right now because the culture will not allow it. So you have to kind of get people in there. You know how you look around and go, all right, let's see who's the person for this job. All right, George, you were at one time, but you're not for this job. I tell you who we need for this job is this guy right over here. So when people say, look, I know this is a tough job, but I'm the man to do it. And you got to go now on offense. I say the same thing about, on something more important. I think the church has got the same place.
Yes,
it's time. It's time for the church to go on offense.
Yeah.
Okay. Jesus said that his church was going to that the gates of hell could not withstand against it. A gate is a defensive thing that hell is actually defending itself, and Jesus saying my church is going to knock down the gates of hell and deliver people from it. And so, we sitting around playing defense all the time and saying, is our ultimate goal to be nice and be liked? No, it's not. And I think that the Republican Party, as far as politics is concerned, has already decided that they will go on offense.
I think it's a style issue. It really is. And I think you're seeing that already. I think you're seeing that with him. I think you're seeing it with, and I'll give you another candidate I think is subscribing to that theory, and that's Tommy Tuberville. We see in one of our local elections. So you see a more very aggressive approach to things as opposed to being classy and passive.
Right. Yeah. It's almost like when you play an opponent, you say, look, this opponent you're playing is physical, and if you won't get physical, they're going to intimidate you, and you're going to have a problem. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show, especially if you're principled in what you're talking about, you truly believe to be the truth. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour. Gary the Bulldozer Man has arrived.
I mean, hey, I got my flannel on. I tucked my shirt in because I want to look nice.
And so Gary, we'll talk to him coming up next hour and just kind of check in with him.
Hey, I don't need to be on the air, Bub. I mean, I'm just here to give my calls to some guys that are coming in from Ohio.
From where?
They're from Ohio, and they're headed down to the Pursuit.
Where?
To the Pursuit. Down there, conference down there, at Cersei and Wingo and...
Who is?
Cersei.
Okay.
Cersei.
He was just telling us in the kitchen about somebody picked up a call from
Yeah, I got it. We got to ask him.
Well, yeah. Talking about that
I told him, I said, I think that'd be a good ad for you.
Yeah, I do too.
Well, I know some videos somebody, Gary may have ripped off.
I know it.
Hey, Greg, let me ask you this.
The guy's product's very similar.
Have you talked to Cersei and Wingo? and Rick, he ain't gonna come by. You can't have nothing with him, but you think they might, on their way to Dothan, stop by Lake Mitchell?
I'm concerned about Brody Coyle. Are you communicating with him on travel and everything?
I've done the famous, text Brody Kroll and said, hey, you need a ride, and all that.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm not being pulled into that again.
Right. Wow.
So, but we're all driving this time, so nobody's going to be left out.
Oh, wow.
That was a terrible, terrible day.
Yeah, it was.
I felt life-changing,
I felt bad until I thought, well, when I land, I can text him. When I text him when I was like home, and he told me that he was right on the outskirts of Atlanta, and it was just now slowing down behind all the brake lights that were stopped as he was about to work his way through Atlanta, and I was already home. That was good.
Yeah, that was kind of wake up call.
Well, it'll be awkward when we see each other. So we'll talk to Gary coming up next segment. Bubba, it looks like it is now confirmed that Omar did marry her brother.
Oh, yeah.
And said she would do what she had to do to get him papers to keep him in the U.S.
Which is illegal on about 3 different fronts, and she falsified records, which means she also has now falsified tax returns.
Correct.
So, will she be prosecuted or will she get a pass like other politicians?
If you
probably get a pass.
If you can't just come into the country and start breaking laws and then it be all okay. I mean, that's kind of our whole problem with illegal immigration.
When you look at her marrying her brother, and now we don't have to say that like with apprehension anymore.
Right.
It's official.
Right.
When you see some of the other things that go along with this, of course, a Somali community leader is the one that's coming out with this. She said that she needed to get papers for her brother to go to school. We all thought she was just getting papers to allow him to stay in this country. Omar was married in 2009 and married, listen to this, by a Christian minister, even though she was Muslim. I mean, that is that just trying to make it look
that she just needed her paperwork,
right? Yeah, there you go. So anyway,
and the lid blowing the cover off. A lot of this is coming from Somali leaders in her community,
exactly,
who know what's going on and saying, this is enough. You're gonna get us all in trouble by this constant line.
Well, and that's it, because what they're saying is, the husband that she actually, was married to, straight up, that everybody, sitting there knew about. They said that was a huge Muslim ceremony. They did split in 2008, but she did have another child with.
Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. And returning, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussy. How about you, Busby?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. This is a little party called Rick and Bubba with a few days left in September.
There we go.
Or February. I started to say that rhyme in my head.
Yep. Anybody thinks we're slipping?
Yep.
Think again.
Yeah.
Think again.
Scratch that.
Scared me for a minute.
That's funny to me.
Oh my gosh, we're already in our fall schedule.
You're right.
Holy moly.
Boy, how time's flying.
Boy, it's kicking along.
Get the Christmas tree out.
I think
football season's here.
I think that we need to get out ahead of something. I mean now.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So y'all
mean
know,
September?
Yeah, yeah. So
Greg's got a new idea for the new month too.
Okay, Hamsey, don't
do that. He's got his hands crossed and leaning back.
Oh, he's leaning back. He's rocked back. He's had plenty of coffee.
That was all fair.
I'm not going to say it. I promise you
The
that.
only thing missing is a toothpick.
But
I'll get it back.
But we have to get out ahead of this
Right after October.
as a team, and I mean now, because we're going to be accused of something, and Greg's got to clear his name, and I mean now.
Oh boy.
So speaking of Greg, I noticed right out of the gate, early trip to the shared bathroom on our floor, and the minute I walked in, I said, "Today's trouble." 2 urinals out, 1 stall out.
Yeah. We've never had that kind.
And I thought, whoa.
Key stall too.
Boy, you talk about fighting red shoes and flip flops, and I mean
Plastic bags everywhere.
we're gonna have to fight for a place to go to the bathroom
Guns
today.
and knives.
And so anyway, so I go back a minute ago, and I'm looking, and I hear Adler say, "Well, I'm not surprised that urinal is out because yesterday it was crammed with paper towels and
Not me.
peanut shells."
Yep.
Not me.
No.
I wouldn't.
I can vouch for Greg on this, and this is why. I actually urinated in that stall.
That's nice.
And
thank you for that.
And I saw the paper towel. But here's how he's cleared. It was a peanut that had not been cracked. No way he's wasting a peanut to throw it in there.
Greg,
if it was just the shell, you'd have an argument. But it was the complete peanut.
If it was not Greg, it's somebody trying to frame you.
That's true. And I understand
And I'm
why
not
you would
serious,
think.
not Adler.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
I understand why you would think that, but I'm on record here as a person who used to clean urinals for a living.
Absolutely.
I would never abuse a urinal.
Never. That's so rude.
I used to, people would throw, back then, people were smoking in buildings. They'd throw cigarette butts,
Yes.
gum. And every time somebody around here kept throwing napkins in there, and I was mad every time.
What is the deal with that?
The peanut is, I get that. Where you get
Greg, if we find peanuts laying around,
I understand
because
that.
Helms makes a good point, they were not open to peanuts.
True.
Yeah.
No one thinks you would do that.
But is that how Greg would throw us all?
Right. But Greg, if I'm just
I
saying,
will never abuse a urinal.
No.
I promise you this is happening though, Greg. But you need to get out ahead of it, because I promise you how we all know all the different people in the building.
Oh,
and
yeah.
We got nicknames for all of them.
They all think I did it.
There you go. There's no doubt that in other offices, well, I tell you who clogged that one up.
Yeah.
It's Greg.
And I understand that, but I'm telling you, I am innocent.
It wasn't me either. I went in there yesterday. I was like, who put these nuts in here?
It could have been.
Cut it in half and hand me the sample. Let me have the sample. I want to be clear too, because I don't want to cast. When Bubba says the green stuff, he's not talking about Field of Green.
No, he's not.
No.
He's talking about this product that's been sent for us. It's some kind of nitric acid.
Y'all
Bring
want
this-
some?
Bring it to me.
The first batch is free.
You
but
cannot
gotta-
have any
You
more
got
of
to
that.
pay for the rest. That's how it works.
You cannot have any more of that.
Okay.
You cannot have any more of
Put
that.
that bag up, sir.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just referring to it because of the bag. And
Yes.
everything.
Yeah, because it is written in green. But I don't want anybody to think that Field of Greens does this to people.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So it
Creates a monster.
Now this other one apparently we need to take another look at.
Do you think Don Day could have done this just to get a no peanut?
Oh, I see.
Rule
Like, get
at
him
the
banned from
plaza
the
so
building,
that he
yeah.
doesn't have to do this anymore?
Don could look at me and go, Greg, I can't do it. I'd love to, but
You know, they got the new peanut rule now.
yeah, no peanuts in the
he
urinal.
he could just leave it on your truck.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
Well, here's
I don't know that'll get him
you
out
make
of
a good point here.
You ever
'cause
eat
this,
peanuts in the truck? It's a mess.
yeah, this happened about 3 days ago.
You've tried it.
Somebody that
It's horrible.
knew that brought up Don Day, and they said, well, you know, and I'm friends with Don Day. I said, oh yeah, great man. He goes, by the way, didn't know about the peanut thing.
Yeah.
I said, what? You didn't know Don Day does peanuts? He goes, well, I do now. Do you see what's happening?
Yep.
So now even friends that he was trying to keep it from, it's become so public now.
Yeah.
Now the
A couple
demand.
things. It's a reputation thing, and I don't, good or bad doesn't really matter. And the demand.
Burden.
Now the demand
I'm gonna
is
tell you,
his friends.
Greg's
are wanting.
become a peanut burden.
Don's a good guy, and he can roast a peanut.
You don't want.
I can.
So I heard you say you want him to stop bringing the mediums.
Well, I mean, if he wants to just make 2 sacks of the burnt, that'd be fine.
So you want the mediums out.
No, I'm not saying that. They're fine.
Is that why they're in the urinal? Okay, you walk right in there.
Yeah.
Do you want to see how he does that? I kind of do. I want to see what kind of roaster
Yeah, I don't know.
he's
Yeah,
got
there's got to
around.
be a.
Well, Greg, why don't you take him to lunch? I'll talk about it since he
I'll
does
do
this
that.
all the time.
Yeah, Greg, why don't you maybe do something personally?
Yeah, like
Like
for him.
like let him see some
No,
gratitude.
I met him at the memorial service.
Kindness,
Greg.
Greg.
Can't even talk.
Other than him leaving bags on your desk like you're the mafia.
Right.
Here's my payment.
I do. That's a lot what it looks like.
You were
Right.
complaining
And I
about the
appreciate
bag
it.
with the M on
I
it.
was never complaining.
Did
You talking about
Greg?
Michael's bag?
It's not my bag.
It's not his bag.
stands
It
No, I'm
says
just saying
for medium.
I mean, while you at it, just make them both kind of burnt.
Yeah.
So now you're demanding even more.
I'm not. I'm
of a
joking. What it is, he
personalized-
thinks that the rest of y'all like them, but y'all don't like them as done as I do, and that's may be
No,
true.
I like them done like you.
Okay,
I'm with you, man.
Do you think
we
there
can
was
do that and put a B on it?
Do you think there was a time that Don Day looked forward to Wednesday? I mean, he was like, that's the day I go for the Bible study. We have some good camaraderie with all the guys. Now he dreads Wednesday.
He does.
Because
And-
all he can think about is, I better get the peanuts
Well,
ready.
Rick, I'm on record saying that Don, you've done more than enough. If you want to retire from the peanut business, I understand.
But you don't mean that.
Yeah,
What you just said,
It's probably better for me.
You're okay if he stops bringing them? Are you kidding me? You're not okay with that.
I am okay with that.
Next breath, you'll
You're
say
stopping up urinals?
If he could, Rick, if he could bring them like maybe twice a month.
Are you saying though that you need to tell the building back to this?
No, I get
because,
it.
because you worked on urinals and you used to have to clean them up.
That's right.
That there's no higher offense than for someone
It's
to think
horrible.
that you stopped up a urinal.
I used to give speeches to the urinals. What in the world? Who thinks this is a good
So
idea?
you would never do that.
Never.
No matter how many peanuts.
The only thing goes in a urinal. You know what goes in a urinal? Urine. That's it.
It's in the name.
Yeah.
It would be like you knocking down a power pole.
It would. It'd be
go.
like me
Right,
trying to
right.
steal electricity.
What about this? Maybe you accidentally did it.
That's not.
like
I would
it
have reached
fell
in there
off
and
your
got it
shirt.
out.
Yeah, what'd you just say?
I would have reached in there and got it out.
And
No way.
that
Yes,
peanut
sir.
too was bigger than Don Day's.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
right.
it's
not-
bigger.
see,
It was bigger.
Different type of
Oh,
peanuts.
those were bigger. Okay.
I called my
cut
first
Adler
witness,
off
Rick. I
now.
called my first witness, Michael Helms.
So and then Greg, but picture this. Say we go into it and they've got 2 urinals down and a stall like we do today. It's unfortunate
It
on our
is.
floor because those steps is 2 flights. So I'll go back to this. What if I went in there and one was stopped up and Adler said, there's a bunch of connectors laying in there for ham radio. I'd be like, ooh,
Bubba dropped
Bubba's got
connector.
Bubba's got a PR problem today.
I get
now,
it.
it might not have been you, but you would have had to said something.
Yeah,
I
KJ.
get it, Rick.
There was a line said there that caused some panic on my part, and it wasn't because of what Greg was going to say. It was what Adler, because I saw him revving up.
Oh, I
in there
did
to
too.
come
I saw it.
Yeah, he lit
I
up.
saw it. Oh, no, you're in probation. That box, that might as well be a soundproof booth.
In hockey, they call it a penalty box. You got 3 minutes and you're out.
Right. And I'm doing this for your own good.
Yeah. I hate Greg dropped one in there.
Did not.
We'll come back. Phone calls are next. Any topic, 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. America, you're controlling the show. You're in charge of programming.
Come on, America.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The first husband, while she was legally wed to her brother.
They didn't have a child, right?
No, they did not. But then, see, that goes back to this. They said, but when she went and married her brother, nobody knew about it. It was a Christian minister, and it was somewhere else. I got to know who this Christian minister was. What in the world's he doing?
Yeah.
Well, he may not have known what
Right.
he was doing, you know.
Did you get to do any background work at all?
But anyway, so to Bubba's point, the reason why this is big, I mean, it's creepy, but she's saying, look, I wasn't trying to do anything that was incest. I was just trying to get my brother what he needed to get in to stay in the country. But to Bubba's point, but what she did, you can't do.
No,
and
Right.
so we can't.
Yeah, that's why the rule is you have to be married. It's supposed to be a
Right.
married thing, not a hey, I need to get somebody in thing.
I want y'all to know again that the Omars and the Casio Kid Cortezes of the world, they actually won their elections.
Yeah.
I hope y'all know that.
Yeah, they did.
And sadly, this
They
story,
won their primaries and they won their elections. I hope y'all know that.
Yeah,
That means there were enough people.
Yeah, it won't be discussed on many shows either because she's one of the ones that gets the pass.
Oh, yeah, well, you can't mess with her because
You have to really
she'll
dig for
declare all kinds of phobias of every kind.
Yeah.
I mean, there'll be so many phobias she'll throw at you that you won't even know
Well,
what
the
to do.
squad is running aground quicker than the Titanic with their own constituents. So we'll see how all that shakes out.
Somebody tried to clarify for me, and I guess to help me sleep. And they were saying if you go and look at some of these races, especially Casio Kid Cortez and Omar and some of them, so few people actually go out and vote, and it's such a small that it doesn't take much.
You don't have to convince a lot of people.
Yeah, to make it.
But it gets them on the national stage.
Oh,
see.
yeah.
And then they run
absolutely.
roughshod over the leadership and everything else and do their own thing. Listen, no one in America would like for AOC to go away more than Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, you're right. No, you're 100% right. I think that's one of the things that Goldberg, Whoopi, was trying to kind of say in passing.
Exactly.
The way y'all treating Pelosi and all this, you're really being a handle for the party. This is one of those things where you've got a bunch of drunk cousins at the family reunion. You can't get them to shut up.
Right. Well, they, for better or worse, the political parties have a leadership hierarchy that comes down, and a lot of it's based on seniority. And then when you get, newcomers in and they try to, take the lead, it causes problems and causes divisions in the ranks. And you see that right now on that side of the aisle.
Where do you think it's all going to shake out? You still think it's going to be Hillary coming into a brokered convention?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we had the headline today, Dems expect brokered convention. Nobody's going to come in with enough delegates in their pocket to win it, so they're going to have to make deals. And there's going to be people who, I mean, you've heard never Trumpers. There's some never Bernies on the Democratic side. And I think the only person that will come in who is unscathed, I mean, Michael Bloomberg is going to look like he's been through the briar patch. By the time he gets there, he's going to be so cut up. I think Hillary will step in and say, hey, I can unite this group and I can be the candidate. And we actually won the popular vote last time. We missed out on a couple of states. We'll get it this time. And if some of the Democrats may go, put her up again because this will be it.
Right.
We'll be done with her.
Yeah.
There's a lot of reasons that different people would vote for Hillary, I think.
Yeah, because I don't think
on the Democratic side to make her the candidate.
Because even Nancy, deep down in places she doesn't talk about at parties, she knows that these socialists can't win the general election, right?
I think she knows that, and I think she knows Biden is too old, and I think she knows that Bloomberg does not have it to be sharp enough to win these debates. It's just like Van Jones said. Who can I have as a candidate here? There's nobody. We're just split out all across the board. Elizabeth Warren's going around with her NDAs, wanting everybody to sign. But let me tell you, that could blow up on a lot of people in Congress. A lot of people.
Top of the hour, Gary the Bulldozer Man next.
Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. 6 minutes past the hour. Much to do as we step forward into the day. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix today. We got Stretch Armstrong, Rick and Bubba University student, earning his degree in common sense. Common sense now a superpower. Welcome back. Yep, phones are working right now at 20 minutes past the hour, and we'd love to hear from you. at 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to join us. All right, so let's start with Jessica. Jessica, there's lines available if you want to join us. Hello, Jessica. Jessica, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm good this morning. How are you guys?
Fired up.
Good. I had an idea about how Adler could get his sprinkler system to work voice activated.
Okay.
He could just yell "Go Go Gadget Sprinklers" and they would go.
That's a classic. Go Go Gadget Sprinklers. Did you ever watch Inspector Gadget? Oh
I was lukewarm on it. It was a little too much even for me. Arms coming out everywhere. I couldn't figure out how that would fit under there. It seemed like it'd be uncomfortable.
Yeah, I was about a 5 or 6 on Inspector Gadget.
Yeah, I wasn't big on that.
And didn't they do a full movie with Matthew Broderick too?
Yes, they did.
All right, let's continue. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Tom in Pell City. Tom, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
This morning, the guys brought up this guy from Kellogg's was saying cereal for dinner.
Yes.
I don't think that's too much of a bad idea. But my go-to would be Captain Crunch. I want to know what y'all's is, and go Trump.
Thank you. No, we're with you. We adore Captain Crunch, the original. Every time we've had this cereal conversation, and we've had it over the years, it seems like Captain Crunch rises to the top.
I don't even know really why, but I do like Captain Crunch. I don't know.
Love Captain Crunch.
That's good stuff. I don't even really know how to describe the taste of it, other than it tastes like Captain Crunch. Now, there's others I like too. But I think Captain Crunch is my favorite. When all's said and done,
it's third on my list. I go Frosted Flakes and Fruit Loops, and then Captain Crunch and Fruity Pebbles.
And you know what I like is a nice change up? Apple Jacks.
Apple Jacks is a good cereal, Bubba.
Yep,
not a bad cereal.
People don't talk about that enough.
Not a bad cereal.
I like Cheerios.
The Honey Nut.
Honey Nut.
Yeah, it's good for your heart.
Brand.
Captain Crunch.
Crackling Oat Brand. Good. That's a good one.
Greg, that was like dog food.
Exactly like dog food, but it's really good.
He always brings this up.
It's good.
Captain Crunch cuts the roof of your mouth.
It does. It
I'm
does,
not a
by the way.
fan.
It does, but you know what? It's
Cuts
worth
the
it
roof
to
of your
me.
mouth.
It's worth it to me.
Worth it.
You know what I don't like?
Cereal
It's too
hardening
sharp.
varnish on there is a little sharp.
You know what I
it's a
do
little
not
tough.
like and will not eat? Raisin Bran.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't mind Raisin Bran. I don't mind Raisin Bran.
I like it.
I don't mind Raisin Bran.
I don't like dead grapes in my cereal.
Right.
No, shriveled up.
What's that one that is?
We've made a cottage industry out of dead grapes.
Well,
You know, the people that couldn't get the grapes and they died, they go, well, what are we going to do with these? And I said, well, feed it to that poor guy over there. He'll eat it.
Yeah, that's funny.
Before you know it, everybody's eating.
That's funny. I remember being
worse than
I remember
red
being
box.
a kid, and even a kid, as a kid, I thought that Cookie Crisp was over the line.
Oh,
I remember
I
looking at my
do,
mama saying, "We should be doing that.
Yeah.
Cookies for breakfast?
We shouldn't have
really
cookies and milk
good.
for breakfast." And
You're right,
what's the one that's waffles? It's kind of like waffles.
Yeah,
Honeycomb?
I remember what you're talking about.
Honeycomb,
No,
yeah.
There was another one.
No, not that one.
was- there
It
was one
literally
called
is like
something
little tiny waffles.
Yeah.
What about Count Chocula?
Cinnamon crisps, something.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
Yes,
They
that's
don't
the
make-
one. It's not waffles. It's like cinnamon toast.
They
Well,
don't
there's
make-
one that's straight up
Co-
waffles.
Cocoa Puffs?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cocoa Puffs.
sure,
I
That
forgot
and the
about
Pebbles.
them.
sure. Yeah,
Waffle crisp.
Greg
Waffle
brought up-
crisp.
that's it.
Greg brought up one earlier we don't give enough is
Reese's Puffs?
no, the cookie crisp.
Yeah, that didn't. I felt like that though. Cookies and, I mean, it's almost for breakfast. Almost too much.
Remember-
No, it's not a
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. I don't think they still have it. Remember the Cocoa Rice Krispies?
Yeah.
Chocolate Rice Krispies?
Loved
I thought
them.
that was
Cocoa
pretty-
Krispies. They still got those.
Yeah.
Where are you on the Rice Krispies? Where they just frosted them like Frosted
Oh,
Flakes?
frosted Rice Krispies are awesome.
Yeah, they are.
What about
I
Fruity
love 'em.
Pebbles? Y'all
Love
like
Fruity Pebbles.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know what goes in that frosting
my
they
fourth
use
or
on
fifth.
Frosted Flakes and all those other, but it's good, whatever it is.
For some reason, the friends I hung out with, I
Dry
never
sugar.
wanted to tell them that I took a spoon of Fruity Pebbles.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that didn't sound right.
see that.
Alan in Asheville. Alan, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Hey, Alan.
I'm the one Bama fan that listens to the podcast.
Yeah.
And I was just curious, did you ever get to the bottom of the Davy situation where somebody's setting you up? I never heard anything about it on the podcast.
What situation?
Davy, calling him Davy.
Davy. No, I didn't do it. I did not do it, and I have not said anything to him about it. But there's still emailers that claim the Davy thing is something he actually said, that I would have had the green light, that his close friends call him Davy, but I haven't done it
Did
yet.
we not ask him about that?
We never asked him. I wanted to, and then I just forgot about it.
So.
Well, I think he was one of those guests that you just kind of pitched him the ball and he ran with
That's
it.
right.
You didn't have to ask a lot of questions.
Ford out of Montgomery, I-92. Ford, go ahead.
Hey, I got to know more about Speedy's third nipple that y'all were talking about yesterday.
You must be relatively new in the years to the show. There was actually a song about Speedy one time called "The Tri-Nip from Mississippi." Yeah. And Speedy does have a third nipple. We discovered
he had it removed.
I don't know that he had it removed or not, but yeah, he has 3 nipples.
He was actually up for the starring role in Man with a Golden Gun. A lot of people don't know that.
So yeah, that's been around for a while.
Didn't he nurse a young possum one time with that third?
Greg, why did you say something like that? We continue.
Greg, you remember Scaramanga, don't you? The Man with a Golden Gun.
Jim in Alabama. Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, Greg, have you seen the new TV show, Big Little Brawlers?
Have not.
Everybody wants you to watch that.
I've had a lot of. Where's that come on? I don't know.
Oh,
it's got to be TLC. They got everything. Have not seen that. Yeah, I will though.
Discovery Channel.
It's got 2, which reminds me, the great Ole Anderson went on in this weekend.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Ole Anderson.
Ole died.
Hey, is that movie about the wrestling family? Should I watch that?
Oh yeah.
What is it called? Iron Claw.
Yeah, about the Von Erichs.
Is that any good?
I don't know. Maybe a Yuck Fest. I don't know.
You haven't seen it?
No, it's like $19 to rent it. You can forget that.
Greg,
I gotta wait till it comes.
Look
down.
at Big Little Brawler. So you got to be all at Discovery Channel.
Okay.
JB, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
We're good. Great. Hope you're okay.
Hey, 2 things real quick. Just want to tell you that I'm the original PPK, which is Police Preacher's Kid, and an only child. So Mother was praying for me. Daddy was laying hands on me. Anyhow, I took my daughter. She wanted to go to a George Strait concert. We went.
Interesting. Okay.
You talking about the bathrooms and the urinals?
Yeah.
She had to go to the restroom. I took my young daughter to the ladies' room. She couldn't get in there. We walked around to the men's, and I walked into the men's because it was full of ladies, and they were using the urinals and the sinks.
No, they were not. Not women. Not straight up women.
Yes.
Using the urinals?
And it freaked my daughter out so bad we had to leave the concert.
How old is your daughter?
She was about 13, maybe 14 at that time.
Bringing her into men's restroom?
Like I said, they were using it. She said, Daddy, there's women standing over there for the men's bathroom. And I looked, and they were. So we went over there, and I walked into the men's bathroom, and there was men in there too now. But they were using the using the men's urinals and the sinks.
That's quite a trick.
I just think I can't believe that's true. I mean,
so they just bum rusted.
Yeah, and they must have had extremely
Wouldn't
strong
tell no
thighs.
lie.
Yeah.
Now, I have been at a concert and females come in there and go in the stalls.
Yeah,
their
but not the urinals. Do you realize what that would take?
Oh, Rick, you better be flexible.
And you better have pretty strong thighs, as I said.
Yeah, if you want to hang on.
I think you just sit in the sink.
Yeah, but what about the urinal?
Urinal's different.
He said urinal.
What concert did he say?
George Strait.
Now, if it had been a Hank Jr., I would have believed it. But I don't know.
That's a good point.
Shocking.
Yeah.
What do they call George, the gentleman? What Suitor? What's his nickname? Greg, you
not
call
a
him
fan,
that all
by
the
the
time.
way.
What is it?
You're not a fan of George Strait?
No, it puts me to sleep.
You called him this before. I
The
can't
King
remember.
of Country, King George.
The Troubadour or something.
The Troubadour.
Yeah, that's it.
That was it.
Yeah.
That's the one.
The old Troubadour.
That was the one. I just.
Yeah, he's not very entertaining.
Even in country music, not my favorite.
No.
Legend.
Oh, yeah.
The
all
standard.
success in the world.
Yeah.
But
I cross my heart. Come on.
I've just never liked any of his stuff.
Check yes or no. Come on.
And apparently you can't be a new artist without putting something about George Strait in your new song.
Yes, you must.
Yeah, that's the standard.
Amarillo by morning. Come on.
I know. We just talked about the wildfires. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Stay close. Right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Wheel of Meat will spin today. By the way, just so you know, that could happen at any time. Be paying attention for that. We have some options today on what may or may not happen. Gary the Bulldozer Man just arrived on the scene. Hey, Gary.
Hello. How y'all?
Hey. I'm good. How you doing?
Well, not doing too good. I didn't sleep good last night.
You look tired. You do look tired. What's
wrong?
What's wrong?
It looked like I chopped wood all night.
It does, and the shirt goes with it.
Yeah. I don't know. I just
had one of them nights you know you can't sleep.
You excited about being here?
We call it the big eye.
No, I don't
big
know.
eye.
You had big eye.
Did you
Yeah,
think
I
you were
really-
going to see the Naked Cowboy and you were excited about it?
No, I wasn't excited. You know, I'll probably gone before he gets here.
No, you're going to stay till he's done.
No, I might not.
He's written a song
I
about
got
you.
the keys in my pocket.
Yeah.
I'll leave when I get ready.
How come you don't want to see the Naked Cowboy?
Well, I don't care nothing about looking at nothing like that.
Well, he's funny. He's an American
I
icon.
don't care. He's not funny.
Gary,
I
quit
don't feel
fidgeting
we're
with that.
funny
I will
enough.
say this: he's probably the best known American entertainer right now across all boards.
Well, he may be, but
Thank you, Rick, for that.
Look at Gary.
Look at him.
I would love a picture of Gary and the Naked Cowboy together.
Yes. Oh, that's going to happen today.
Yep.
You
No.
and the
You're gonna
y'all
have
know-
me.
Nah, you don't
Oh,
know
you and
what's
Naked.
gonna happen.
I do too.
I know what'll happen.
We ain't in the woods, buddy.
I'd
I
like to
know
see you
what'll
strip
happen.
down to your briefs.
Yeah.
That's right. Stand in a picture
Well,
beside
you know, he may have some fruit come out of them looms or something. I ain't gonna be around that.
Now, Gary, you said you were bringing a call. Is somebody picking up a call here?
Yeah, well,
today?
yeah, he just come in.
Yeah, you gave him a ton.
Yeah.
Who? Moss
Give him
this,
a
Moss
call.
that.
That boy Gary.
Well, I waved at him. Well, you want me to do? Go?
That
rub
was
his
about
neck?
as half-a of a wave I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Gary, you said you told us you had some people come by your house to get a call. What, yesterday or day before?
No, that's been a while back.
What happened?
I don't know what you're talking
When
about.
we brought it up because there's a guy at,
Yeah.
at the turkey calling thing that it almost looks like a ripoff of the Spurmaster call, and he was kind of talking trash, and you claimed that somebody used yours that had that, and
Little Lee
And what
Hubbard.
did they do?
Oh, little Lee called me the other day.
he sent me a video of it.
You know, he's getting married.
I know it.
Well, he's going to sell that airplane. He won't even get to
He
come
don't
see me
realize
no
it,
more.
does he?
So tell me about
turkey
tell
calling
me about this
days
guy.
may be
This
over
guy's
today.
trying to copy your call.
No, well, it's been out probably.
Well, the guy says
I
Gary
mean,
may have copied him.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
that's
you
what
may
I
have copied
heard.
him?
Oh.
No.
Huh?
No.
But
what do
Gary, you
think
said
of
the
it?
guy came in, he bought a call.
Yeah, tell us
and
what
he
happened.
tried yours out, and then he did something.
Oh yeah, he bought a call similar to mine, and you know he just played mine, and he threw that one in my wood heater. But
So he,
That's that.
after
But
trying
anyway,
yours, he just took his out of his pocket and threw it in the fire.
Gary, why didn't you go to the big expo and you selling too many?
no, I sell too many of them. You don't want.
Well,
to
this
sell
guy
too
was
many of them
trashing
things.
you, buddy.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Now, why don't you want to sell more?
Well, it just you keep selling them like that, you deplete the turkey population.
Mess it up for everybody.
Yeah, mess it up for everybody.
So you saying that guy he had
Yeah,
one,
I'm
it was
waiting on
similar.
Mississippi to.
It was similar.
Mississippi's probably gonna be, they gonna probably, cut their season in half.
Because of your call?
You sold too many over there.
Well, Mississippi had to cut it in half.
Yeah, well.
And when that guy just took his other and he just threw it in the fire. Really honest, that's what he did.
I told you about my buddy called me last night crying.
What's wrong?
Is that why you look so tired?
Why?
Huh?
Why?
I don't know. I talked to him for a while, tried to get him. He said he,
What's he upset?
he's, how people gets addicted to stuff.
Oh, it's a big problem.
It is.
Ain't no doubt about
I'm
that.
telling you, but I couldn't believe it. He said he was addicted to dadgum Viagra.
What? Gary,
Really?
Gary.
He said it was the hardest thing he ever had to come over.
Or overcome.
Overcome, whatever.
Look at Bubba. Bubba is
Bubba.
down.
I don't know where to look.
Hey,
It was tough.
do you want me to tell you about? Have we got time for me to tell you?
Well, Gary,
We're not in a hurry, Gary.
Gary, we're gonna come back and we're gonna
Are
talk
we
about
gonna
that.
come? I'm gonna get 2 segments today.
Yes.
You okay with
And
that?
that's probably all
Kinda
we can
like
stand.
Christmas.
If you act right.
If you act, if you
And
behave.
then-
Well, I'm trying my best.
Now tell me about these guys that are coming to see you today from Ohio.
Oh, they just sent me a message, want to meet me. I don't even think they turkey hunt up
They just
there.
want to meet you.
Oh, they just want to meet you.
Yeah.
So Moss is the only one coming to buy a call straight off of you today.
Well, I got to stop by a couple of more places.
why you up in Birmingham, up in the
Yeah.
For the Rick and Bubba Show, I'm going to ask you right now a question that you may be thinking, why are you asking me this? But then you may pause and go, maybe I need to check, and the answer is yeah, maybe you do. I'm talking about HomeTitleLock.com. Do you even know if your home's title is currently in your name? You're like, what do you mean? Well, you hadn't heard about house stealing? Ain't nobody heard about this story? House stealing? Well, and it can happen relatively easy if you don't have protection. Fox did a story on this, and you need to protect your home's title from scammers and identity thieves who take over your home's title and harm you financially. The reason you need Home Title Lock is the title to our homes are easily found online now. So a criminal, a renter, or even a family member, and we all got them, okay, can simply forge your signature on a home sale form and then refile as the new owner. Guess what happens then? Put this in all caps. Then your home is not in your name anymore. So they can use your equity. They can sell it to somebody. So why don't you go right now and find out. By the way, your homeowner's insurance, not a lot of help if this happens. Go to HomeTitleLock.com and use the code Bubba. That's HomeTitleLock.com to find out if you're still the person on your home's title. And then you got peace of mind if they say yes. You'll get a comprehensive scan of your home's title for free. Plus, you'll go ahead and give you 30 days of protection for free. There's a link if you want to at rickandbubba.com under sponsors too. Go ahead and check that box and get peace of mind that your name is currently on your home's title, because if it's not, you got problems. But Home Title Lock can help protect you. All right, so let's talk about our Biden clips today. We're going to have them pretty much every day. Here we go. Hey. Here we go.
Where'd it go? Anybody know Basement Joe?
So we gave you some stuff from the Seth Meyers interview. Seth Meyers. It was, I mean, they were okay. I didn't think they were as alarming as they had been portrayed as being, because I've seen a lot of things from our president that are much more alarming than what I saw on Seth Meyers. But you're going to see one we didn't do yesterday. He's going to do that thing that the left is very good at, convincing you that their political opponents are what they actually are. And this one, you're not going to believe it. We're going to have this president, with all the clips we've had about that show that he clearly has lost control of his cognitive skills. He wants to convince you and me it's Trump who's on the mental decline. So here we go.
Voters, how do you address that concern going forward as you come up to the 2024 election?
Well, a couple things. Number one, you got to take a look at the other guy. He's about as old as I am, but he can't remember his wife's name.
Yeah.
And number one. Number two, it's about how old your ideas are. Look, I mean, this is a guy who wants to take us back. He wants to take us back on Roe v. Wade. He wants to take us back on a whole range of issues that are 50, 60 years they've been solid American positions. And I really mean this sincerely. I think it's about the future. And every single thing we've done, I think we've got some good things done. Everything, and they told us we couldn't get them done because things were so divided.
All right. So that's what his team put out, but this is what they left out. This is the continuation.
Okay. All right. And but I think everything we've gotten done, he's just friendly stated he wants to do away with if he gets elected. And I really think his views on where to take America are older than, anyway, I don't want to get into
You talked about bipartisanship.
Yeah, they clipped that part out when he kind of loses his train of thought after telling us that his opponent has a mental decline.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
even what he said, that he wants to go back on Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade has already been struck down. That's not an issue.
Right.
You still have that right at the state level, which is where it should have been technically anyway.
Right.
So how is that carrying us back 60 years?
It's not.
I don't
it
know.
just sounds good. And I will tell you this, I would almost use some of this as a campaign for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's acknowledging that everything that we were experiencing economically during Trump's presidency, he wants not to do. And he thinks Trump wanting to take us back. I mean, I don't know.
Just like he did when he went in and redid everything that was working. That's why we're in the mess.
Yeah,
now.
I would like for Trump to take us back to a strong economy. That would be fine with me.
Yeah.
Maybe some of the old policies that produce, a lower utility bills and higher income and,
Yeah,
and,
I'd be
lower,
for
and
those.
lower taxes. If he wants to take me back to that, I'll ride.
Yeah, take me right on back.
I mean,
Drop me
take
off.
me back.
Full employment.
And he's right about the future. He says he's worried about the future. Well, we are too, because your decline to this point is just going to get worse.
Yes, that's right.
You know, 'cause you go from when you started to where he is now.
Yeah.
The future, boy, sky's the limit on that one.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. I just can't. I can't believe just walking around chewing gum logic. This man cannot continue talking about Biden on the road he's on, and Greg's making the point, because we all know who've been through this with loved ones, it doesn't get any better.
No, it's going to get.
You know, I can remember the first time the doctor said, your dad's not going to get any better. So he's not going to get better. How in the world can they honestly be running this man for a second term? So that they must not be going to do that. So it kind of makes you believe some of these, theories that there's another candidate in waiting, whether that is a Gavin Newsom or a Michelle Obama, we don't know. But I just can't, because it's almost like they're trying to convince us of something that none of us believe is possible. Even the ones who claim they're voting for him and they claim he's doing great, they don't believe any of that. None of it. We all know. So I don't know. Or the other one is he's not running the country now, and if they get him reelected, he won't run it then either. So what's the big deal?
Yeah, they still got their agenda.
Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, here's Kamala Harris, our VP. And Bubba, tell us about this announcement. This is interesting. What we're going to hear her say about students getting paid through better work.
Let's just let her announce it.
Okay, all right, listen to this.
We have been doing work to promote voter participation for students. And for example, we have, under the Federal Work Study program, now allow students to get paid through Federal Work Study to register people and to be nonpartisan poll workers. As we know, this is important for a number of reasons. One, to engage our young leaders in this process and activate them in terms of their ability to strengthen our communities.
Well, yeah, I know why. Not nonpartisan, Bubba.
Yeah, so
nonpartisan.
We're going to take tax dollars now, and we're going to pay students to go out and sign people up to vote. That sounds good, but you know what this is. This is a payoff for you to vote for us.
Right.
Yes.
Yipper.
Yes. So I'm supposed to believe that the government and the current administration that's paying me to be a poll worker, that and I'm going to
activate people
and activate people, that I'll just be activating young people to vote, but not for either party.
Right.
I'll be totally nonpartisan.
No.
Even though my check is tied to one party and one administration.
Yeah.
So,
And I bet if you watch where the money goes for that, it's going to be in very blue areas.
Well, and we've seen enough interviews of some of our college students, their ability to reason out the constitutional republic and how the government works and what each branch of government actually does. They don't seem to be all that swift on it.
Right.
So it probably could be just as simple as this is where my check came from.
And also, they are public that they don't want to be told they got to be somewhere at a certain time.
No.
Remember that?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's not right. It's not fair.
Yeah.
Didn't they say that it triggered them for someone to say to be somewhere at a
You
certain
can't
time?
expect them to do all this and actually show up on time
Right.
too. That's you're being unreasonable.
Oh, out of the penalty box.
Time blindness. Time blindness.
blindness.
That's it,
That's
yeah.
what
Time
it is.
blind.
Yeah.
Didn't have my parents.
Hire a few of them.
Just didn't have them.
Nope.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't you love to try to make that argument on your parents?
Our parents, I think, would have solved our delusion about time unfairness. I don't recall. I don't think that could have got off the ground.
You know, if my dad had lived, he would be 97 in March.
Wow.
Whoa.
And he didn't care for that attitude at all.
No.
Hey, that'd be a no.
That'd be a big nay.
Yeah, we had similar experiences about with our dads that there was a time that was solely theirs, and it was not even the time you're supposed to be there. It was 15 minutes before that.
Yep.
You know, and so that was that time blindness. I can't even. I'd be terrified to tell your dad or my dad even the phrase time blindness. I mean, I would be afraid to even say it.
Yeah, well, I'd probably get a speech about I got too much time on my hands to think about that, so why don't I go cut some grass?
So between this federal work study that's paying people to recruit people to vote and then the Biden student loan forgiveness, what do we have to do in order to say, hey, you're buying votes? You're just buying votes.
Oh, yeah, blatantly.
Yeah. You can say it. They don't care. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Come to the city. Now, don't you want to move up here? Didn't you say you want to?
Yeah, well, no, I wouldn't move up here. There's too many idiots out there. I don't see how that.
Too many
I'm
what?
telling you, no wonder they have to work on the roads like they do. As many cars coming up down that interstate.
So you don't like when you come to the city?
Well, no, I wouldn't do that at all.
You wouldn't live. No way.
You find you a good spot by the studio, you can be here more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't even have one of them flying cars over here.
You wouldn't? You don't want to fly?
What about what if sweet little Gwen want to move here?
Well, she can move by herself.
She come visit you every now and
Your
then.
wife.
You don't even. You couldn't. Now I don't even think you care about anything other than the lake. Now that's all I.
No, when you get my age, all you care about is you.
That pretty much sums it up.
When you pass, you fixing to be there. I mean, you fixing to be there. What are you, 55?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm not about 7 years older than you.
Right.
But when you get about that 60 mark, you get to where you don't give a crap about nothing.
Greg said Rick's already there.
Yeah. He's an early bloomer.
Kind of like, Greg's getting there too a little bit.
Yeah, you can see it just a little bit.
That's all that matters is you.
That's it. That and and going down Lake Mitchell.
Yeah, I like to go on Lake Mitchell. It's muddy down there now, though.
Is it really?
Can't get out, can you?
Man, I seen that damn catfish with goggles on the other day. I mean, you can't even see your bait. You put it in the water.
You can't do what now?
See your bait. You put it in the water.
Yeah.
Can't even see your bait when you put it in the water.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's rained every other day.
I know. It's bad. Hey, did you ever find that water leak we got down the camp
I
house?
found it. I dug up the whole front yard.
Oh, wow. Finally got it, huh?
We may have to cut that pine. You know that pine tree by the front up there? That big one? We may have to cut it because I've dug the roots out of it.
Well, because it got in the water line.
How in the world did you find a water leak wet as it's been?
Well, that's what I done. It's been leaking for a week. He said he had $200 water bill.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. That one hurt.
Not
So I
right.
said,
That one hurt.
I went over there and crawled up on that house.
What's up?
I knew Rick wasn't gonna do it. All them spiders crawling on you.
No.
Spider web.
No way.
I said, ain't no way Rick's gonna crawl up under him.
No. Why would I crawl up under there if you will?
Well, I know. That's what you got me for, I guess.
Right,
That's
yeah.
the reason I make the big money.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you're knocking down the big jack.
Oh, yeah.
That's why you're paying cash for things.
That's right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. They know telling how much
You don't want to get into
Gary,
that.
I just don't know, and it's a mystery to all of us why Rick won't hire you to do some of them other jobs down there.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, really.
Mm.
A lot of people working down there I didn't
speak the
recognize.
language, I don't think.
Yeah. What'd you say?
I can't speak that language. I don't.
No, let's not go there.
Gary.
We're just
Gary.
seconds from the break.
That's right. Come on, Gary.
Well,
You know Sherry says you.
I know you told me let Sherry do her stuff.
That's right.
And me and you do our stuff.
That's right. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Because you didn't want Sherry chewing me out like she did that last time.
Correct.
Well, I mean, I appreciate that. You taking care of me.
That's
watching
right.
out for
Yeah, you don't want to go back and revisit that.
Is this
do you?
thing on? I can't even hear myself talk.
Yeah,
turn it
just
down?
turn it up. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You
don't want to go back and revisit that, do you?
No, no. I'd rather let them do it. All right, I'm fixing to leave for it.
No. Hey, Naked Cowboy said he'd text when he's coming, so get that picture.
Yeah,
You're not
I know
going
how you are.
That's going to be out on social media. You and him standing beside
No,
each
it's
other.
not.
Yes,
It's-
it is, Gary.
Gary, there's nothing wrong with
He's
him.
a nice
He's
guy.
an American icon.
Well, he put some clothes on.
He's bringing his wife, Gary.
I don't care if he brings his sister.
We'll be back. We got a story with Gary next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Wednesday Bible study back today. Look for that at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. We go continuing through 2 Corinthians, being chapter 9 today. All right, and you can catch the archive after if that didn't work for you on our YouTube, our podcast channel. So, a couple of your Americas here, Bubba. Never thought I would live long enough to hear about time blindness. Everybody's triggered by everything, and no one wants to hold shoplifters accountable anymore.
No.
Just walk into a store, grab and go, but apparently in Vermont, not San Francisco, in Vermont, some of the people just in Home Depot were like, you know what? We're just not going to stand here and let somebody steal something.
Yeah, not going to have that.
We're just not going to sit here and watch somebody come in and steal. So apparently they're after this guy who just stole all this stuff.
Well, and they cuss at him, so we can't play the audio. But
Okay.
he's like, "Where you going with that stuff there?
Yeah,
Where you think you're going?"
Is that how people in Vermont talk?
That's what they sound like.
Okay, all right. So
I know,
They're like Bernie Sanders.
All right, so here's the stuff that he stole.
Do they knock
and
this
look,
car over?
they knocked him over. They just
Look
they're
at that.
kicking him.
Oh,
my
crap.
God,
He must be a plumber.
Has he got plumbing supplies?
Right. And these people are not going to let him steal this stuff, and they're surrounding him. And
he got one.
Yeah,
he left the rest on the ground.
Right. They no,
There's one hidden in his crack.
Greg, they got that one too. He ain't gonna take that one either. Taking him down.
Stop, thief!
I can't stand a thief.
I know, thief.
And so
these guys don't either.
No, they don't. They took it into their own hands.
Now they'll probably get in trouble, but I applaud them for doing it.
Yeah. Well, here's why. All of this rolls downhill to those of us that shop at these places.
Yeah, you either, because of the losses, the prices go up, or if it gets bad enough, they close the store.
That guy right there is stealing from you if you shop at this Home Depot.
Like a kick him right in the butt right there.
And so everything he's doing is going to roll back down to you.
I applaud the Vermontians.
I do too.
This.
I feel better. I feel better about Vermont right now.
Yeah, this thing where they always elect Bernie Sanders is concerning.
It
but
is.
This is a move in the right direction.
By the way, on top of the crack to you, sir.
That was a full moon.
What's he holding on to? What was that last thing? Was
Milwaukee
that
something?
It's some kind of Milwaukee tool. One of those has a bunch of different tools in it.
Hey, not only is he stealing, he's also smuggling crack.
So, and down he goes. Well, you know what? I'm glad he got. We need to, guys. If we don't start making it undesirable to steal, I mean, people are just going to keep stealing.
Yeah. You'll have to get on top of it.
Right. And I know we're not supposed to be vigilantes like that.
No, this is not vigilante. This is preventing a crime.
Thank you.
How do you get out of the store?
This is taking care of your brother.
Yeah, nobody put a cap in him.
No.
It's kicked him down a few times.
Rough him up, cuff him, and let the authorities deal with him.
All right, so speaking of crime, remember when all the liberals like Eric Adams, how in love they were with the notion, and that's very leftist-like. I like the notion of something unless I have to face the consequences.
Oh, Rick, they had New York was proud and loud, and it was a sanctuary city.
Me.
Now, what did that mean? That means they had open arms for everyone to come in.
You're tired. Just like it says on the statue.
If you were an immigrant, you could be illegal. They were not going to allow city employees to turn you over to the feds, to ICE, and all that, right?
If anybody's being mean to you, come to our sanctuary cities.
Yes, the mayor has now called for a radical overhaul of his sanctuary city status.
That he has.
In a spectacular U-turn as the city buckles under the weight of migrant arrivals. Right. The Democratic leader has faced a furious backlash as schools, hotels, and community centers have been overrun with what they estimate to be 100,000 migrants who he warns will destroy the city.
So now he's found himself, because if your life is emotion-based, well, it's emotional when all the people that voted for you get mad at you. And they're mad at you because you were emotional about being a sanctuary city until we rolled out, right near 200,000 people on you. And now y'all are buckling, trying to take care of all these people. So the notion or the feeling of a sanctuary city you kind of liked. The actual implementation of a sanctuary city, not so much fun.
Well, here
and now the people don't like it, and they're going to hold him accountable for it because he was such a proponent of it.
As I mentioned, the sanctuary status forbids city officials from asking questions about a person's immigration status or revealing it to federal authorities. But he revealed his change of heart after furious residents grilled him about immigrant crimes, including January's brutal Times Square attack on 2 cops that saw most of the suspects freed on bail within hours of their arrest.
Yep.
Yepper.
So wait a minute. So we
now he's saying if you commit a felony or a violent act, we're going to turn you over to ICE and have you deported.
Well. So is it true or not, according to a Democrat-run city, is it true or not that when Donald Trump said, when you have an open border, you need to vet it because it's not always going to be the most wonderful people coming in. Now, he was deemed a racist for saying that. But it appears that New York City is learning that that's actually true, that a lot of the people that have come here are criminals, and they've actually made our city less safe. So maybe that's just a fact. It's not a political view.
Okay, so Adams quoted as he was running for mayor, "We should protect our immigrants, period." When running for office in October of 2021, he added, "New York City will remain a sanctuary city under an Adams administration."
Apparently
so that's
not.
incorrect.
Until it gets where it makes all y'all mad, then I'll change my mind. Look, when people don't feel safe, they get mad at the person that made the place less safe. Because you're the one telling us that we should embrace this sanctuary idea. Now it's gone bad, so we're going to hold you accountable because you're the one that sold us on it.
So the city is going to have to spend about $10.6 billion by the end of 2025 and announced a budget in December that would cut the number of New York City police officers by a fifth and the education budget by $1 billion over 2 years.
There you go. So New York decided that they would get on this defund thing. They would reduce the protection in the city and increase the criminals. What a great idea.
So get this too. He also has been facing grief this week over his plans for a $53 million debt card scheme that would give a family of migrants with 2 children under the age of 17 up to $15,200 a year.
I'm going to use the left's line of thinking here, okay? Eric Adams is a racist because he hates immigrants.
That's right.
Xenophobe.
He's xenophobe. He
If
doesn't
they're
like
not
foreigners.
like him and they're coming from another country, he deems them to be criminals.
Yep.
He says they're not safe and they're making the city unsafe, and he's not going to have sanctuary anymore, and he's going to start turning them in, which by the left's point of view would make him a racist.
That's it.
Rick, he is so unhappy with Texas that have been shipping him immigrants.
What a
he
great man.
calls the governor a madman, and but it's so funny because at one time they were going to stop the buses. They just were not going to have it. And judges have pointed out, you're stopping a bus on what grounds?
You can't.
And even the Chicago,
you can't say they're illegal immigrants because you don't acknowledge that.
Yeah, Chicago and New York residents that have even spoke out in a lot of these meetings. They don't even blame Governor Abbott. They're like, it ain't his fault.
Well, because what they know that their leaders are saying is all this should be going on in Texas, not here. It doesn't mean it's not going to go on.
Right.
We just don't want it going on here.
That's it.
So it's a flawed idea whether they stay in Texas or come here.
Right.
And what Texas is showing you is why it's a flawed idea.
Yeah.
And you don't like it. So
Yeah.
maybe you should go back and say we were wrong. Now, that's never going to happen.
We're all in this together.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Country had the ability to do so. But those small numbers that are committing crimes, we need to modify the sanctuary city law. And if you commit a felony, a violent act, we should be able to turn you over to ICE and have you deported. It is a right to live in this city, and you should be not committing crimes in this city.
7 minutes now past the hour. From the broadcast plaza and teleport, it is a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix and ready to go. Rick and Bubba intern, Rick and Bubba University, Stretch Armstrong bangs out a degree in common sense now deemed a superpower. Gary the Bulldozer Man is here as our special guest, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubs.
Rick, glad to be here, and boy, are you guys in treat this hour. In for a treat this hour.
Well, you know what? I think the way you said it first might be more accurate. Bubba, if he's an icon at Times Square, it is the crossroads of America, New York City, right there at Times Square. He's an icon. You know him. You love him. It is the world's most celebrated entertainer. It is the Naked Cowboy. Here he is. Hey, Naked! Here he comes. Come on in, Naked. Come on. There you go. Yeah, all the way over there.
I tried country rock, even blues. Then I dropped my 501 blues. Come on now.
Let's go.
I'm the Naked Cowboy, keeping it real for you.
Yes, you are, Naked.
I'm the Naked Cowboy. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Naked Cowboy, welcome back, baby.
I may have taken it too far.
Gary, how did you like meeting Gary?
Very wonderful. Hold on, it's oh boy, already. It's all about you now.
That's right.
Hold on, we got something here.
Oh, okay, you got a song?
We're with the original Spur Master here today. He makes the best turkey calls, and he unfortunately does them all day. Just kidding. Go on.
How you like that, Gary?
That's pretty good.
There you go, Gary. Y'all new best friends.
Let's hear it.
Naked, good to see you.
I may have to give you one to take to New
guys,
York.
Great to see you.
Man, you.
Oh, hold on. Let's start with the gifts.
Hey! Let's see it.
All right. I'll give you a boot, or I can give you the undies.
Oh, well,
Oh, it's got Donald Trump on the front.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah, I know you've been a huge. I think you helped Trump win the presidency.
I think you put him in.
I'm putting him in 2020. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Trump's taking them regulations off the backs of those corporations. Remember? Sounds like a good idea to me.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
I remember this one.
Trump's gonna build a wall. That wall's gonna protect us all. Sounds like a good idea to me. Got the economy moving again with lower taxes for you, my friend. Sounds like a good idea to me.
Sing it, Gary.
Gonna protect Israel's Iron Dome to keep the nukes from flying home. Sounds like a good idea to me.
Yeah.
Gonna finally scrap Obamacare, 'cause it don't work and it ain't fair. Sounds like a good idea to me. Thank God for Donald J. Trump, my friends. He's making America great again. Sounds like a good idea to me. Now stop me if I go too far. LGBT's okay, but 3 bathrooms is a little gay. Sounds like a good idea to me. Gonna protect the cops, 'cause all lives matter. Throw those thugs in the slammer. Sounds like a good idea to me.
Come on, sing it, Gary.
It's gonna go down in the annals. Trump got the spank Stormy Daniels. I said stop me. Stop me if it gets too bad.
Stop right there.
I see gravel.
Okay.
Nobody cares if Trump is sinning as long as America's winning. Sound like a good idea to me.
Now you're quoting Robert Jeffers.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Naked.
Sound like a good idea to me.
Naked, we appreciate you. And got another song.
Hold on, we gotta bring Gary back in.
Oh.
We're with the original Sperm Master today, doing turkey calls all day. Ready? Sounds like a good idea to me. I feel like you're getting in.
Sound like a good idea to me.
Yeah.
Hey, you mind giving me one of them pictures for Gwen?
Yeah.
I got it.
Naked, we appreciate the attention and love that you show our listeners when they come to Times Square. You always show out for them, and they send stuff back to us, and we appreciate you doing that.
It's
you
in
don't
my
have to
best
do
interest to talk about you because you make me look good. That's
Well,
a fact.
No, so you
Where
meet.
you from? Birmingham? Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. That's the great.
Bubba's not exaggerating. It is a brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, we welcome you in as we go forward. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours in each and every day, and we do appreciate it.
Yes, we do. So we have this ongoing story, and we were bombarded with your emails. We got personal phone calls for people that were going to be affected by this ruling in the state of Alabama by a Supreme Court in Alabama involving embryos that are not used and what can and can't be done with them, because there was a lawsuit of someone who was going to do the IVF treatment that the clinic mishandled the embryos and damaged them where they couldn't be used, and they could be charged with the death of a minor. And then you had said, and you warned that day, this is going to have some adverse effects. These clinics are going to shut down or stop doing this till they can get some clarity, and that has happened.
Yep.
So, I got calls. I know you did. We got emails of people. A lot of these families are looking for advocates and platforms. They want to bring attention to how this has affected their lives. Well, in the state of Alabama, an advocate has come forward in the form of head basketball coach at Auburn, Coach Bruce Pearl, and he's taking up the cause because he is it's affected his son and his wife, who were going to have this procedure, and hopefully it produced their first child and his first grandchild. Or his grandchild, if it's the first one. So here we go. Here is Auburn head basketball coach Bruce Pearl in his own words. Here we go.
I am a pro-life and pro-family and pro-child, and I am a conservative Alabamian. And I'd like to use my platform to call on all three branches of our state government and encourage them to make Alabama the most pro-family, pro-child state in the nation, removing the obstacles that are now facing these couples that are going through the IVF process. Government is supposed to help us and our families, not prevent my son and his wife from having their first child or my grandchild. So I just am calling on people that are listening to this or hearing this, call your state legislature, call your congressman or woman, and tell them that you support, if you support, this IVF. And if you can, and you do, show up tomorrow, Wednesday, 9:30 on the steps of the Capitol, and help your voices be heard. I don't think this is what the intent of the law was, so it's got to be fixed.
So I guess that's today that he was talking about. So I wonder what kind of response they'll have at the state capitol today.
Well, the Alabama State Senate took the first steps toward protecting IVF yesterday, introducing two pieces of legislation, both seeking immunity from civil and criminal liability for providers in the IVF goods and services area. Tim Melson, state senator, is quoted in this story saying, "We're all human and accidents happen. If somebody, God forbid, drops a test tube on the floor, and that shouldn't be a negligent homicide or something," he explained. He said the bill still leaves room for charges to be filed against people who would misuse an embryo or damage an embryo who are not providing IVF services.
Yeah, it's because it is kind of ironic that this has happened really with someone trying to be an advocate for, life beginning at conception.
Yeah.
And then it has caused issues for those who want so badly to have a biological child of their own through this process. But as predicted on the show, because when lawsuits are potential and you're going to see people try to
limit their exposure. And a lot of these clinics said, look, until we get some clarity on this, we're out of this business.
Yeah, well, they need to act on this and act on it quick, because as we mentioned the other day, you got people in this process who've already paid money. They're already going through the shots and the treatments to prepare their body to receive this. And you can't just restart that process. You know, it's a system you have to go through. So they can't just hold it and say, hey, we'll get back with you next month. You know?
Right, yeah.
So hopefully they can get this done quickly and efficiently and move forward and get that very, very valuable service started again.
Yeah, I know you've seen them. Lots of emails of people that this affected. And like I say, even people that I know, their family affected, contacted me personally. And it's just sad to see them kind of caught in the crossfire. Like, how did we end up here?
Yeah, let me ask you this, because I see this as an unintended consequence of a law that I don't necessarily disagree with. But in reading these stories and seeing feedback over the past week or so since this came out, I thought, are there people who are against IVF?
Mm-hmm. Yes, there are.
That they think that it is,
that is
what?
Correct. They think it's playing God, and that fertilizing an egg this way outside of the womb, they take issue with. There are those people, yes.
Yeah, I never really thought about that being an issue.
And when you get rid of it too, that's the thing. They say every fertilized embryo is a child.
Right, and that goes back to the initial ruling on this. But again, if you're in the business of working with this, and an accident happens, I don't know that makes you a murderer.
Right.
I mean, that's an accident. You know.
Right. Well, well, if you want to, won't you just treat it like liability with anything involving life, and maybe clarify that a little more. You certainly, if you want to treat. Because I mean,
anybody behind the wheel of a car is potentially could commit manslaughter.
Well, yeah. Well, go back to this again. Let's say that, and it happens all the time, that a hospital has a person, a child, or any human, and the life is lost. They at least have their day in court to let people decide if there was negligence there on that person's death. We already have that.
Right.
Even if you want to say this is life, why not at least have that same process where somebody goes up and says, look, here's what happened, and in a court be able to go, well, I don't think you were negligent, or that was just an accident that really couldn't be avoided. There was
sometimes
no intent.
there's accidents, sometimes there's manslaughter.
Sure, right. Yeah. Right. But anyway, to your bigger point, Adam, maybe you misunderstood that. There are people that think that IVF is wrong, period. Should not be done.
Christians. They come from a Christian standpoint, right?
Yeah, they think that is.
I don't know that I could line up with that yet. I just don't. I haven't really spent a lot of time thinking about the whole thing.
Either,
but I'm glad for parents who want to have children to be able to have them. And
correct.
That's kind of where I'm sitting on it right now. But I can't. I kind of can see their argument a little bit, but I don't. That would almost be like, well, wouldn't that almost, if you walk that all the way out?
Right.
Well, don't get cancer treatment because God will take care of it.
Yeah, it's.
I mean,
yeah, what do we always?
And there's that group that doesn't want any medical anything.
Yeah. I'm sure. I'm glad they weren't my parents.
Yeah,
but
and I don't agree with that.
Yeah. But I would go back to this. You're right. When people who get on both sides of that issue, they go, but isn't it God that allowed the medical treatments to be created that could save you? When you prayed for Him to save you, couldn't that be the way He did it? Can't you look at this the same way? Because what needs to be used, and I'll be very delicate, is still created by God. It's the way it would happen inside the womb, but because of problems with the parents, they're not grabbing new stuff and creating a human being from. They're still using the same stuff that God allowed for humans to procreate, but medical has advanced that they can do this outside the womb. And it's not always successful, but many times it is. So that's where I guess I haven't really delved too deep in those who oppose it altogether from a faith standpoint. So I'm like you, Bubba. I'm not dropping the hammer on that. I'm just telling I haven't really thought that much about it, other than good for them if they're able to have a biological child this way and can afford it.
At the outcome of it more than what we're dealing with.
Yeah, it was. We went back to the
the test tube babies and all that.
Yeah, I mean,
so you're still using the same ingredients.
I'm sure people opposed the Wright brothers when they flew, and said if God had wanted us to fly to give us wings.
You're right.
I don't necessarily subscribe to that theory.
Yeah,
he did give us doctors and technology.
Yeah, he did. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, those videos we get. So, I mean,
Well,
you
you're
have
gonna get more.
You have people hollering, Rick.
Eventually, I'm going to be sitting in your chair.
Okay.
You're going to be here in your underwear.
I don't think anybody wants to see that.
Nobody wants that.
I just guaranteed you a job, buddy.
Yeah, the only time America wants me in my underwear to put me at the border to make people go back. Sound like a good idea to me.
I won't be mocked.
No, that's good.
No,
so here you are still. I mean, so many things going on. What's the latest in the world of the Naked Cowboy? You got to have some sort of branding or some merchandise.
Movie deal.
You got so much going on.
Same thing going on. I have my Naked Cowboy oysters from the Long Island Sound. They're sold in over 700 restaurants in the United States. Naked Cowboy oyster hot sauce. We have Naked Cowgirl oysters from the West Coast. I own Naked Cowboy and Naked Cowgirl, the intellectual property. My manager's Todd Rubenstein. He's Jewish.
Yes.
So that's why.
Oh, yeah. You're in great shape.
Everything's working.
You're in great shape.
Gonna protect Israel's Iron Dome. Keep those nukes from flying home.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
He made me put that in there.
Yeah, well, it's important.
So anyway, there's that. Bon Jovi has a new video coming out. It's supposed to be really, really big, and I was in it. So
are you really?
Oh, he's in the Bon Jovi.
So how did that work out? How'd you get that? What do you do? Are you just kind of an icon thing?
They were coming to Times Square, and they have agents that come out and look at the square and see what it's all about, and of course, it's all about me.
So did they just walk up to you and go, "We want you to be"?
No, I got a call from my manager Todd. I talked to him every day, and he said, "Yeah, they want to do a video and show up here and there." Blah blah. Took 3 pictures. It was 20 degrees.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you don't care though.
That's a little nipply.
That ain't nothing for you though.
That's nothing.
You've been out there and colder than that.
Oh yeah.
What's the coldest day?
I'm not cold. I don't care what to say. I'm not cold.
So seriously, what is the coldest day that you said I'm going out there without the? I mean,
I've gone out every single day. There's no interpretation. I've made indecision. Like a guy with 2 watches never knows what time it is. I'm going every day, period, because otherwise you're like, oh, now it's a little windy. Now it's a little rainy.
But what was the coldest
I'll
day?
do a little bit.
What
the
was
worst day was? Well, that's a good picture right there.
That is a good one.
There was one day when it was just cold, like 9 degrees, and it said with the wind chill you would burn your skin within 15 seconds, and be careful.
Oh my!
So I went out naked as usual, and I made it about 15 minutes. They were right that time. But I did it 3 times, and I spent the 2 hours in between working out.
Trying to get your body heat up.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Sound like a good idea to me.
Sound like a good idea to me.
So how did the bobblehead?
Voice naturally, how are you nasaling me?
I'm doing Gary.
He's doing Gary.
Sound like a good idea to me.
See, like you talk, Gary, and then Rick will talk. Go.
What do you want me to go for?
What you want me to go for?
See, he mocks me all the time.
He mocks me all the time.
I still want to hear this turkey call.
Yeah, you really do. So how the bobbleheads doing?
I got a 20 in my wallet, but it's in the car.
Yeah,
with the horse. I mean.
Yeah. So the bobblehead, you brought us one of these last time. How are they doing?
Well, I don't know. How's he doing?
Yeah, look, there it is. So you still moving?
Doing good.
You still moving those all across the country and around the world?
In a couple of stores in New York City, and not many people buy them.
What?
I've only been doing it 20 years. Apparently, it takes 40.
In the bobblehead market.
Like a good idea to me.
Everything I've ever done, T-shirts, everything. They've all underwear in the stores. They no pun intended, but they peter out. They don't work. Nobody buy, but they do buy the oysters. They always get a photo, and we expand from there.
So you're
well, if you had something beside his head bobbing, it might.
Gary.
There actually is a bobble butt.
Right.
And it's just the same thing, but just the butt wiggles.
Oh,
like
really?
This.
Okay. So he's way ahead of you.
Yeah. Glad you
I
thought of
invented that too. Your grandchildren will thank me.
Naked Cowboys with us, 866 We Be Big if you want to join us. We'll come back. We'll continue to talk to the world's most celebrated entertainer. He is an icon in Times Square in New York City.
And Rick, I want to know how he got on the Trump wagon versus the Bloomberg wagon.
Oh, yeah.
2 New Yorkers there.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
We get back.
More with the Naked Cowboy right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba for another hour on another day on another week. And we thank you for being with us today. So we got a couple of videos that we haven't looked at, and then we'll get to more of your phone calls coming up here at the bottom of the hour. Bubba, if I had two videos for us to comment on, like we're, at what was the name of that show where they sit in the front and they comment on what they're watching on the screen?
Mystery Science Theater.
Mystery Science Theater, which is kind of what we do. Would you rather see, we're going to see them both, would you like to see a half-court shot to win the game in Cleveland, or would you like to see a dash cam footage of a UFC fighter flipping over in his truck?
Well, I'd like to see both. Why don't we wait to see the game winner to the end, since it's at the end of the game?
Bring us out of some...
Okay. Yeah. All right, so we have dash cam footage of a truck driven by former UFC fighter. I don't know his name. He's a podcast host now, Brendan Schaub. He's in a Raptor, and he's doing donuts in the desert, and apparently it all goes bad. So here we go.
And y'all, the airbag. Here we go, right here.
Oh, he's in trouble. Oh. Why did that come out so fast?
Popped him right in the side of the head.
Provided by the manufacturer. To cancel, press the SOS or cancel button.
Good night.
Wow, he had to
Starting
crawl.
SOS call.
Wow.
Hey, if you're having to climb out of it and you're going up and you're going out the door, that's not good.
He was kind of panicking.
Did you hear it talking to him? Like, do you need help and whatever?
Because the airbag deploys, it makes an SOS call.
Yeah.
Boy, hey, I hit him in this left cheek pretty good.
I'm confused too, Rick. It looks like he was turning one way, but it looks like the vehicle flipped up the other.
Yeah, he's trying to do donuts.
So, I mean, if he's
right here, he gives it too much right
he's
here.
turning left, and then he flips, and it hits, and then it comes out.
Oh, wow. Emergency call to the SOS service provided by the manufacturer. To cancel, press the SOS or cancel button.
It's got a little touch of howl to it.
It really does. It feels like a little threatening.
It does.
But I'm glad it does it. I mean, that's good to have.
I'm still back to what impact caused that to go off?
I don't think it was impact.
It's the tilt.
It was the tilt.
Yes.
Just the tilt.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was wondering the same thing, but it looks like as it's tilting, that's what did it.
I didn't know it would do that.
I didn't either.
A voice should have come on and gone, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, I'll slow it down here. You can see the
worst
tilt.
donut ever.
Yeah, for real.
That airbag feels like a punch.
Yeah.
Give it more gas. He gives it a ton right here, and and then the tilt goes, boom!
Oh, yeah, he got hit.
How about that was the curtain airbag coming
Yeah,
up
it
to the
was.
side. That's good work.
Wow.
That's a total right there.
Oh,
yeah. Hope he has gap insurance.
So Brendan Schaub, he has like a YouTube show where he'll take UFC fighters to food trucks, interview them, but he also has like souped up cars. That's a big thing that he does.
That one's not anymore.
And that Ford Raptor, I think, has, I don't know how much horsepower, but he's mega souped it up. Here's the after photo.
Too much truck.
Too much truck. He does
have too much truck.
Oh, wow.
Upside down.
Nice color. Look at that.
Whoopsie-daisy.
How about the airbags work?
Yeah, they
break his nose.
They
or
really did. They gave him a good little pop on the side of the head.
Knocked him out.
But you know what? The podcast he had, How to Do a Donut, they said it's been a total failure.
When's the last time y'all did a donut? I'm talking about a good one. Stay in it.
This
Right
morning.
here in the parking lot.
You did?
No,
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I do fly by it though if I see
I know
nobody
Greg
outside.
used to do them in the high school football field. And
I'll
got
stay in it.
busted that one time.
I'll stay in it and spin out if I see Bubba out in the parking lot. So
That morning you went by about 30 miles.
So now we have Bubba the Cavaliers in the NBA. They have a game-ending win with a half-court shot. Is that right?
That's right. And
a game
in
winner.
fact, I'm going to back us up with 3:47 left to go in the fourth. The Cavs are down by 10.
Oh, look at that.
And this player's
Everybody
name,
playing a ton of defense, 110 to 100.
Max Strus on the Cavs, he got hot, y'all, and he nails shot after shot.
Irving, great ball movement. Kleba closes out, but
Struss.
And now
Struss again. 103. Now it's 106 to 113.
He is feeling it.
Struss.
Oh, he's going nuts.
Struss 109 to 113. 2:39 left.
Oh,
Hot as fire. 112 to 113.
Firecracker.
All right, now here's the. I'm
no,
gonna go,
Greg,
so,
LeBron's still not on the Cavs.
So now there's 2.6 left.
You haven't watched in a while, Greg.
2.6 left in the game, and here is your final shot, and it's from half court.
Kleba has that tip by Mobley, but Doncic gets it back. Doncic dumps inside Washington, puts it in.
2.6,
2 seconds left. The Cavs
1
are out
point
of
game.
timeouts. They have to go 94 feet. Strus from midcourt.
I mean,
that was a bomb, too.
Wow. That guy, I didn't know it was the same guy. He did all that.
It's the same guy.
He is on fire.
You just get
You
hot.
need to load him up, carry him to Vegas.
I mean, now.
And look, I appreciate this right here. He keeps a straight face and shakes other dudes' hands. That's good sportsmanship.
Okay,
Act like you've been there before. Act like you made a half-court shot at the buzzer
But you
before.
probably haven't.
And it wasn't one of these like he was throwing it out like a baseball or out of
No.
control. He did a straight-up shot.
He
He just
did.
leaned
and
into it.
nothing but bottom.
Like he was flying.
By the way, let's give this guy credit putting him up by one. You think he's done it?
Yeah, they think,
They think it's over. Just go to half court and put your hands up.
Strus from midcourt.
Oh my goodness!
Hey,
I mean,
and he was the inbounder, so his teammate knew enough to go, I'm giving it back to you. You're hot.
Yeah, buddy. So it's Strus. I was saying Strus.
Yeah,
so he
Because I know
throws
so
it
much
in.
about sport.
Nobody
stud.
thought you were an NBA guy.
I know so much about sport.
He throws it in. The guy feeds it back to him. I mean, he's not even to half court.
String
puts
music.
it up, and I
String
mean
music.
nothing but net.
I mean,
Wow.
bottom.
Bam.
And he was just nothing but. Think about the shots he hit prior to
Oh,
that.
I know.
You talk about
He
having.
got hot
day.
at the right time, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
You would think 10-point lead is fairly safe most of the time.
Well, and you also can't, even on the last play, you can't be upset with the defense. My goodness, they made him shoot it from half court.
Yeah. What else you gonna do?
And it is like a regular shot, just nothing but bottom.
And it looks like they did probably what the coach had told them to do. They fell back to half court,
Sure.
to slow the ball down. But I mean, he never got
can't-
to a defender.
You can almost hear
shot
the
from
coach.
there.
You can almost hear the coach saying, because we've all would have done it. Look, if they beat us with a half court shot, they'll just have to beat us. Okay, well they
Yeah.
did. Well, they did. But be sure they have to take a half court shot.
So what's that guy doing this year? Is he scoring a lot? Because he looked like a natural shooter on
I'm
during
telling
that
you.
series.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
Talking about Max Strus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's he averaging?
Yeah, right. If he was a UFC fighter, you'd got the name right.
Versus the Mavs, that was 21 points. And then the game before that, he was cold, 3 points.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a big difference.
They got hot in that one. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Yep. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you, America. Your topics, your questions, your comments, you bring them. You've heard a lot. You can comment on any of it or bring up something new when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. Naked Cowboy with us this hour from New York City, Times Square, making his way to Mardi Gras. So what time are you rolling into New Orleans today?
Well, I'll get there tonight.
Tonight?
Candlewood Suites in Slidell.
That's right, so you'll be there.
Hotel room number 1.
Easy.
Sounds
Naked.
like a good idea.
Hey, I wasn't going to do that one.
All right, so
No, that was funny.
yeah, so let's.
It was funny, but I get it.
Yeah, you got a little political. You ran for mayor of New York.
Yes.
And then remember that?
Naked Cowboy for mayor of NYC. Because no one's ever done more with less than me. We're gonna create crime. We're gonna create jobs. Prevent crime. The city's gonna run on a dime.
That's good. Yeah, I remember that.
That's good.
It's amazing.
But you certainly are a Trump. So like Bubba was asking, you were asking about Bloomberg and Trump.
Yeah, I know. So you're a big Trump guy.
Yeah.
So you're very familiar with Bloomberg.
Yep.
So why did you go with the Trump side here?
Trump's taking them regulations off the bachelor. Come on, let's go. Sounds like a good idea to me. Weird way to make a song request. Trump's gonna build a wall. That wall's gonna protect us all. Sounds like a good idea to me. Sing it, Gary. Trump supports all the ladies. Family leave for their babies. Sounds like a good idea to me. Thank God for Donald Trump. So don't be a chump. Support Trump. keep us out of this economic slump. Oh, yeah. We got mother's second conclusion, and there's still no collusion. But I hear the Russians are already influencing them again.
Oh, boy. So
Jerry was bringing it.
You, but you living in New York City as long as you have, working in New York City. So you've seen like Bloomberg's New York City versus Rudy and all that, and there's really no comparison.
Oh yeah.
What are you saying?
Well, it's a lot cleaner than.
Yeah, I'm just talking about Rudy did a good job.
Since de Blasio came in.
Yeah, well, Bloomberg
it's
then
really
Blasio.
different
Yeah,
thing.
I think
You
that's
feel
better.
like Bloomberg was worse than Rudy?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but definitely.
It always seemed nice and fine. It still does.
Yeah, but then this communist who's running it now, though.
Yeah.
You're a big fan of his?
Well, they call him Big Bird. I met him one time. It was at New Year's in Times Square, and I walked over. He had his family and everything, and I walked up, and he asked them to let me through.
Oh.
Said, "Oh," and he shook my hand. He said, "He's a man of honor and distinction."
Oh.
So
yeah,
I don't care how ridiculous he is. He's my buddy.
That's right.
I can get over all the politics.
Yeah,
we got
He's
friends
just
like
me.
that.
Yeah, we certainly do.
Yeah.
How long have you been at it now there in Times Square?
I was actually in Times Square 20 years, 6 months. It'd be 21 days a day, but I've been gone 2 days.
But I guess were you just starting when Bubba and I met you the first time on the what was that show?
Jenny Jones
show.
Well,
yeah,
he still talks about that. Right?
I had kind of it all kind of happened in one moment. I went to Venice Beach. I was shooting for a Playgirl magazine.
Naked?
Well, I was. I'm just saying. It was back when I was desperate.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So desperate for attention.
Right, yeah.
So anyway, when I was there, I went on the beach and played in my clothes. I was trying to be a country singer, an actor, a model, a movie star, all the kind of Tony Robbins, I'm going to be the most famous man in the world kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So when I went out there and I played, nobody paid attention. The photographer who's shooting me for the aforesaid magazine, he said, "Why don't you play in your underwear, do something different?" And I did it, and that was it. And I met you not long after that.
Okay, so
I
that was pretty
driven I was sending videos, and I got on the Jenny Jones show really quick, and then next thing you know, that's where I met you.
Yeah,
I know.
Do you hit more events?
Well, then why'd you ask?
I know you do Mardi Gras and you do Times Square. Do you do other events, or is that the biggies right now?
Well, I'm going to go from here to Mardi Gras, but I'm going to be in Panama City Beach on the 25th for 3 days at Club La Vila. No, they don't even know I'm coming. This is like an announcement. It doesn't matter wherever I go. I was in the lobby at the Drury Hotel last night, walking around as a Naked Cowboy until they,
asked you to
politely
stop.
asked me to go back to my room. You wear that in your room, not out here in the lobby. But I took tons of pictures, saw so many people.
Yeah, what's
it always
funny,
pays
they
to
don't
put a little action in.
realize that you can't buy you to come somewhere and do that. And a lot of people would love to have you there.
Well, it goes both ways.
Yeah. You can't actually.
Sounds like a good.
Yes. Yeah. So
Sound.
right. So really, the way you monetize it mainly is the pictures. People who you stand
I
there.
do about $150,000 a year in pictures, and that's just working almost every day. I have the Naked.
So we're back and we're going phone trolling. All 10 lines are available and they're filling up now. Helmsy is on the phones and you can join us right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Whatever's on your mind, we'll chat with you. 30 seconds a pop. The buzzer sounds. Your time on the program is over. Try to get your thoughts kind of concise and ready to go. Speedy has a timeout. He's quite indecisive. Bubba does have one as well. But that's it's only one apiece. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, nothing like that. We're going content only, and you can join us now. Greg, you and your wife still sleeping well on your helixsleep.com/Bubba mattress?
Yep, custom made for how you like to sleep.
Depending on the model, 10 or 15-year warranties. Also, don't forget, Wired Magazine said this is the #1 mattress in the country. GQ said the same thing. Greg, you read that a lot.
I do, and I agree with GQ.
Yeah, I had someone email me the other night and says, why do y'all used to refer to Greg as a former Calvin Klein model? And I didn't realize they didn't remember that.
Wow.
Yeah, Greg did a little underwear modeling back in the day.
Those were the days.
He did it for Wakefield's, I think.
Yeah.
But anyway,
With
so...
a tool belt on.
So right now you can go to mypillow.com. I'm sorry. See, there I go again. helixsleep.com/Bubba. I think I have so many live commercials in my head they just come out of my
thinking about
subconscious.
sleeping is what you're thinking about.
Yeah, put a pillow with it. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Here's what they're going to do. They want to know how you sleep. Do you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach. They want to know the firmness of a mattress you like, whether that's going to be medium, whether it's going to be really firm, whether it's going to be soft. They also would like to know, other things. Maybe you're big and tall. They have mattresses for that. Is this going to be for a kid? They have mattresses for that, and they customize the mattress. They ship it right to your door. You got 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure you love it. If you don't, you get a full refund. But we think you're going to love it because so many people do, and Greg and Lisa love theirs. And everybody's unique, so you need a mattress that's unique as well. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so let's go to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get started with Mayfield, Kentucky. Stephen standing by. Stephen, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, you guys were talking about how doctors can be used by God to heal.
Mm-hmm.
December 5th of 22, I was diagnosed with leukemia. Went through 4 very intensive chemo sessions. The first one was a month long. The next 3 were a week long each. And in June.
Well, congratulations. Sounds like you got good news and you saw some of that happen in your own life. So appreciate that very much. Alan in Trussville, 104.7 WZZK. Alan, go ahead.
Hey, this question's for Bubba. Glad you're back, Bubba.
Thank you, sir. Glad to be here.
Bubba, April 8th is coming up quick. Do you, maybe Adler, have plans for another solar eclipse viewing show?
Oh, is there another?
We
get the welding hood out.
I think this is the one that goes over Dallas.
Yeah, gotta fly to Dallas.
We hit the one in Nashville a couple of years ago. Man, it was awesome. But I don't know.
Headed to cowboy country.
Southwest nonstop.
The old plane, the old fuel's a lot more than it used to be.
Tell me about it.
To Dallas.
Yeah. And look, and no one's more sad about that than the various man church speakers. I'm now teaching them about driving.
Yes.
I'm actually
and flying commercial.
Southwest does have cheap flights to Dallas. Dallas.
They do.
Yeah.
I
You
really
would know that.
I really am actually going with Ruby. We're taking a daddy-daughter trip to Austin, and I'm very excited to go.
Are you being straight up?
I'm being straight up.
Okay.
Yeah. I've already talked to Blazing Silverman to cover.
Okay.
I've already got my plane tickets. I'm going on my first flight daddy-daughter trip
Oh,
with
my
Ruby.
goodness.
I'm so
To
excited.
see it?
Is
To see
Austin
it.
in the dark zone?
Austin is in the path of totality. Yep.
Yep.
Ooh,
Totality. I forgot that word. We got to use that word.
when y'all were
Noah.
chanting.
I'm actually really excited.
We need a stinger with that. Path of totality.
Fatality.
that's
Listen,
Mortal Kombat.
if you can get to it, it is cool. And the ones on the side that don't have the full totality, it's not the same. It's not the same.
Let's go to one of our mini Jordans.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey,
I'm doing great. Hello, Jordan. Love the show.
Hey, Kermit.
Big
Jordan,
build up.
Jordan not there. We continue. Let's
own
go
intro.
to Glenda in Harpersville. Glenda, go right ahead. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are y'all?
We're great.
Fantastic, Glenda.
I just wanted to bring up on the IVF. I actually went through the procedure back in 2001. I was unfortunately unsuccessful
Oh, I'm sorry.
at 2 different attempts, but God knew what he was doing. I'm remarried and ended up with 3 children and 5 grandbabies. But the topic I had to mention was the blastocyst is actually what is frozen. It's not an embryo yet. It's a formation of cells. And it does not reach the embryo stage until it's past the blastocyst stage.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been getting some email on
Good
this.
info.
It's there may be different ways of doing it. I don't know, because the ones we'd always heard, I thought they froze when it was fertilized already. But apparently there's a process where that's
Really?
not always the case. So I don't know if there's different versions of it or what.
Sure, probably so.
We're learning a lot more about it.
We are. Yes, we are.
The blastocyst could be described as an early stage of an embryo. I'm reading online. It's a
Okay,
cluster
right.
of dividing cells made by a fertilized egg.
We've told you about reading memes.
Yeah, we have.
Jack and Coleman. Jack, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Do you mind if I do a liner for the show?
Please, please do.
Sure, fire away.
Hey, everybody, this is Show Hunt Jack from Coleman.
Although Rick will not allow me to hunt with the team, there's nothing he can do to keep me from listening to the Rick and Bubba show.
That's really good. Yeah, really good, Jack.
He really wanted to go on a staff hunt.
He really does.
He did.
Let it go.
There's something about live weapons and people we don't know. But,
Yeah.
So, but that's a great liner, though.
Yeah. There he is.
By the way,
Thank
I
you.
understand, talking about the eclipse, that the Indianapolis Motor Speedway will be hosting an event because it's going to be in the totality.
Oh.
Nice. Totality.
Yep.
What are you doing? Why are you looking like that?
I can't. Let me see. It won't.
Yeah.
This is where he messes.
It won't
with
hang
me.
up.
Won't hang up?
What do you mean?
It won't. I'm gonna take another call and see if I can get past him.
Solar flare.
Yep.
It
does it every
What
time.
are you talking about?
What? Well, look right here.
So,
No, so
something happened on the
like I can't
his
hang up
phone.
on Jack.
Oh no.
There he goes.
Oh,
It worked that time. I don't know what happened. I really don't. Sit right there. Don't move.
Totalitarian.
Reba, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Hey guys, I really encourage you to listen to Allie Beth Stuckey's Relatable podcast, where she talks about the IVF stipulations from the Supreme Court decision. She outlines the decision. She reads from the justice's opinion. She even talks about conservative values related to IVF and identifies why it might actually be acceptable to reevaluate that procedure. She reads opposing viewpoints and counters them with biblical information. So if you're looking for a good thing to listen to, I recommend that podcast.
Okay, Allie Beth Stuckey.
Reba got to the point and got it done.
She is a blaze.
Yes. Yes.
By the way, Reba, I'm with you, Greg. Probably as good a handling of the phone troll as I've ever heard.
She did. She had her
Good
information
phone.
ready.
She can be trusted with the troll.
Yeah. Didn't get hung up.
No.
You know, like we were.
Great job on the national anthem at Super Bowl.
Greg, it wasn't the same Reba. Jim in Prattville, I-92. Jim, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a friend that I went to college and high school with down in Mobile. I wonder if y'all remember him. I think y'all do. Rick Cagle.
Absolutely. Yeah, of course. Played a huge role in my life and was a great friend and certainly a great legacy. I mean, a big-time legacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Passed away too soon. Good man.
Yeah, sure. According to God, it was right on time. But I will tell you, the legacy is still going, and had the honor to go and be at his funeral, and very, very gracious to his family, and grateful to him for shooting me straight when I needed to hear the truth, and it led to my redemption. So I'll always be grateful to Rick Cagle. Certainly will, and I'm glad he didn't sidestep any issues just to not be controversial.
Before he was in Gaston, wasn't he in Anniston? At Park Memorial for a while?
Now, I don't know. I don't know that. My first encounter with him was from Gadsden on, and then we kept in touch over the years. And
he's been on the show here a few times.
Yeah, and he married Sherry and me, and so he plays a huge, huge role in our life, and many others, not just us. All right, we'll be back. We'll look and see anything else that's left on the table that we didn't get to today, and then we'll wrap up another hour, and for some of you, it'll be another show. If you want to find out how to get all the Rick and Bubba show in your own time on parts you can't catch live, you can do that at rickandbubba.com. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Boy oysters that are set bring about $3,000 to $5,000 a month based on their ability to harvest them.
Yeah.
We have Naked Cowboy oyster hot sauce. We have Naked Cowgirl oyster hot sauce. We have a country album. Actually, my country album was written by Buck Moore. And every day when people come to me in Times Square, they ask me about, and as soon as I say Birmingham, I say Rick and Bubba.
Of course.
I did a Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
And we sing this song, and I send it to you guys to sing it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you guys ready
Yeah.
or not?
Oh.
And every day I do this in Times Square, and they ask me to sing this song.
Okay, all right.
For you. So you ready? Mm-hmm. But I'm not a singer, so you got to sing with me.
Okay.
He was sitting there.
Oh.
Brush in hand, it's your state.
Sing it, Gary.
Painting waves as they dance on the sand. With every stroke, he brought to life the deep blue ocean waters against the morning sky. I asked him if he only painted ocean scenes. He said for $20, come on, I'll paint you anything. Could you paint me a Birmingham? Make it look just the way I planned. You didn't even recognize it though. House on the edge of town. I'm a damn good singer.
I was like, oh yeah, it's
Swing
Birmingham.
there on the front porch swing. Last verse, make it cotton dress, make it early spring.
Oh, yeah.
Your song
Sing it, Gary.
for a while should be mine again.
Sing it, Gary.
Could you paint me a Birmingham?
You know how we
Well,
Gary.
you guys are really on the
I'm
ball.
a Rick and
Pun
Bubba
intended.
fan.
We've been up early.
Yeah, I didn't know the words to that song. So you were singing. I just
We knew
I
the
just didn't know
chorus.
the words.
You could just start with "Sing Me a Birmingham" and that.
I just sing me a Birmingham.
Paint me a Birmingham.
You must work in radio.
Hey, can you do a song called "Sing Me a Lake Mitchell"?
Yeah.
What's it called?
Yeah, paint me a lake. He lives down at Lake Mitchell. He's got a lot of money. Gary does.
Paint me a like Mitchell. I only do turkey calls. It's a little. No wonder I'm on the edge of town. Could you paint me a Lake Mitchell? Was it Lake Mitchell?
Yeah, Lake Mitchell.
Hey, that's pretty good. I may let you start advertising for me.
Hey, you ought to have him down to the lake and cook out for him.
There it is.
Gary.
Oh.
You got your new best friend.
Yeah, I could, I guess.
Put him out on the boat. Y'all go out.
Oh yeah.
Y'all go.
Gary?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna bring him around Lake Mitchell.
Yeah.
We come back. More with the Naked Cowboy and Gary the Bulldozer Man as the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. So, Read Across America is coming our way again on Friday. Years, they go by so fast. I mean, they go by so. It seems like it was just yesterday we were reading Green Eggs and Ham to Rick and Bubba's World's Largest Classroom. Will, if you're catching this, and I know most teachers on the live show, you're probably already at school, but if you're catching this on some of the archives, teachers, if your class is going to be there for that reading coming up on Friday, and we'll be doing that at 8:20 on the live show Central Time, so adjust wherever you are. Be sure and tag us on social media at Rick and Bubba to be part of the World's Largest Classroom. So make a note of that
for the last time ever.
For the last time ever, coming up on this Friday. So make a note of that. Bubba, you were not here yesterday, and we've the tank top became a big issue on the show, and we were talking about, when do you age out wearing a tank top? And I'm trying to maybe connect to Pat McAfee a little more.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been.
What was that when you had on? What was that logo on that?
That's a Thompson Fitness. That's Sean, the trainer, his place. So and he's the one that suggested that I wear.
I knew you used several trainers. I didn't know which one you were working with.
It takes several to build a village. I actually talked to one yesterday about you again, and he said he's willing to throw the football with him. But anyway, he said that his new plan was throw it over your head so you have to walk and go get it. That literally happened yesterday. But anyway, so he said, Rick, why don't you? He said, wear one of my shirts. I said, sure. He said, how about a tank? I said, I don't know about a tank. And so I walked in the house with it on, and of course Sherry was thrilled. And so I kind of brought it. So my new thing now, because Sherry doesn't want me to wear it, is that I will wear it or take pictures of myself in it and keep sending them to her. And I tell her that I do this to remind her how blessed she is.
Yeah.
And so yesterday she had to go somewhere or whatever, and I was getting ready to work out. So since we talked about it on the show, I got my tank out, and so I took some pictures of me in the tank, and I would just send them randomly to Sherry throughout the day. And I would just put underneath #blessed, and so here's some of the shots that I was sending.
Good, Rick. I love how you look like you're pondering and looking off.
Yeah, that's some of the shots that I was.
That's a lot of skin.
Yeah, that I was sending.
A
lot
of skin.
Yeah, and
makes the beard look small.
And I thought about pulling the McAfee and wearing them to work maybe this summer.
Yeah, I wish you would. Well, Adler picked a day.
Yeah.
Maybe
Tank Top Tuesday.
Maybe walk through the sunshine one afternoon.
Yeah, and this is Tank Top Tuesday. So that was yesterday. But the
is that in your house?
Yeah, that's in the house.
Oh, it's cold in there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's always been a problem with me. I, no matter what shirt I wear, including the one today.
Take that green stuff away from him. Yeah, he's got to cut back.
They're just in there laughing.
Yeah,
let that serious look on your face.
Right, and but anyway, what was funny about this is that I kept sending
Billy Tank.
And but Helmsy brought up that he thinks you age out on the tank. And he thought that maybe Adler's the only one that's still young enough to wear one.
Right. Oh, definitely.
Does this kind of go with the ball cap on backwards in that same world?
Yeah, kind of.
Listen, I do think you age out of it, but I also think to each his own. So you want to wear a tank, wear a tank.
Yeah, now around the house is fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Inside.
I mean,
Well, it all
private.
private. It all started when we went out in the public because we had a nice weekend weather-wise, and Sherry and I went for a little walk at the park, and I came out with that on like I was going out in public, not just in the house. And Sherry was like, "No." And I said, "No,
calm down.
I think it's time.
Gotta get a little sun."
That's right. I need to get a little sun on here." And so anyway, I harassed her with that yesterday, and she finally broke down, and I think even put it on her story, and just to say, here's what I'm going through today.
This is my view.
But I mean, just when I thought she'd forgotten about it, I'd look on Live 360 and see where she was, and I'd fire another one off. I have one flexing after the workout, but I didn't think I'd share that public.
Oh, send it to me.
Yeah,
y'all swole.
Too much.
Can you cut the yard in it? Can you do yard work in that?
Yeah. Well, I don't cut the grass.
I was going to say, Speedy, who are you asking? He don't cut his grass.
I guess I could walk out to the landscaping company with it on and walk around
and just point around.
Yeah, and point over here.
Of course, they'd be laughing at you.
Yes, they would.
Hey, you guys are doing a good job.
They laugh at me now. They think I don't know Spanish as well as I do, but I know some of the things they're saying. I know what grande means.
I got you, buddy. Caliente.
I know that, but
and Gringo Grande.
Yes. So anyway, I was having fun with that yesterday, and it was a big topic on the show. And if y'all are willing, I'll get everybody tanks, and we can do it.
Tank Top Tuesday.
You can't do it in this studio. You freeze to death.
Now
that's a fact. Picture that stuff
after 8 o'clock.
Do you think I should, Adler Elmsey? Do you think I should send that maybe to Pat McAfee? And just say, hey, man,
see if he'll wear it.
Hey, rocking the tank with you today, Pat.
You almost got his hairdo. With that angle or something.
Right. And apparently he doesn't get in the sun much either when I see him on TV.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But a long winter.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You got to get that vitamin D. You know.
Right.
You're like Grain, just get a spray tan.
Yeah. Well, you could, but I think I'll take a pass on that.
You remember that day?
I do.
Stepped in that booth.
Still can't believe it.
Yeah, y'all talk me into that.
That was a check.
I can't believe it.
Yeah. Did I get paid for that?
No, that was one of those days
so.
when Greg established if you get the check, he's up for anything.
Well, that riding the bull.
Laser lipo, don't forget that.
Yeah. You've done them all. Yeah.
Here's Greg in the booth right here. He's found the footage.
Oh my gosh.
Greg, you were skinny, by the way.
Yeah.
That's why you wanted to get naked, show off.
That was a long time ago. My hair was brown.
Yeah. Actually, my hair was thicker.
Yeah. Don't forget Adler.
So this is Greg getting the spray tan.
The spray is cold when it goes on. It makes you want to cry.
Yeah. Do you see Helmsy, how young he looked?
I didn't have a single gray hair.
You didn't have any gray.
Not one.
Bubba's got his hair just like he likes
I actually had hair.
Wow.
No,
you didn't have
let's
hair.
get off this.
You didn't have hair.
I didn't have armpit hair.
No, hey, let's not forget that Adler took the sweat glands out from under his armpit.
I forgot.
Oh, he did. He sure did.
Yeah.
It didn't work. I'll tell you that right now. I'll probably get weird armpit cancer at 44.
Yeah, I can't believe you agreed to that. Did you get a check too?
It was like $300, and I had like a lidocaine hangover for a week. It was horrible.
Did you say armpit cancer?
I'm serious.
Adler, was that the one that had the golly,
The number.
The website,
yeah, the website.
number.
Yeah, the phone number was 82.
Don't even get it.
You've done enough today.
You can go back into the
Okay, we've seen
penalty box.
Yeah.
As soon as I'm done with the show, I'm coming to get that pack.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
And share it because it's good.
Look,
Yeah,
please
that's
look.
enough.
You're getting a spray tan.
Yeah, it was terrible. It was cold.
Greg, I thought you rocked it, Louis. You look kind of Latin.
Look like I've been playing in the mud.
Hey, the things that breezeway.
Stand back, Julio Iglesias.
That breezeway saw so much, didn't it?
It sure did. That coral breezeway.
That looks like when I walk behind that 3340 camera.
Who's this guy?
What in the world? What in the world?
What is that?
What are we doing with this guy?
Y'all don't remember that guy?
You know what? I have put weight on.
Rick, you've changed. Who is that? You've gotten taller, too.
That was some bodybuilding guy that got a spray tan at the
Well,
same time as Greg.
He went
I think
a little
he may overdone his.
He looks like a chocolate Easter candy.
I think he had a meat that night.
It looks like he's been hanging out with Trudeau.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Apparently that studio was cold as well.
Yeah.
It was.
So,
Why was I doing
Seriously, I mean, does anybody think that what he got looks good?
no.
That's what they
I
do.
don't know.
In these bodybuilding shows, that's
Oh,
what
yeah.
they do.
His
It's borderline
natural.
you know what face.
No,
It is.
He's
no,
like
I mean,
a
you're trying
bronze
to-
statue.
You got to show off your muscles and how it's all cut up and all that.
But you don't need your face to be like that, do you?
No,
Well, I
you
guess it
don't,
looks weird
no.
if your face
That
is
was
covered.
creepy. And don't forget them dainty shorts he's got on.
Oh, yeah.
Speedo.
The fact you walked around shirtless for a week was a little much, Greg.
It really was over the
Yeah,
top.
it was like, put your shirt back on.
I just let it
Caliente.
dry. See, it was cracking.
Muy
The
caliente.
things we do.
Greg, look at you, Greg. You've got brown hair. It's great.
And didn't Dad find out about this?
No, it was the lipo.
Oh, it was a lipo.
Did you keep this one from him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Best you could.
Yeah, we all did.
Try to explain that to him. Especially when he's seen old pal standing there beside him.
What if he just scanned by and that's all he saw?
Looking good, Greg.
Thank you very much.
Looking good, Greg. Thanks,
Oh,
guys.
There it goes.
Wrapping up an hour for some of you. Gone. Check rickandbubba.com if you want to know how to get parts of the show you missed today. We got podcast archives and YouTube archives every day, so you can get it on your own time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick